Good morning and welcome to the Moore County Schools Board of Education special called work session meeting for Monday, June 2nd, 2025 at 9 a.m. We are having a lengthy meeting today and we're at call to order and we're at approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? Okay. Do we have a second? Okay. All those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right, we're at Pledge of Allegiance, and Mr. Benway, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we'll have a moment of silence. You'll join me. All right, thank you very much. Is there a motion? We're at item 2 to go into closed session as stated on the agenda. Okay. All right, thank you. I'm not sure.
I think 30 minutes might be an appropriate. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we will now go into closed session. Thank you. Welcome back. Is there a motion to come out of closed session and back into open session? Is there a second? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. We are now in open session. And before we get started with item 3, I would like to make a statement today. I just want to let everybody know, we're about 6 months into our service, some of you longer than that. But I'm honored to serve as a Board of Education member alongside of each of you, and I take the responsibilities of chair very seriously. With that in mind, I would like to support each of you and myself to review our statement and my statement and summary of Policy 2120. As we continue to serve our community and uphold the values of our public school district, it's imperative that we collectively and individually adhere to the 2120 Code of Ethics for school board members, as required by General Statute 160A-86 and General Statute 115C-47, parentheses 57. I would like to share some highlights of this policy regarding civility and goodwill toward others. And Ms. Parker, I do have a printed statement for everybody. As this policy states, it is essential to model civility and integrity to students, employees, and all elements of the community by encouraging the free expression of opinion by all board members and engaging in respectful dialogue with fellow board members on matters being considered by the board. Compliance with all board policies that set expectations for conduct, regardless of whether the policies expressly require compliance by board members, is crucial. We always want to communicate with other board members and the superintendent expressions of public reaction to board policies and school programs that are vital for transparency and accountability. Actively participating in public events by listening to the public and endeavoring to convey the most accurate information while clearly stating that only the chair and the superintendent may officially speak on behalf of the board as a whole is necessary. Taking no private action and refraining from statements that would compromise the board or administration, while always remembering that a board member's primary concern must be the educational welfare of the students attending the public schools, is paramount. The Moore County Board of Education acknowledges the vital role of parents in their children's education and the schools as stated in Policy 1310-4002, parental involvement. Additionally, it is best practice for board members to always treat families, parents, and community members with respect, regardless of personal beliefs, in public forums, on social media, and elsewhere. This creates a positive and inclusive environment for everyone involved in our school district. I want to personally thank you for your commitment to these principles and for your continued dedication to our students and community. This is a really important role that we serve. With that, we're at item 3, pending action and discussion, and we're at A, renewal of retainer agreement for board attorney 2025-2026. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is each year. Last year brought this item forward as well, and this is for the renewal of the retainer agreement with Swartz Law and Mr. Swartz and his firm. As noted in the executive summary, the retainer proposal includes no increases in the retainer amount or hourly rates, nor any changes in costs that are billed. So it is the identical retainer agreement that the board approved last year. Certainly grateful for Mr. Swartz's work and advisement as our attorney, and certainly recommend that the board approve this renewal. With that said, I also think it would be wise for the board next year potentially put a request out for proposal and see what the marketplace is as well. But and I know Rich gives me a look when I say that, but that would be my advisement as the superintendent. Of course, the board can choose not to do that. Certainly up to the board. But with that, it certainly comes with my recommendation.
And we do have a lengthy agenda today, so if we have any comments, if you can keep them concise and to the topic, that would be great. Do we have any comments or any questions?
have two quick ones. One is a year ago, I mentioned the increase, like a threefold increase in costs of our attorney fees, and Mr. Schwartz rightfully pointed out that he delivers good value, and that was never a criticism of his rates or anything. It was really a criticism of us managing our expenditures and how we monitor those. So I personally think we get, I've spent a lot of money on business attorneys, and we get extraordinarily great value with Mr. Schwartz's firm. I will, though, say, I saw an email over the weekend where it appears board members are going directly to the attorney. And, Mr. Schwartz may or may not bill us for responding to an email, but we should put a practice into place where, unless it's something private in nature, that really rates it, board members' questions to the attorney should go through the chair or something, because maybe we could answer them organically. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We are at B, recommended 2025-2027 District Strategic Plan. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Stewart who are here. As the board's aware, and appreciate the board's engagement since January in revising our district strategic plan. In May, Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Stewart presented the feedback we got from the community input portal that we had open for the community, parents, staff to give feedback, and offered opportunity for the board to give final feedback through directly emailing Dr. Metcalf. So I'll turn it right over to Dr. Metcalf to present that and to see any additional board discussion that we want to have on this, but it certainly comes from my recommendation that we approve the revised strategic plan next week. Dr. Metcalf.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Locklear. We appreciate that. So what we've done is taken the feedback that we received from the board after getting the community feedback, and we've put it into this draft that was updated on June 2nd, 2025. Mr. Batchelor has pulled it up. The recommendations that had come forth from board members, we've put in red so that you can see the changes from the last draft that we had brought before the board. And again, what I think might be the best process today is quickly for Dr. Stewart to go through each section, open it up for any further discussion from board members. We're very hopeful that we can have a final draft coming out of today to bring back to you on June 9th for endorsement. So Dr. Stewart.
Good morning. All right, so the recommendation for the 2025-2027 Moore County Schools Strategic Plan, the vision, Moore County Schools, the first and best choice for our unwavering commitment to excellence, innovation, and nurturing the leaders of tomorrow. The mission, Moore County Schools will graduate students. Sure. Absolutely. The recommendation here was that for the vision statement, initially maybe thinking it was a slogan, and the additional language would help it make it as a statement. Any questions or comments? Yes, sir, Mr. Benway.
Okay. I'm not sure if I should hold my comments till the end or address these as we go along, but I'm concerned with the vision that only lasts 2 years in terms of its horizon. Moore County Schools is $160 million a year, multidisciplinary, multifunctional, complex enterprise. It deserves a longer vision than we're recommending here. And I'm talking in terms of 10 to 15 years. We've already got a construction list that stretches out 10 years, but there's no context for years 3 through 10. I would suggest to you that tied with that vision issue is step back one more step. We never did define our problem set. Without defining the problem set, we have no start point. Without a vision that addresses that problem set, we cannot build a pathway to that end state. I think we need to really go back to the board and revisit how we're approaching developing a vision. We have we have problem sets that are longer than just the 2 years. Give you an example. We chronically have several elementary schools that are in the failed category. That's lasted for 10 years. We keep doing the same things with no change. There needs to be a hard look at how we're going about addressing our elementary school problem. It may well be that elementary school needs a relook at what the intention of elementary school is. What is the desired end state? I would submit to you that the elementary school is a strategic gateway to middle school and to high school. As goes elementary school, so goes middle school, so goes high school. It may well be that elementary school requires a different resourcing formula that reinforces success and ensures that we get an 85 to 90% solution going into middle school. It's all doable, but it's going to take some thought, some debate, and some just staff work to take a look at that and examine how best we approach elementary school. It may well be that elementary school is the groundwork for success. Middle school becomes the reinforcing function, and high school becomes, I don't know, a capstone pulling together of all those skills, knowledge, and ability that we've taught thus far. So I think the problem of developing a vision is much more complex than we've taken on here. It takes a while to do this sort of thing, and we really haven't had a lot of time to work on this. So I'm very concerned about the lack of a vision. There may also be some modeling issues that can begin to solve our problem. Blended and virtual academy, that's a combination for the future. That's a powerful potential. Go ahead and reinforce blended. We visited, myself and Shannon visited a month ago or two. Blended services, 700 kids, I think, 800, somewhere in that vicinity. It's got a 1 to 12 student ratio, student to teacher ratio. It's got almost a non-existent discipline problem. It's got parental involvement. It's got excellence in performance, academic performance. It's all of those things we want to happen. What if blended in our vision 10 years from now was big enough that we could subsume 45% of our student body? Because blended costs $5,600 per student per year. Our middle schools cost us $13,000 and change. That's a big difference. Bigger bang for your buck over here. Why aren't we pursuing that? I think we need to go to the board, sit together. In fact, I think we ought to probably devote this summer for the combined board to get together and really refine this approach. 2 years vision horizon is inadequate. That's and I'm going to vote no because of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benway, for sharing your thoughts. I really appreciate that, and I'm sure the board does as well. And again, open up to you for your conversation around what is proposed here for the vision. This is for our 2-year vision, and then Mr. Benway has made a point about talking about our problem-solving process and looking a little bit deeper, and whether or not that might be something that you consider doing as you move into the summer, whether that's apart from this strategic plan or part of this strategic plan. So I'll leave it. Other comments, responses?
I have one. I really agree with Ken on that we need a problem statement, and every organization in the world has a problem statement identifying what their problem is and what they're going to do from there. And I don't understand why we don't have one. Is it because we don't want everybody to know what the problem is? I don't know. But I think that really needs to be added to this. So I agree with him.
Thank you, Ms. Bruno.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Sure.
I've got a paper I prepared. I'm sorry I didn't have time to get it to you
It's okay.
earlier, but I'd like this paper that touches on all these points and probably some more to come up in this session. I'd like to enter that into the minutes.
Okay.
Is that doable?
Yes. 2 more minutes? Yeah, for our business meeting. Yeah, for our business meeting. For our business meeting on June 9th, if that's okay, Mr. Benway. That'll give us time.
All right,
Okay?
good.
Thank you.
Thank
I did want to, addressing what y'all are talking about is the problem statement. I feel like that's what our goals are. I think those are our, quote unquote problems that we need to increase our schools meeting or exceeding growth. That's a goal, which signifies that we've still got 6? I'm not doing my math correctly, but we've still got some that need to get up to that exceeding growth level. That we want to increase our grade GLP, our grade level proficiency. We're not satisfied with 62.4%. So to me, that signifies that's our work as a school district, and so on and so forth. I won't read them all, but to me, that signifies that's our work. That's where we see we're not there yet, which is quote unquote a problem, maybe in reference to what you're saying. What the reason I feel like, we may not say this is a 10-year out. It's really been, as long as we've been in Moore County schools and public schools, Mr. Benway, this has always been our work. School improvement is a continuous process.
And we've
while-
failed as a result.
Well, I don't think so, because we're 10th in the state for proficiency. And see, that doesn't make sense either, does it, Miss Bruno? But you have to remember that the bar is raised every single year. Every single year, we get better with our instruction, we get better with our processes. The goals and proficiency rates, the testing is increased. They revisit that every 5 years, I guess. I can't remember how, when our curriculum changes, we continually increase. What I learned in 6th grade, they're learning now in like 4th or 5th grade. So that's kind of where I'm going with this reminder and just perspective, is that I totally understand what you're saying. Like construction, we can have a 10-year goal out with what we want to build in our schools. But with curriculum and instruction, we are always, always, always looking ahead for that goal. And the reason it's within a 2-year window is because, the curriculum changes every 5 years. And so we get that, like we're changing our science curriculum now, right? So that is changing. The teachers are working on instructional materials. They're working on processes to teach it. They're gathering materials to teach the science, which has changed. So within 2 years, we want to be top in our science curriculum. And that's the same thing you're seeing with literacy. We implemented the letters program, and we got all of our teachers trained on the science of reading. So now we are beginning to see the long-term effects of that hard work. Our literacy rates are going up. So I kind of wanted to give you that perspective,
Yeah,
because
but it's inaccurate.
it's what I've lived
it's
my
it's
40-year
failed.
career. So
In
I'm sorry.
in order to have a solution, you have to understand the problem. Einstein said, if I only have an hour to save the world, I spend 55 minutes defining the problem and
Yeah.
5 minutes executing my solution.
Yeah,
We don't define the problem ever around here. We flat don't.
okay.
And we need to do that. If we want to be honest with ourselves and with the public, we need to define our problems,
And I think I agree
our
with you.
challenges.
I agree
If
with you.
People are paranoid about the term
It's
problem for
got
some
to be,
reason.
but it's got to go beyond the school district. It's got to be a community concern.
I agree.
Like I totally agree with you that our preschool programs, our daycares, our folks, even, as soon as a child is born, we've got to support that child to have the best future they can have.
I
So it
agree.
even goes beyond our parameters that we can control. So I do agree with you on that. Thank you
Okay.
for your passion.
I think any business that ran itself the way we do would be out of business in 3 years.
We,
out of
we are,
business.
we are working hard. We are working
I
really
know,
hard.
I understand we're working
and I
hard,
appreciate it.
but we need to work smart with purpose. That's my
So
point.
I would love to continue this conversation.
I would too. It's taken almost 2.5 years for me to get to this point of frustration of watching us flail around without an end state in mind. That's my concern.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
If I could
Sorry.
offer some perspective, I appreciate Mr. Benway's
Yes.
passion.
I do too.
I'm not going to agree with it, but I appreciate it, and that's okay. We can agree to disagree. I do believe that we have a continuous improvement process, plan, do, study, act process that our schools use continually for continuous improvement, looking at data, looking at where our students aren't achieving, or whether that's a quantitative piece of data, a qualitative piece of data around school culture, climate, parent involvement, absenteeism, student outcomes. I do know that our schools have done that and continue to do that, and that's what the strategic plan was based on. When I became superintendent in 2022, that was the process we went through and built the strategic plan on was aligned with the school improvement work that we're doing in our schools. That's where that 2-year cycle comes from. I don't think we're a failed organization, and I don't think we're fluttering along without a plan. And I also think we're a very transparent organization around any piece of data, information, and we certainly are very open about where we aren't being successful, but also open about where we are making progress. And so there's always room for improvement. And I do, of course, this is a board discussion of where the board would like to land with the district strategic plan, but I would say that I'm very proud of the work of our school district and proud of the success that we've seen, the programs we have, the innovative approaches we've built over time, the Moore County Schools way around instruction, around working as teams, around school improvement, around prioritizing safety and security, and doing some things that I'm very excited about as we move forward. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank
Sure.
And certainly, again, appreciate your passion
Yeah.
and appreciate the fact that we can disagree agreeably.
One last comment. We have got some of the best principals and teachers. I never imagined how good we are on the ground. They're fighting an uphill battle because we're not defining the future well enough for them, and we're not developing the programs, not just individual teaching items, but programmatic approaches that are able to track, fund correctly, and ultimately achieve an end state. It's a hand-to-mouth kind of operation we've got right now. 2 years is inadequate. That's the end of my talk.
I just had one more point to make, and this time of year, I think, really symbolizes when we have over 1,000 graduates crossing the stage between now and July. I think it really symbolizes really what the outcome of our work is. It's not just a test score. It's preparing our students for the next steps in their lives and having them ready to do that. And man, these next few weeks into July, we can celebrate that. And I think we do a really good job of that. Our team does a great job of that, and making sure our students have that opportunity and that choice, whether it's enlistment, whether it's career, going right into the workforce, or whether it's going to college. And I'm proud of that work, and I think we do a really good job of that. I think the other point Dr. Calcutt was making, we operate in a system with high-stakes testing that the target continually gets moved. And that's done to us. We have no control over that. And however, we always figure out what the new standards are, dive into those new standards, and then try to support and grow our students to meet those standards. But that's something that's done to us, and it's been done to us for decades and decades and decades. The test that I took in 8th grade reading is not the test they're taking today in 8th grade reading. Doesn't mean our kids can't read. Just means that the standards they're being tested on and assessed on change and have become more rigorous over many, many years. And we're gonna always work towards our students be successful on that.
I
So
love
just wanted to
attending-
make that point, sorry.
I
for,
love attending our graduations. They are uplifting. They're the greatest day of the year. But 40% of those kids walking across the stage can't read, write, or read, write, or do math to grade level.
All for-
How do we fix that?
Off of one test that state of North Carolina administers.
It's
We can
just-
look at other data which shows that our kids can read. Lexile scores, which are within the 10th grade reading assessment, or other reading assessments that note that our kids can read. You know, you've got you're correct, you've got Math 1 assessment, Math 3 assessment, that measures math in one course, in one test, on one day. But I would argue that our kids are at a much, much higher level, and I think the fact that when they walk that stage and they go on into the military and they go into college or to go into career or Sanders Community College, wherever it is, they're being successful. The fact that our kids that take college courses in high school have a higher success rate than the actual other students that attend Sanders Community College. I mean, there's a lot of data we can look at and discuss that I think points to the work that our teachers are doing, our staff are doing, our team's doing, and the success of our students.
Who's telling the truth, North Carolina or us?
I think
Pick one.
we're all telling the truth. I mean, on that one test, it is what it is. It is what it is. Kids either pass it or don't.
And it's
But
an
I think
invalid
there's a
test.
lot of other things that tell the story of our students. So that's what I just would point
Thank you. I'm
towards.
sorry to take so much time.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I'll chime in briefly. I know we've got a lot on the agenda, but appreciate the conversation, appreciate the idea. I will agree that the vision, I always prefer a longer-term vision, a longer-term framework for anything you're doing. And there may be some value into establishing that and defining what is the Moore County Schools way, because I believe we do an outstanding job of delivering on our outcomes for our students. I think we really do great work in our schools. I feel like it's always a continuous improvement. That's the one thing I love about Moore County Schools the most, having worked here for so long, is the commitment to always improving and getting it better and better. The bar is here, and when we get close to it, we move the bar up, and then when we get close to that, we continuously move it up there. The one thing I'll say about problem statements, I agree with that as well. Defining problems is excellent. One thing I like about this plan is that we have priorities laid out that are really aligned to the things that we've seen being major problems in the district. And so one thing that I would ask in the future as we go through this process and we kind of adopt and we move forward is I would love to see, you know, we've got the dashboard on the previous strategic plan, but I would love to see kind of regular updates shared with the board on the priorities and what are the action steps being produced, what are the things, where are we at, where are the things that we think we can improve on, what's working, and just kind of highlighting some of the work, because I think that's important that we all get a better understanding of what is the actual work around early literacy, what does that actually look like, how are we getting a regular insight into that, extracurricular activities, we set that as a board priority, how can we keep checking in on that and being well informed of where we are with all that. I think that's all I had, but again, I think it's always worthy. I'm a big elementary guy, and so Ken, you know, we align very, very well with that. I believe elementary is the foundation, and any time that we can continue to improve the elementary experience and find new ways to do that, I'm all for that. So that's all I got.
I have a question. Are we going, I mean, we've seen this 100 times, right? I mean, are we talking about the document in general now, or are we still on the first thing? I think we're talking about the document in general.
We're on the document in general.
Do we
We
need
kinda
to, I
jumped.
mean, we've all
Dr.
read it,
Metcalf,
we've all
sorry.
seen it. Can we just talk
Yep.
about it in general? I don't think it needs to be read aloud, right?
Yep.
Would agree.
So with the
Yeah,
board's
and-
permission,
and
I
just again, to highlight for the community, the new additions since the last time we brought this
Yeah,
to the
right.
board are in red. We had feedback from one board member, and that was about the vision, and then we've added a math goal. That came from community feedback, and our team put that in there because of the community feedback. Those are the only changes since the last time we brought this to the board, Mr. Hensley, based on feedback from that one board member in the community.
I have two discussion items, one based upon the new input, and one is something that I forgot when we did this originally, when we did the first thing up at the election center. But I don't like the term nurturing. It just has the wrong connotation. I was looking up the definition of nurturing, and yeah, it kind of fits, but the connotation is babies and child and this and that, and I think we are growing young adults. So I just don't agree with the connotation of nurturing, and it's a bit feminine too. It just.
Have you got a better word?
I don't know. I'm not a thesaurus. It's really
I'll look it up.
perform.
look up
We're
some.
growing, producing. I know that's more kind of sanitary, but just nurturing, and that's just a personal preference thing. The other thing is, interestingly enough, and I forgot to bring this up in when we first did this, so I'm not asking us to revisit it, but we didn't do an org chart in conjunction with this, an organizational chart. And I know that going back a bit, probably 15 years, the org chart for Moore County Schools had the citizens, and then it went to the board and superintendent and down, right? And during Dr. Locklear's predecessor, the citizens being in charge went away from the org chart. I don't know how or why. I don't think the board did that. I think it just disappeared. So I would request next time we revisit the org chart that we display the role of citizens and kind of they're in charge.
I do have one thing. The feedback that was, Dr. Metcalf, I apologize, I never got with you, but my suggestion was also in conjunction with the feedback from the community for exactly what was done here, with the exception that I would put educational possibly in front of excellence, because that's what we're here to do, is to educate children, and it's for our unwavering commitment to educational excellence, innovation, and nurturing the leaders of tomorrow. That's all I have to say. I think we should include educational in that.
I would suggest, if I could, education is a subset of everything, and we want excellence in everything. So if we say excellence, we want excellence in bus operations, we want excellence in our food service, we want excellence in our facilities maintenance, we want excellence in all functions of Moore County Schools, not just the education. So I would recommend we leave it excellence, understanding that education is obviously a subset of that.
It does. We'll vote on it, but it was also community feedback that we left education out of our vision statement, and that's what we are here to educate. Obviously, we want to excel in every aspect, but I think we're doing this disservice.
Okay, then let's put it right after the first and best choice. The first and best choice for education, or the best and first choice in education for our unwavering commitment to excellence, innovation. Yes.
We could put it for
yes,
educate.
Yes,
for,
we should
okay.
put education, our mission statement.
Yeah.
That's
right.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's just where we put it. I think we put it the first and best choice in education or of education, blah, 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 blah.
The first and best choice for education is our unwavering commitment to excellent. However you all want to reword that. Just
Dr.
Yeah.
Stewart, can you look for some new words rather than nurturing? Just
Developing. We'll
Developing.
come up with another word in
Yeah.
there for nurturing, and we'll add education in there. And
Yeah.
I'm not sure smart. I'm not sure we're smart people,
Sure.
but we have
Yes,
smart people
yes,
that can
you
help
can
us
do
with
it.
that.
I promise.
So we'll get it
I
done.
feel
Okay.
confident.
You got one beside you.
yeah.
I would say so you said developing. I would probably do producing or something that
Yes.
we're going to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would also suggest at the bottom of page 1 above the blue there, just to be consistent and legally correct, it should just say Moore County Board of Education instead of Moore County School Board of Education. And and then in the blue, it should say Moore County Board of Education instead of local Board of Education.
Okay.
And then at the top of the next page, same thing, Moore County Board of Education instead of local Board of Education.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're at item C.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Neil Waters, our Chief Administrator for Sexual Children's Services, with us. Each year, we do our very best in June to bring you as many of the contracts we can anticipate that are needed for sexual children's services, so we can bring those to you at one time versus 22 other times to try to do that. So this is that yearly bring of those contracts and renewal of those contracts, and I'll just turn it right over to Mr. Waters. It certainly comes with my recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Good morning, guys. Do have several different categories of contracts here. The first of which is our audiological services. John E. Sexton, we have 3 days a week of service with them. They provide all of our audiological testing and screening, counseling, maintenance of equipment, and staffing. We have a long relationship with Sexton and Associates, and they provide a high level of service for us. The next 4 items are all speech service providers. The first 2 are Singular Therapists, Carolyn Cameron, and then Liz Dasher, who is with Infinity Speech. All of these are returning companies and therapists. Refined Communication Solutions, you may remember from previous years. We started with them actually at the beginning of last year. These are our military wives that are providing services, and that is 5 different therapists there as part of Refined Communication Solutions. Dysphagia Voice Therapeutics is a 1.6 FTE there, so we're looking at 2 therapists, 1 full-time and then 1 part-time as far as speech contracts. The next bullet is Sandhills Children's Center, our developmental day, auxiliary space for 29 of our Moore County School students, preschoolers aged 3 to 5. And that is a situation where we take our developmental day funds from the federal government and turn that over to Sandhills Children's Center as an auxiliary for our students. We have, of course, developmental day is a third of our preschool services that we provide in Moore County schools, but they do supplement the services that we provide and provide related services, your speech, your OT, your PT, those different services as well. The next couple of Active Kindness, AOK Transportation, transports one of our students who attends that Mariposa School for Children with Autism. That is paid out at a flat daily rate that comes up to that max amount for transportation to carry back and forth from the student's home. Mariposa School for Children with Autism is for 2 of our students, one of which is being transported by AOK, as I said. That is for students who need an out-of-district placement because of their complex needs, and in this case, due to autism. The next one is All-American Interpreters for the Deaf. That is for mainly for one student that we have who accesses his education through American Sign Language, through ASL. They do provide services that for interpreting at meetings, so they plug in as needed, and also as subs whenever we need substitute interpreters, and provide a very high level of care. We will be coming back to you for this one, because this is one you may remember. We also fund after-school services for them to take part in activities after school. So the next one is MGA Home Care. This is going to be our second full year with MGA Home Care. They do provide services for our specific students who have very complex medical needs that need. This is your suctioning, your oftentimes your catheters, things of that nature that require a lot of medical, high level of medical care that obviously teachers and teacher assistants do not have that capacity or certification. So those are our current list. We do have a few other speech contracts that we'll be coming to you with next month, just in the interest of time and just our timeline getting those together. But I am excited that we do have 2 different we had 3 retirements, many of you know this year, of our speech pathologists, which is inherent challenge there with 3 retirements. We do have 2 Moore County Schools employed speech pathologists who are coming on board with us next year, one of which who was a contract before, who is, I'd say, coming back into the fold as an SLP with us. So very excited about that. And then another that we've acquired as a new employment who is just stellar. So very, very excited about that. So there is some attrition, but there is also some silver lining there as well. So.
I get my only question with these being federal funds. I'm sure that you're keeping abreast of any kind of cuts, and we don't expect to see any changes.
That's a great question. At every regional meeting that I go to, of course, that is in the back of all of our minds, something that we're watching closely. Our direction from DPI, who is kind of our conduit to, and my fiscal representative regionally, is we are staying the course that matter of fact, I just completed last week, our IDEA federal grant, which is that PRC 060. My first time doing this, obviously, but that is the bulk of our funding that does come from the federal government. And most of these things do come out of that. And the tack that they have for us right now is that we're continuing on this clip, and no news is good news at this point, bottom line. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, and the extra burden that's given you in your first year of doing it on your own. You have enough to bear already. We appreciate the work that you do for us.
Thank you, Shane.
I just had a quick question, because and this may not be answerable, but the prices, we have a sense of, I assume these go up year to year, that these.
We've been pretty much holding serve. We've seen a $1 increase like with one of those, but for the most part we've been kind of holding serve with these rates, I can say.
And the not to exceed, do you yearly see some savings? I mean, I know
For
this
sure.
is the top line.
Across the board, of course, that is a red line for us. We want to set that max where it does cover. We multiply out those days and those hours and make sure that we're covered with that max amount. So there is a cushion there, and I'm happy to say those funds carry over.
Okay.
So we are across the board with our contracts. We're coming under, especially with those speech contracts.
Okay.
We have come in under. So.
Awesome. Thank you.
I would Neil, just note that from time to time, though, if we get an additional kid that moves in or
Yes.
something like that's happened, we may have to bring a contract back
100%.
and get the board to approve us going a little higher than the exceed amount. We've had to do that in the past on some situations, but we can't necessarily predict when that might happen.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Exactly. I would say, as far as this list goes, our biggest moving target is our nursing. I've just found out last week about a student who's moving in from out of state who will require a nurse. So it's something that kind of expands and contracts, and we do have to react in those situations. So that is probably our most variable, but we occasionally do have to amend. Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you
And
very much.
these contracts have all been
Yes, sir.
legally vetted.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Walters.
Thank you.
All right, we're at item D, out-of-state field trips.
Thank you, Neil. Ms. Metcalf? We have a schools planning way ahead, which we appreciate. Ms. Metcalf is bringing some out-of-state field trips to us. I know she's very sad she won't have the opportunity to do this and moving forward.
My last field
We
trips.
greatly appreciate Mrs. Metcalf's leadership, not just for field trips. There's a lot that she does in the Office of Student Support Services. Appreciate her leadership, and I know you enjoy this final time through with field trips. So I'll turn it right over to Tracy.
So we have 2 schools. Union Pines High School JROTC would like to travel to Washington, D.C. and Marine Corps Base Quantico, September 22nd through the 25th of 2025. Pinecrest High School Choir would like to perform at the World Strides Heritage Festival in Orlando, Florida, March 19th through the 22nd of 2026. They've asked this far in advance because they would like to get approval so they can begin their fundraising at the very beginning of the year.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you,
Very
Tracy.
welcome.
Item E, restart school calendar flexibility requests for 2025-2026.
And I'll turn it right over to Jamie. This is becoming a routine request for us. Southern Middle School has requested a little different calendar in the past as part of their work at Southern Middle. Last year, Elise Middle also implemented that calendar, and so this is just bringing it back for the board's approval of that. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Simon, comes with my recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. You'll find in the executive summary that we have two schools, two of our restart schools, restart designated schools, and this allows for calendar flexibility for those schools. They are requesting to go ahead and add 15 minutes to their day in order to bank the hours for their proposed flexible calendar schedule. You'll see both calendars are attached there. It allows for 43 hours of additional instructional time. This gives them the flexibility to work with small groups of students on those half days that need a little bit more intensive instruction. Transportation is provided, breakfast and lunch are both provided during those days that we have students that are there. They're not the exact same days at both campuses because they are aligning it to what the needs are at their school specifically, but you'll see the dates that they are proposing for early release on those days. Is there anything else? Okay.
Any comments? All right,
Okay,
thank you
thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, Jamie.
Item F, risk management.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next two items on the agenda, Ms. Edmonds, our Assistant Superintendent for Budget and Finance, will lead us through. The first is the yearly approval of the risk management plans by the board. This is one item that we're seeing increased cost in. It's one of those non-personnel items that we talk about in the budget that we plan for with inflationary increases. This is our risk management insurance plan. It does come with my recommendation to approve, and I'll let Ms. Edmonds walk us through it.
The property coverage, we'll start with the property coverage. It is currently through the North Carolina Department of Insurance. The cost is $226,423. This is on $518 million in property. The coverage is for our buildings and content. This is a 10% increase from the prior year, making the total additional increase $20,584. The automobile and inland marine coverage is with with Utica, and Surrey Insurance is the broker. The total cost for both is $129,532. $120,748 is for automobile. $8,784 is for the inland marine. The coverage is for vehicles and equipment. This is a 39% increase, making the additional dollars $31,988. Just to note, this does include coverage for our Chromebooks that is required by our lease agreement. Then the general liability, it is currently covered through the North Carolina School Boards Trust. The cost is $60,765 in premium. That includes the law enforcement liability for 25-26. It does cover errors and omissions and general liability. It's an increase of $11,218 in premium compared to the prior year. Then we have our cyber. Currently it's through Chubb, but Surrey is also the broker on that one. The cost is $23,705 for 25-26. There is a $2 million limit and a $10,000 retention. There is no increase from the prior year. Our workers' comp coverage is currently through EMC, the Employers Mutual Casualty. Surrey is the broker for this one as well. The cost is $224,653 for 25-26. This represents a 13% increase, the total being $25,372 in additional dollars. Fidelity Bonds is currently with Western Surety and Employers Mutual Casualty. Surrey is the agent. The cost is $175 for the premium. The coverage is for the finance officer bond for $100,000. That's with Western Surety. And then there is an employee blanket bond of $50,000 with Employers Mutual Casualty Insurance. There's no increase in premium from the prior year, and this is a general statute requirement that requires bonding of the finance officer and employees who have custody of public money. The next is for our student accident coverage through Chubb Limited, and the agent is the Young Group, and we have Mutual of Omaha, that is with the North Carolina Department of Insurance. The total cost for those two is $34,433. $27,415 is with Chubb Limited, and $7,018 is with Mutual Omaha. This coverage is for all students and athletes for any school-sponsored event and any supervised event up to a $25,000 limit. In addition, middle school athletes are covered under catastrophic coverage, accident insurance with policy limits up to $5 million with Chubb Limited. Middle and high school athletes are covered under a catastrophic student accident insurance policy sponsored by the North Carolina Department of Insurance. The cost with Chubb is not increased in premium compared to the prior year, but the costs did go up in total because we did separate out High Falls, Elise, and Westmore by location. In the past, they were all together, and then they wanted them separated out, but there is a $500 per site minimum. So the increase, it's a 24% increase, but that increase is $1,350 because of separating out the schools. CTE and the occupational course of study students, accident coverage with the North Carolina Department of Insurance, the cost is $1,469 in premiums for additional work-based learning coverage supporting our CTE and OSC students. The next one, the last one, is student field trip and volunteer coverage through NCSBA. That's the North Carolina School Boards Association. The cost is $3,372 in premiums. $1,672 is for student field trip coverage, and $1,700 is for volunteer accident coverage. The coverage is for pre-K through 6th grade on same-day student field trip accident insurance. There's a $2,500 coverage limit. And then coverage for non-student adult volunteers in either on or off-site capacity. The volunteer coverage includes a $5,000 limit per occurrence. There is no increase in premium compared to the prior year. The estimated cost for 25-26 is $704,527. This represents a 14.77% increase, or a $90,646 increase in dollars.
All right. It is what it is. Any comments? Any?
Just a question, if we know that if any of the increases were due to any claims that we made in the past year, or is it just standard increases? Do you happen to know?
The biggest, of course, you've seen on the automobile one was directly related to a claim that we had this year.
Okay, thank you so much.
Could we scroll up, please, to the first 2 or 3 out the page, right? A little bit more, right?
Mr. Hensley, I have one more question.
Yeah,
based
sure,
on
go ahead.
That. Thank you. Do we know how long to expect that increase to stay with us? Any guess on that?
Yeah, I think it works like any other insurance. It lasts usually 2 to 3 years.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Hensley, thank you.
So a couple things. One is our MOU with Sandhills Community College requires us to have a $1 million / $2 million general liability policy. Is that covered with them listed as also insured? Is that covered under item 3 there? And will the North Carolina School Boards Trust issue also insureds under their program? I mean,
I don't know the answer. to
has
that.
this requirement, I mean, I'm jumping ahead, but has this requirement for $1 million per claim and $2 million per period always been in our agreement with Sandhills?
The MOU, yes, sir.
So I just don't see it up there unless it's part of the North Carolina School Boards Trust, or I missed it.
I might look to Rich to see if he has any feedback on that. The School Boards Trust,
I don't need an
obviously,
answer right
yeah,
now. You
we
guys
can
just
look
look
into
into
that.
that. That's, because I was going to bring that up when we got to the MOU.
It's always been my understanding that's covered through our various policies.
Right.
But I don't know the details. We'd have to follow up.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that's covered. And then one other thing, you mentioned Chromebook coverage. Any idea? Do you know what's the cost of an educational Chromebook? I mean, if we bought it outright, $200 maybe?
I can't speak, I know they're around $320.
Let's say they're $400 each, and we're leasing them, right? So I don't know. Let's say they're $400 each. Who in this room would insure a $400 item in their private life? You know, and we're like a $160 million company. It seems to me, I know I can read, right? So I know that we're required by the lease agreement, but it seems crazy that a $160 million a year institution would insure a $400 item, because let's start with what's the deductible in the policy? And, you know, are we going to lose Chromebooks en masse? I just bring this up because my guess is, to the extent that we're actually paying for it, you know, that might be included free. I don't know, but it seems hard to believe that we would file a claim for a $400 notebook. And if we did, it seems like if you filed a bunch of those, then your rates are going to go up, right? So generally speaking, people in their personal lives and institutions insure what would be a burden for them to pay, or they couldn't pay if something happened. And it seems to me that insuring a $400 Chromebook is something that we could take in stride in case of a loss. So anyway, really the takeaway is next time we renegotiate our lease agreements, we just say, hey, no, we'll self-insure the Chromebooks. But we'd have to find out how much of that cost is for the Chromebooks. And my guess is if we self-insured the Chromebooks, we would come out ahead. But that's speculation, because you also have to take into account, you know, the time to file a claim and the escalation of costs if you have a bunch of claims. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item, G.
Yes,
amended.
ma'am. And Ms. Edmonds will continue and present this item as well. This is our fourth quarter budget resolution for changes that have taken place over this quarter. And it does come with my recommendation for approval, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Evans to walk the board through where those changes have happened.
These are our totals by fund, as well as the net increase, decrease since the last resolution. And just to note, this does go through allotment revision 95. So with the State Public School Fund, we are at $102,628,010. That is an increase of $494,567. With Local Current Fund, we're at $41,704,475. There is no change. With our Federal Program Fund, we're at $16,844,613. There was an increase of $51,312. Our Local Capital Fund is at $6,541,406, an increase of $48,883. Our School Nutrition Fund is at $8,330,500 with no increase, no change. Our After School Fund is at $1,500,000. There is no change. And our Local Operations Fund is at $11,932,408, an increase of $207,569. Our estimated cost, the total amended budget, is $189,481,412, which is an increase of $802,331. And we'll go through the revision details. For State 005, there was an increase of $42,980. That was for the Moore County higher months of employment for the more innovative high school that we were given from the state. State 29, behavioral support, was a reduction of $46,151. This was an April approval log recorded on 4/16. State 56, transportation, there was an increase of $417,212. This was the fiscal 25 final allotment. For State 63, children with disabilities, special funds, there was an increase of $53,600. This was March allocations per the EC office. PRC 81, Transportation Reserves for our homeless and foster children, was an increase of $23,126.11. This was fiscal year 25 allotments. And then PRC 255, this is for National Board Certification Support, $3,800. This was the fiscal year 24-25 allocation. Then we move on to our federal program fund. We have PRC 50, which is the Title I Basic Fund. There was an increase of $16,928. That was a reallocation of waived funds, and I do not know what that acronym stands for. PRC 60 was IDEA Section 611 EC Grants to States, was an increase of $18,559. This was a difference in our projected versus actual allotment. PRC 70, which is IDEA Coordinated Early Intervening Services, was a reduction of $53,692. This was final reversions for non-ESSER funds. PRC 103, 104, 107, and 108, they are all differences in our projected versus actual allotments. PRC 114, the IDEA Children with Disabilities Risk Pool, was an increase of $75,838. This was allocations per the October approval log. Capital outlay was an increase of $48,882.71. That was an insurance settlement. And then finally, Fund 8, we have PRC 12 for driver's ed. There was an increase of $12,140.62 for driver's education fees. 015, school technology, $132,214.64 were technology fees. 404 is preschool program. There was an increase of $13,633 for preschool tuition. PRC 413 for NC pre-K program was an increase of $20,000, and this was budgeted versus actual allotment. The PRC 435, the Digital Champions Grant, is a state grant, was $3,931.23. Maintenance, PRC 803, $2,475 was some GovDeal sales. And then PRC 808 for STEM robotics was an additional $23,175 for STEM camp revenue, making our total budget $189,481,412.59, with total revisions of $802,330.88.
Thank you very much.
I have an observation. I have no questions on the numbers because Steve has that in hand, and if I have any questions on that, I'll ask my squared away lead committee chair. But I do have an observation, and for those who are not paying attention what's happening in other districts, I was looking around this weekend, and there are some very large districts in this state who the ESSER fund winding down, they're suddenly discovering giant fiscal cliffs as what we called, and we tried very hard to avoid. I mean, some of the bigger ones, I mean, Charlotte Mecklenburg, I mean, they're in big trouble. And I want to say that, you know, with a lot of districts being suddenly finding themselves upside down due to lack of planning, we really need to give credit to Moore County Schools for managing our ESSER funds. And there were two very, very important things that we did during the ESSER fund era. One is we were very careful, I think we did it in one case, but we were very careful not to fund recurring costs with one-time funds, because that's the fiscal cliff, and I suspect these other districts did it. And the other thing that we did is as we added positions that we knew were temporary, we identified them as temporary positions. The central office tracked them, and to their credit, when that funding ran out, you know, as much as you hated to give up 2 additional of this or 4 additional of that, look, they were temporary positions, and that was the deal, and they went away. And because of that fiscal discipline that you know, the board helped identify and enforce, and obviously the central office obviously you know, and did it as well. We are not we are not panicking right now like many other districts in North Carolina and probably across the nation are. So a job very well done.
Thank you, sir. We additionally always share revised fund balance projections for the year, so Tina also has that information to share. Tina, if you want to share that at this time.
Could I just ask one on this current, so just make sure I understand it, because apparently I need to understand everything here, so I gotta make sure I got, no, I know, right. I know that's a large number for the transportation adjustment, and that's just reflective of that's when the money drops. This is not money that's budgeted, that we're getting, that we didn't budget, like we budgeted here and, oh, we got this much. Just want to make sure it's clear that that's
Yes, I
the
mean,
case.
yes. Every year in June, I think there is a final allotment. I do put on a projection, but I don't put the whole thing on.
Right.
So yes, usually
Yeah,
this time every
I
year.
just didn't want
there's an
anyone watching
increase.
to see 400,000 and say, why can't we hire more bus drivers? We have this much over. It's just a matter of the regular budget cycle.
Ms. Purvis, would you come to the mic? Thank you.
Sorry.
She can give, I think, a little more information from Director Jason Nelson and his work to try to leverage all of the state funding we can possibly leverage.
Right.
And that includes fuel costs, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll let Ms. Purvis give a little information.
So first of all, when we're thinking about hiring bus drivers, we have the funds. Those state transportation 056 funds would pay for increased bus drivers. So this 400,000 is not really there for us to increase the number of bus drivers. The state will provide the pay for bus drivers if we can recruit them and get them here. So we're actively recruiting for more. This $400,000 that came at the end of the year is a result of them having a higher efficiency than is projected. So each year the state takes a look at the number of students we have, the number of drivers we have, the number of miles that we ride, and how we use those buses efficiently. So routing is taken into consideration. Timing is taken into consideration, the number of buses. So when the state did our formula, redid it for the whole year, our efficiency was much higher than in the past. And so that delivered more money towards our account. That's a credit to Mr. Nelson and his folks who have really worked hard to make that happen.
Thank you, Ms. Purvis.
Yes.
Good question, Mr. Johnson.
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess the follow-up would be, because of these efficiencies, what would be able to do, what would be the ideas or plans that you might have for some of those
So
savings?
because of these efficiencies, these monies would go towards things such as additional time that our mechanics can work to get our bus garage in the shape that it needs to be. We're very close to getting things to the point that Mr. Nelson is going to be satisfied with each bus's performance. As you know, if you know him, he likes perfection when we're dealing with mechanical items. Well, as much as possible.
Okay.
This will also go towards any contracted items that we need.
Gotcha. Great. Thank you.
Let me ask you this, would the bus maintenance division benefit from perhaps interns from Sandhills OTAC programs, or are we already doing that?
Well, we're not already doing that, but we are working with Dr. Scott, who is working with that program to bring that to fruition, not only in the bus transportation department when we're taking a look at mechanics, but also in our maintenance department, just looking at them helping out some area folks. So we're hoping to have some of that taking place in both the transportation and the maintenance department.
Yeah, it seemed like both we would benefit because they could do the blocking and tackling stuff and learn on the job, while Sandhills would benefit because they have placements for their people.
That's right. And as you know, we have a workforce that is, a lot of them nearing retirement. So it's going to be very beneficial for us to get young folks in, get them interested in what we do, and perhaps see a spot here for them after graduation.
Let me add that the CTE committee put that in motion 18 months ago.
So we're going to potentially have high school students
Probably intern apprenticeship perhaps, because my understanding is 18-year-olds can't drive a bus.
No, these would not be bus drivers. These would be folks who are
Maintenance.
assisting maintenance.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Eventually, bus driving might be part of the repertoire, part of the whole program. Anyway, those have been discussed. I'm glad to see we're making progress.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your help.
Tina, you want to quickly show the fund balance projections? Just want to keep the board abreast of that.
I have two sheets for you today, two versions, if you will, of our projected fund balance. I know during our board budget committee meeting, I mentioned that DPI was having some issues. They implemented a new program, and we use, in my calculation, part of that calculation is the months that employees work, so based on positions. So those, if a teacher, they're paid, we get so many positions for, it's not really the money, it's a position. So those are also counted in my calculations. So this is my version based on the positions that I have estimated that we have used. And what this means is our unassigned fund balance as of June 30th, 2024 was $2,020,375. Our projected fund balance loss is $718,534.87, making our projected fund balance for June 30th $4,201,720.13. When you take away the $2 million floor, that leaves $2,201,720.13. We go to the next slide.
Sorry, Ms. Evans, just fund balance loss means assigned fund balance we spent. You're projecting we'll have to spend.
We will have to spend, that's exactly right.
Yes, just wanted to say it that way. To me, it makes, that processes in my brain when I say it that way. Thank you.
Yeah. And then the next slide is the version of DPI's, and it is actually more favorable. Still unassigned fund balance as of June 30th, $2,020,000, this is 2024, was $2,020,375. That number's, of course, does not change because it was as of last year. But then when you look at the projected fund balance loss based on DPI's version of their projections, we're looking at a loss of only $232,786.38, which would make our projected fund balance for June 30th, 2025, $4,687,468.62. Take away the $2 million floor, we would be at $2,687,468.62. The difference is a $485,748 swing between the two. But I did want to keep you just informed. I always go with the most conservative view, so I would definitely, I'm always going to lean on the first one as my projection, but there could always be a little additional funds, and it would be because of the discrepancy with DPI.
All right, thank you so much. We're at item H, child nutrition.
Thank you, Tina. Appreciate all your hard work and your team's hard work. Thank you. Ms. Purvis is coming back up to present two items for your consideration. The first, the annual Child Nutrition Bid Awards, and this certainly comes with my recommendation for approval, and I'll let Ms. Purvis walk us through that. Ms. Purvis?
Thank you, sir. Yes, invitation to submit bids for general groceries and supplies, beverages for the 25-26 school year was through the North Carolina Procurement Alliance, and that opening was May 13th at the McKimmon Center in Raleigh. Bids are always based on the previous year's numbers. The district is not held to those numbers, but will only pay for what we use. So we're not held to using the same amount as we did the year before. There was one bid submitted for general groceries. That was Cisco in Raleigh, $1,924,465. U.S. Foods and Gordon submitted paperwork stating they declined to bid. If you'll remember, they did that last year as well, so I just asked Ms. Taylor to look into why are they declining to bid. And we got word back from them. They said that they are trying to ensure that they're able to service their current customers and potential customers. They only bid on districts they can currently support from a volume and transportation level. and that they are working to expand. So just to give a little context around why they're declining to bid for Moore County, I suppose, is location. There was one responder to the beverage bid, that was Pepsi Bottling with $32,581.31, so they're recommended for the beverages. There was one responder to the ice cream bid, that's Hershey, with the bottom line bid of $111,165. They do provide the freezers at each site. That is in the actual price of the ice cream. That's figured into the unit price, and we will only pay for each unit of ice cream used. So the total we spend might be a little bit less or a little bit more than this, depending upon the amount of ice cream used. There was one responder for the chemical bid. That is Cephal. They'll maintain a minimum of inventory products at the Child Nutrition Warehouse. That department will be billed monthly as product is delivered to the sites. Separate invoices and statements are provided to each site. That allows us to see what's going where. They'll install and maintain dispensing units at no additional cost for all sites, and so we're recommending Cephal for that chemical bid. There were 4 responders to the supply bid. Cisco, $208,004.96. Southeastern Paper, $189,762.43. Imperial Wade, $197,693.58. And finally, Riverside Paper, $198,633.96. Southeastern Paper was the lowest, and so we're recommending them for the supply bid. Bid renewal is available for milk again. On April 12th, 2022, Moore County Childs issued bids for the nutrition milk for that year. Mayola Local Dairies was the lowest bottom line bidder, and as such was recommended for the award of the milk bid. Child Nutrition has communicated with them and are seeking a third renewal. They're willing to renew again for the same price that we had, and that price was set back in 2022. They're willing to renew that again for the 25-26 school year. That same unit price is 29 cents per unit. Bid renewal is also available for produce. Honeycutt Produce received the award of the bid in 23-24. That's a cost plus a delivery fee of $2 per case. They're seeking a second renewal for produce in the 25-26 year. Produce is being cost at the week based on February 24th through 28th, and the same delivery fee of $2 per case. So they are recommended for bid renewal. Are there questions?
Yeah, just first a comment. Next time, please make sure you bring 7 samples of each of the ice cream products. Just,
Sure, I can make that happen.
No, here's my question. The beverage contract, what does that include? Is that just bottled water, or
It is bottled water. It is some, like the Gatorades, some of the juices,
Yeah. The only reason I ask is we happen to have a Coca-Cola bottler here in the county. Just like you reach out to the food people, if you could have someone reach out. I mean, this isn't a requirement for Monday. I'm sure it'll be on the consent agenda,
Right.
but I would be interested why the local Coca-Cola bottler isn't bidding on this.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Question, isn't the current administration kind of moving you away from sodas in general?
Sodas are not sold in our cafeterias. So Pepsi provides things other than soda. So these are not soda-based products.
Okay, so it's not Pepsi.
Yeah, Ken,
It's
it's like
bottling, but flavored waters, some juices.
the Dancy water, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you very much. We're at item I, architectural services.
Yes, this is excuse me, this is an exciting item to be bringing forward to the board regarding the new Carthage Elementary School. So it's exciting to bring a recommendation for an architect for the board's endorsement. And it comes with my recommendation for approval and also consensus support from the construction committee, which we appreciate. Jenny.
Yes. So on April 6th, we issued a request for qualification. We received 5 responses, and 3 of those firms were shortlisted. The 3 shortlisted firms were interviewed on May 14th by a committee that consisted of myself, Tony Sewell, Director of Maintenance, Ms. Sinan, Brian Wilms, the principal of Carthage, Lisa Moore, a teacher and school improvement team member there at Carthage, as well as Mr. Hensley and Ms. Davis from our board. The committee unanimously ranked Pinnacle Architecture as the #1 firm. They've built many schools across North Carolina, and they have a prototype which aligns closely to what we're looking for the new Carthage Elementary. They've already completed 9 of these schools, with 2 more currently in the process. Utilization of a prototype assures the bugs have been worked out of the plan and any functionality and maintenance issues have been identified and rectified. We wanted to make sure that we had Mr. Wilms as well as the teacher visit this school. As you know, we've not used Pinnacle in our district before, so we took them on May 19th to Wayne County to see a school that was built of this prototype that just opened last year. They were impressed with its aesthetics, its practicality, functionality, and ease of maintenance, so that solidified the fact that Principal Pinnacle was the right choice. Pinnacle has agreed to a flat fee of $1,975,000 for design services. That flat fee ensures that the cost is set and any issues arising which raise the cost of the build will not affect or raise the cost of the design services. So this is a flat fee. With a building of around 110,000 square feet, this is a 30% savings compared to a typical design fee, as charged at 7%. Once our parcel of land is selected, Pinnacle estimates they can have plans adjusted and ready in about 6 to 8 weeks. We already have requested $1.4 million from our capital lottery. We will need to request an additional $575,000 for the design fee, but I'd recommend that we delay a second draw until we know what we're going to do with the final parcel of land. That would ensure if we have money left there or if we need more money there, that we do one more draw to cover both of those things. After our initial draw, we still have $4,006,544 in capital lottery funds. Although this is a prototype, we did meet to go over this plan with Pinnacle last week. There are some changes that we'll need to make, and those changes are included in this flat fee. It will have a full-size gym. There are a couple walls that'll need to be added in certain places, and we will be adding an additional wing to the front that will house preschool, daycare, and some of our EC classes. So that is included, though, in this flat fee, and they will add those things to the prototype. Questions?
If I may, the school that you went to look at was Fremont in Wayne County,
Correct.
and they're one of our clients, and they were very pleased with everything connected with the development of that school.
Thank you, sir.
Well, this is exciting news.
Well, I was just gonna say,
Yep,
when
Mr.
I was
Johnson.
looking over things, the only thing I wrote down was awesome. So,
I know.
but I really appreciate the process. I really
Mm-hmm.
appreciate the framework of finding things that are tried and true, easy to maintain. That you went and saw it, I think, is a great idea. I think that's should be standard practice. And I'm sure while they were there, they asked questions of their maintenance department and kind of got a good feel for that too. So
Yes, sir.
just wanted to say thanks for all the good work.
Thank you, sir.
I have to say, the vote was unanimous for them, from the working group. It comes with my highest recommendation. It's a flat fee. It's a proven design. It's been built time and time again. There's not, when they go to put stuff together, the bolt holes will line up because the fabricators have done it, 12 times.
It's 9. They've got 2. They've got 9 that are finished. They have 2 in the process right now. So by the time we start this school, we'll be the 12th
Right.
of
So,
this prototype.
yeah, so this obviously comes with my highest recommendation.
Thank you so much for your hard work and for the committee and for the group that has led the way with this. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We're at item J, first reading of new and revised policies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Called Dr. Patterson up to help us walk through that as needed. I would say that this one is a little different in the way the executive summary reads. We have policies that were brought forward through some needed revisions from the North Carolina School Boards Association, which we worked through with committee and our attorneys. And so that's one motion that I've included on this executive summary, is recommending approving those on second reading. But the policy committee also asked us to bring some feedback around policy 5525. Dr. Metcalf and team did bring that feedback, and there was discussion, and the committee did recommend unanimously that policy be brought forward as well, with a recommendation to repeal and archive policy 5525. In a second recommendation, I also support that unanimous recommendation and recommend the board do move forward with appealing and archiving that policy. So with that, I'll turn it over to Committee Chair Davis for any additional information and comments.
No, I think you stole my thunder that time, Dr. Locklear. We did
Sorry, Ms. Davis.
No, I appreciate it. We can just go ahead and proceed if you want to with the first recommended, have those come up, and then we'll move over to Dr. Metcalf with the feedback and how the committee proceeded that day. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So we'll start with first policy, which is 1310, 4002, parental involvement. And there's minor changes. Those start on page 4. If you want to follow along.
I will say, we did have a nurse, forgive me for not remembering her name.
Ms. Kaiser.
Ms. Kaiser was in to give us feedback from where her team had gotten together and just helped us walk through that policy as well. And maybe even then, I don't have them
There's a
listed
couple
here with me.
others that
Yeah,
she
there
was
were.
involved with.
Yeah, I
That's
just wanted to
correct.
point that out. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So these actually were the School Board Association revisions, and all of these policies, I want to reinstate, just reiterate that Schwartz Law Firm, they vet all of those after I have completed making the changes based on North Carolina School Board Association policies. So.
Yes, I assume that there's many at least several recommended immunization schedules. Which immunization schedule are we going to recommend? I assume the CDC has one. I assume North Carolina. Are they all the same?
We're required to do the state immunization schedule.
Right. I'm talking about there appears to be required and recommended. So we're going to be recommending the state recommended one? Okay.
Yeah, we're required by law to do that.
I would recommend inserting the word the state recommended. That way it's clear.
It's in the school entry requirements. It's part of the school entry requirements, so those are all state level. The required immunizations are state.
Right. But
There are no federally required immunizations.
Oh, okay.
But we're also saying and the schedule.
Right, but so it's a state recommended
Yes.
immunization. Well,
That's
okay.
correct, yeah.
Okay, and then on page 7, about the career development plan. On page 10, including the North Carolina Youth Tobacco Survey.
So I do have an issue with this. When was the last time we've given the youth risk behavior survey? It's been a number of years.
We haven't given it since we had a locally developed risk behavior survey that we were administering for a period of time, but I would say
Right.
that goes back to probably the fall of 2021.
Probably 4 years
It's probably
ago.
the last time we've administered some, or may not even administered in the 21-22 school year. I'd have to go back and research it, but it's been 4 or 5 years since we've administered. There's a state, North Carolina Youth Risk Behavior Survey that it was given in the past, but we have not given that one or our local one in several years. This does note, and Parent Bill of Rights does note that this is an opt-out for those surveys, specifically not noted there in E, versus an opt-in. That's based on state law. Am I saying that right, Rich? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the second policy, 2302, remote participation in board meetings. This is a new policy that was put out by the North Carolina School Boards Association. Our attorneys recommended that we adopt this policy with a few changes. So obviously it's all in red because it's a new policy until you get over to We'll start on page 3, and this was actually a committee recommendation that's highlighted here. Then we'll get to the ones that's on further that our attorney struck. So the number 3 has to do with the number. Is that right, Dr. Locklear?
Yeah, the number of times that you could attend remotely, and we thought that that was a little bit strenuous because I know myself of more than 3 times have needed to either be on the telephone or participate off-site remotely. So we thought 3 was too much, and that gives us an opportunity to be able to participate even when we're not here.
I mean, 3 is not enough.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I had one question on this, where it scrolls down, where it lists the acceptable reasons why someone could participate remotely. It talked about daycare, it talked about medical appointments, it talked about traveling. It's somewhere in this document.
It's under C.
I have 2 observations on this. Is that C? Is that?
Charlie, it's above what we were just looking at, Charlie. Yeah.
Yeah, you get lost in the, yeah, there we go. So 2 things. One is I want to talk about the technical issue with remote participation. You know, I do a lot of VTCs, as I'm sure a lot of people do, and it's instantaneous, but we continue to have problems with delay. And I think that people dial in and the voice is delayed, but they're watching it and the video's delayed because it goes through YouTube. My suggestion is, and I was just thinking about this as I was reading this policy, is the board members dialing in, they should dial in, but the video link shouldn't be delayed. There's a number of ways to do that. You know, there could be a video link going out through YouTube for the public, but there would also be a simultaneous feed going to the person using Zoom or GoToMeeting or something. So it would be, it would really facilitate communications because there wouldn't be any delay. The sound would match the video. I think it'd be fairly simple for the technical people to do. It would just facilitate, did you vote, you know, and all that back and forth. My concern about this is the board should not have anything, in most cases, that regular Moore County School members of our team have. So my suggestion is that if this isn't if there's an exception listed on here, that we would not give our employees to be able to do remote work, then we as board members should not enjoy it. For example, I'm quite sure that, employees can take time off for military obligations. I'm quite sure that if there's a family illness or emergency, yeah, of course, you can, dial in remotely. But I'm not quite sure that an unexpected lack of daycare, we would be so lenient with our team members. So I would ask that this be reconciled and that the board be given no more deference than we would give to our Moore County School employees. Now, the central office comes back and says, yes, we would give these same deferences to our Moore County School employees. That's fine. But if not, we should pare these down to meet the same criteria that the people we oversee have. Thank you.
Well, I'm trying to look at the list, and I'm not sure that, I know that our principals would work with most of these things that I see, like that unexpected lack of childcare. I know that there's been times that's happened, and teachers have had to make do and do emergency things. So I'm not seeing anything on the list that would hinder that. But
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much, leeway and deference we gave.
And then the piece about because I have unfortunately had to do this already.
That was the point that Steve would have already been over his limit.
Yes, yeah, I know, right? I'm glad you struck that because too much. But the piece about the constant communication, that's a logistical thing that I would almost defer and get kind of guidance from Cindy. But I know that when I called in, I was told not to look at the YouTube video because that would not match up. and just keep it straight from the conference call, which seemed to work okay for me.
But you can't see the slides and stuff, or the slides aren't in sync.
Yeah,
That's the
so-
problem. You
so-
can hear, but you can't see the visuals.
Yeah, and I would have to, and I brought it up on my computer and tried to follow
Yeah.
along that way, but,
I-
yeah, I don't, yeah, that's a decent point about seeing the visuals alongside, and it is, but I would defer to the logistics of that, so I don't know what
Well, the
that looks
technical
like.
people have to look. I am 100% positive that is relatively simple to simultaneously stream to YouTube and a tool such as Zoom or whatnot. It would just facilitate the experience on the distant end.
I would just say we certainly can look at that. I know we did some things during the COVID times when we were all meeting virtual. That was a little different, but we can certainly look into that, see the capability. The one thing I would note, I think the committee talked about, Ms. Davis, was sometimes, something may happen 2 hours for a meeting. And, if at all possible, that's more than likely going to be a conference call to try to get you to participate. So it just depends on the timing. It depends on a lot of different things that I'm sure Kent and his team, we can follow up with them.
I think maybe even that it was mentioned that for like a Zoom, just to reiterate what you said, it's not always possible depending on the circumstance, and every time it will be handled individually. But we have the opportunity to be able to proceed. Go ahead.
Okay, at the bottom of page 3, our attorney struck that number 9 there.
So that actually, I'm glad you pointed that out. If you could scroll up a bit, Charlie, I didn't understand right there, item 6. I think Mr. Schwartz will have to clarify. So we can vote, but we don't count towards a quorum. Is that a state law that we don't count towards a quorum? It seems like we should count towards a quorum if we're virtually present.
That's an active legal debate right now in North Carolina. There was recently a Court of Appeals decision involving the county of Anson, not the Anson County Schools, that dealt with this. And so it's up in the air. I was just reading a blog about it from the UNC School of Government that came out on May 27th, dealing with this exact issue. So it's an open question, and that's why the change was recommended.
So we're going to err on the side of caution.
Yes.
Okay. So you can vote, but you're not a quorum.
Right.
You're not part of the quorum.
You can't establish a quorum.
Got it. Understand.
But once the quorum is established, you can participate in the meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
We did have conversation around that because it was a little confusing as well, yeah.
Okay.
If you're interested, I'll be happy to forward that blog to you.
I'll take your word for it. Thank you. I have more than enough to do. Thank you.
I didn't want to read it either.
No, more than enough.
Okay, on page 4, number 8, at the bottom, has been struck.
Oh, look, there's your law cited. There's your case cited at the very bottom. Cannon versus Anson County. Could you read that out loud for us? Could you read that decision out loud? I'm just kidding. That's your extra briefcase you brought in.
Okay, we'll move on to number 3, 3420, student promotion and accountability. It starts on page 1. The career development plan was mentioned back in the first policy, is mentioned again here. Okay, I'm sorry. And on page 2, additional changes or additions. Okay, on page 3, under promotion standards for students with disabilities. On page 4, under credit recovery.
I have a problem with this. What's the rationale? So let me state my problem, and I want to know, I would like to hear the rationale. Is, look, when I was growing up, if you failed a course, the letter grade you got was the letter grade you got. And then if you failed, you would make it up at another time or summer school. That's kind of the way it's been for millennium. Why are we softening this by allowing people to change their recorded grade after they've earned that grade? That is lessening the standards, and I'm not for lessening the standards. Look, the student takes a remedial class to make up for and display proficiency, not to reset their performance that they did in the previous semester or the previous year. That's unfair to the students who got the grades assigned the first time around. This is a softening of the standards, I believe.
It's required by state board policy. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Metcalf, but this is a revision of state board policy that drove this revision in our policy.
Yes, and actually strengthens what's there before. Credit recovery could be a pass-fail grade. This now makes it numeric, and so it requires the student to meet a certain numerical scale score in order to pass for the sections of the course that they may have failed. It is the summer school program. In essence, credit recovery is what we do in summer school at the high school level for courses that students have failed.
So this would require summer courses to pass?
It requires them to gain a certain grade in those summer courses in order to pass. So the way it works is generally credit recovery is through an online program. So the student takes an assessment, tells us what areas that they have not met the standard. And then for the areas they have met, let's say they've met 40% of the standards but not 60%, for that 40% that they've met, they'd have to get the grade, the numeric grade that they receive for those in the class. For that other 60%, they need to make that numeric grade through the Edgenuity program or through that summer school. So it's rather than being a pass-fail, it takes into account the, excuse me, the work that they've already done and requires them to have a numerical grade. It actually strengthens that rather than weakens it.
I may not understand this because I got lost in the verbology.
No, I apologize.
Well, I mean, look, it's jargon, and it's not my world, right? But so here's my question: does this change the grade originally awarded?
This allows a student to pass that course potentially, but it takes the grade that they've earned and uses that percentage within the grade they earn over the summer or they earn through the credit recovery.
Yeah, I don't understand any more now that you've explained it.
All right, so student.
I'm sorry. Just
no. Well, I'm not explaining.
I'll listen
well,
slower.
Maybe.
Well, they failed the class.
The student has failed the class. Let's say they got a 40 in the class, and they failed that class. What we would do in summer school is we use an Edgenuity online program. In essence, is what summer school is. Student takes a pre-assessment in that, okay? And let's say that there are certain areas where in that pre-assessment they've met the standards. They don't need to make up that work, but they would get that 40%, that 40 that they had earned, and that first is a part of that. Then they've got to take these other areas where they have not made the assessment, met the standard based on that assessment.
Okay,
and
so far so good.
So that would be 60% of the course, if that, let's say. Right. They're going to do that over the summer.
Right.
Say they earn an 80, you're then taking that 80, combining it with the 40 that came from the other, and that is your average grade for the course. You may pass it, but you may not either, depending on what your percentages are.
So I understood all of that, and that all sounds okay, depending upon the answer to my question. So how does that combined 60% affect the 40% grade that they were awarded, the previous semester? Is the grade they were awarded the previous semester changed, or does that just feed into the grade they're awarded in summer school, so to speak?
It would feed into it, and then that would be their new grade for the class.
But it doesn't change the old grade.
Doesn't change the old grade.
The old grade stands as a F and a 40%.
No, I think it replaces it. It would replace that grade because they've reassessed in the class.
How long has it been that way where the grade replaces the originally awarded grade?
It would just been pass-fail in the past. They would just remove the grade, and it would be a pass or a fail. So it wouldn't be a part of the percentage in the
So
grade point.
in the past, okay, so if I failed a class this semester with a 40, and I went to summer school and I got an 80, using the scenario you
They get a pass, and they pass the class. They get credit for it.
so in the past, the spring of this year grade would be changed to a pass, and then the summer school grade would be recorded as a 60%?
Yeah, I'm gonna need to check on that. I want to double check mine.
This is to comply with the new State Board of Education policy that was designed, for non-elective courses, required courses that have an end of course exam. It was designed to eliminate the pass-fail, and as it says in the policy, the new numeric grade is required for credit recovery, and that gets factored into the pre-existing grade to produce a new grade for the course, a new passing numeric grade for the course, as opposed to a pass-fail at the end of that whole process.
I just don't understand it. It seems to, and if I don't, does everybody understand what this is saying? Maybe it should be rewritten more simpler so the layperson can understand it.
This is consistent with the State Board.
Yeah, I think the
State Board
jargon is
policy
always
written.
going to be the jargon, but I think if we want to describe it better, especially to parents, I think that makes a whole lot more sense. The change, like this is the change it's going to be. I get it. I understand what's going on here now that you gave us that example. That was pretty clear. And knowing the pass-fail piece, that this kind of takes the place of that also makes more sense to me as a parent. But I think we could describe that to parents in the handbook or however we get it to parents.
I'm sure they do describe it a lot better than I just did.
Well, or as the policy does. So anyway, Mr. Schwartz, regardless, this is required. We're required to do this. It's not optional, right?
Yes, this is
Okay.
to comply with the new State
Yeah,
Board.
so it doesn't really matter. Thank you.
Okay, and then on page 8. On page 8, there are a few legal references that have been updated. And that would be all for that policy. Okay. Number 4, policy 6120, student health services. And this would be one of the policies that student services assisted with that you were referring to. So you can see on page 1, there are multiple changes. And also on the second page, which was the last page.
Concerned, and maybe it's covered elsewhere, but I'm concerned that opportunities will be provided for input from parents on the health services provided. I don't really care about input from the staff and other students, and maybe perhaps the student or a minor, but I do care greatly that there's an opportunity provided for the parent input on the health service provided. Actually,
Yeah.
I think it's probably required by the Parental Bill of Rights.
Well, if I'm reading it right, I'm not sure if I am, because Was that struck because of number 8, having it being school board personnel and obtain parental consent for medical services required by board policy, so that was added there.
Okay,
And then-
okay, then that's
think it
fine
covered
being
it.
struck out. It's covered elsewhere.
Yeah,
Thank you.
most of this one was just a tit for tat where they had reworded it elsewhere.
Okay, we'll move on to policy number 5, 6140, student wellness. And there are changes there on the first page under A. And then on page 6,
I understand physical education, physical exertion role on mental health, right? I mean, it just does everyone good. I'm just concerned, did this come from the state school board, Mr. Schwartz?
Yes, from the State School Board Association and the State Board of Education.
I'm just concerned that they're trying to get the nose of the camel under the tent to start making mental health, morphing physical education into mental health. That's my concern, is that it's mission creep. If they're just acknowledging, oh, hey, exercising is good for your mental health, got it, understand, that's kind of implied. And if that's the extent of it, okay, but I'm very suspicious that the state school board put this in here, and I'm not sure that they don't have some sort of ulterior motive to turn our physical education program into some sort of mental health program.
I don't
So you think they're just
Yeah.
acknowledging the,
the benefits of physical activity for mental health.
okay,
Yeah.
well, if that's, like I said, if that's it, that's fine, I just,
Part of this also was including a certain amount of physical activity during the daytime, and that's coming down from General Assembly. Dr. Metcalf can probably speak a little more about it than I, but I think that that's probably why it was added, because we're trying to, or the state is trying to include more physical activity during the school day.
Yes, we already have requirements at the elementary and the middle school level. This extends that into the high school. It's a bit of a challenge for us. Our principals are working on that because obviously we don't have PE for every student at every grade at high school. And so how do they build that into their day to meet a certain number of requirements? Walking back and forth class activity time with built into the structure of a particular class. These are things the principals are looking at, but it is exactly that.
And then on page 8, additional changes to reporting and assessing.
That's what I was talking about there, down toward the end where it says beginning with the beginning with the 2025-2026 school year, students in grades 9 through 12 must be provided with 60 minutes of physical activity weekly. That's coming down from the General Assembly, which I think it's a great thing.
That was actually my question, just to make sure that I learn more about how these things flow downhill.
Mm-hmm.
So this is General Assembly.
Yes, sir.
And then the state board had to
You-
write a policy to include.
Correct.
It's great. You can understand the natural challenges with that, but
Right.
60 minutes of physical activity a week, a lot of different things can count for that. And again, the principals are working on how to ingrain that in the program.
And is that so, like, with that same question about student mental health being tied to physical health, which makes a lot of sense, is that something that was in language in the General Assembly that then they adjusted, or they, I guess, yeah, I'm just curious about how the process for, I understand like the General Assembly requiring this, and then now you got to put it in policy, but then language being added, is that just like the state school board?
The
processes their own. Right.
The policy listing service from the State School Board Association is something we belong to. Whenever any changes come down from the General Assembly or from court cases or from regulation changes with the federal government, or if circumstances change, like COVID, remote learning, they routinely send out in the spring and the fall and every once in a while a special update recommending changes. And the changes that come out are required changes, recommended changes, or optional changes you might want to consider. And we review those as well and make our own recommendations sometimes in connection with that.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
okay. There's, I think we've got one mistake in here on page 9. At the top where it says sections, it was changed to section C3 above. I think that, I think the wrong thing got crossed out. It should say section A above.
And I'm sorry, after we take notes, can we scroll back up? I thought I saw cruel and unusual punishment was stricken. I kind of want to understand this. Kind of zoomed by where like any,
At the bottom of page 6, severe and inappropriate exercise.
right. Oh, yeah, exercise may not be used. Okay, I understand. Yep. Yeah.
That,
County Highway will be disappointed.
was that the committee's, that was the committee's decision, no? Nope, okay. We may want to revisit that, though. For example, if a student is acting out during class or recess or something like that, we have teachers that might say, well, take a reflection lap. Walk around.
You would consider that either severe or inappropriate?
Well,
A lap?
no, but this is now changing to say exercise may not be used as a form of punishment, and that could be interpreted as, instead of playing on the slide in the monkey bars, you've got to take a reflection lap. That's still exercise, but it's not severe and inappropriate.
I would have no problem unstriking that. Is that what you're suggesting? That the only reason it was struck is because that came from the North Carolina School Board Association, but I have no issue with the board.
Yeah, let me revisit that and then come back with a recommendation on Monday, okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay,
May I add a comment, please?
please.
Having done an awful lot of low crawling around dirty places as punishment, I think the intent of all this is to make athletes out of, permanent athletes, if you will, out of our students. Turning exercise into a punishment is kind of counterproductive, finally, in the final analysis. So I'm gonna take a look at it from that perspective, too, when you consider it. Thank you.
You also don't have to train to be miserable. You'll be miserable just fine without practicing. I'm sorry?
On the last page, there are changes to legal references, and that's all for that policy.
And Ms. Davis, we're now to the 5525 reading requirements for
Yes.
promotions. I believe you requested that Dr. Metcalf review what he did with the committee?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Metcalf?
Happy to do that, yes. At the policy committee's request, they had requested that we talk with our teachers to get some feedback around around this particular policy. Ms. Gephardt has a group that she meets with. It's an English language arts teacher from each school, represents their school. She met with them, asked them to go back to their English teachers and get some feedback. Did what we call a GLOws and GROws feedback process. So GLOws, things that they like, that they think are positive. GROws, things that are of concern or areas where maybe we can make some changes and some adjustments. And she compiled that. So they went back to all the English teachers at their schools. The leads brought that back to Ms. Gephardt. She met with them, and then they compiled that information to kind of share out. There were some things that were positive. Certainly can increase vocabulary if the book choice is appropriate, for example. Can support work on grammar assignments and can help with some structure. Clearly, a lot more grows or concerns than glows from our teachers. Students are selecting books that maybe they've already read, self-selection. Takes a lot of time to support, to ensure the student's success. Difficult for a teacher to monitor whether the book report is accurate when the teacher themselves may be unfamiliar with the book. It can interrupt other learning opportunities that are built into the class. In many cases, teachers said the parents were not supportive of the book reports. Too much class time spent to support. Depending on grade level, it takes almost 2 weeks of instructional time out of a 9-week period where they have certain standards to teach. So we took that and kind of combined into some of the major insights, the things that we were hearing repeatedly from the teachers through this ELA professional learning group that Ms. Gephardt met with. So here's some of the insights. 4 is too many, perhaps 1 per semester rather than quarterly. Not tied to standards, so it takes away time from standards to work with the book report for them to be successful. It takes a lot of time to provide support. Some students have support at home, but others don't, and it takes approximately 2 weeks of instructional time. That came up multiple times from multiple different schools, from multiple teachers. Did not like that it's tied to retention. It should be treated like any other grade. And then we heard repeatedly, limited value. There are already things in place to support reading, stamina, grammar, writing practice, etc. And this takes a lot of time for the value that you might receive from it. So that kind of gives you an oversight of what we heard.
Any comments from our committee?
Well, I'll start off.
Question real quick. So just based upon the cover sheet, the executive summary, is this, at first I thought this was going to be up for a vote in the business meeting, but is that true or has that not been decided yet? The intent is to put it up for a vote next Monday.
Right.
Or it's to hear people's thoughts and then revisit it.
It would be handled like we do, like it's just for discussion today and to be voted. That's my understanding,
That's correct,
right?
yes.
Yeah, and one of the reasons for that is if it's tied to grades, and we would need to set up grade books and so forth over the summer going into next year. So a decision needs to be made whether we're going to move forward and have this in place next year or not. We need to do that now so that we can prepare for that over the summer.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. That's all.
the time was because committee meetings are only quarterly, and we wouldn't be having one again until August, which if we make a decision to do something different, it needs to be done before the next school year. It was not for voting on today.
Oh, I knew we weren't voting on it today. I was just wondering what the actions were next week. If we were just getting input today for the board, for the committee to reconsider at your next meeting, or the intention was to vote next week. So you answered that question.
However our conversation goes today, I mean, we could take it back to committee if there's enough debate or debate or conversation to make amendments, or if we decide to.
Well, I thought
Go ahead.
so that was actually, when we met on this, that was our intent, was to kind of get feedback, bring it back to the board, but then that intent changed when we found out that the next policy committee meeting was going to be in August, I believe.
August 14th.
And so that's what we asked at the end of the committee meeting is, okay, well, how does that affect us? What do we need to do to make sure that we're ready? And there would be no way to do that and be ready for the next school year unless we brought it now, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'll start off. So I kind of got the ball rolling on this for a couple different reasons. I'll just kind of share my own process and kind of my own thinking on it, and then go from there. So this was something that a couple years ago when the board enacted this, and I was watching at home as a parent, I did not feel that it was needed. As a teacher, I didn't feel it was needed at the time. And then during the campaign, talked to a lot of different folks during the campaign that came up and expressed to me, teachers, parents, even students expressing to me that it wasn't going well as far as implementation and what that looked like. And then when we got in the policy committee arena, I was very careful personally not to put my thumb on the scale. I just wanted to hear from our teachers. And really that was inspired partly by some of Ken's work when we were talking about the seatbelt policy, going out into the field, asking the field, how is it going? So once this feedback came in, it kind of reinforced my own thinking about it and my own perspective about it. So I am personally in favor of repealing the policy. I don't think it's necessary to have in place. And I have several reasons for that that I could go into, but I'd actually kind of like to hear the other colleagues here and their thinking before I kind of go into my own personal reasons. But I believe that it's something that needs to be co-created with the folks that are on the front line doing the work. I think that that's really important, that any good policy that we come up with is well informed from the field. And so I thank you guys for the feedback. And other thing I'll just say off the top is there's no one on this board that wants to lower standards for reading and writing in this county. Everyone on this board is fully in support of raising standards and continuing to do that. I think our strategic plan speaks specifically about that. You know, we have 2 specific literacy goals. We have 2 separate board priorities that are focused on literacy. And I just want to say off the top that I know and I can't imagine anyone else on this board would be interested in lowering standards at a time when we desperately need to raise them. So I'll stop there and like to hear what other folks have to say.
You go ahead. Good. I'll follow you.
Okay. Would you pass these around, please? Okay, this chart is from the North Carolina Schools Report Card. It's right online. All you have to do is go to North Carolina Schools Report Card, scroll down, and there's Moore County Schools. This is our reading performance from last year. As you can see, Moore County Schools, 40% of our students cannot read at grade level. Now, I know you're going to say this is a one-time test, but it's still a test. It's still what everybody goes by. Our proficiency composite is 62.4%. We cannot ignore this. We are not doing our kids a favor by not having them improve their reading. I mean, if you want to replace these, then tell me what you're going to replace it with. We're failing our kids. We're failing them all over the place. Ken and I go visit the schools. We always ask about the book reports. We're hearing a different story. One of our principals told Ken and me, it's the norm. We don't even talk about it anymore. We just do it. Okay, we've had other teachers, and I know Ken's going to say this, that maybe I should leave it for him, that teachers have come up to him and said, you know, I really hated you when you started this, but now I really see the benefit of it. So we're hearing both sides. Mike just said something about writing practices. We don't have a writing policy in this school. And I stood here with that writing book, bragged to the community how terrific this writing book was, and nobody ever told me we don't have a writing policy. Why is that? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Your curriculum?
Yes.
We certainly have writing standards that are required to be taught throughout the curriculum. They're interweaved throughout the curriculum.
Okay, but
I'm not-
according
I'm
to
not
the-
sure
to the North-
writing policy, what
The
you mean
writing
exactly.
book, Revolution Writing, we're not even using that. Yet I stood here and told the public how terrific this book was, because I was under the assumption that we were using it, and we're not. So as for book reports, you know, just to get rid of them, why didn't we do a compromise? Why didn't somebody say, okay, why can't the kids do a poster to reflect the book? Why can't they act it out in a play? Why can't they make a game about a character going through the events? Why can't they write a poem? There is a million things that these kids could do with reading. I don't get it why you would want to take this away. I just don't understand it. I don't understand the time factor. I think if you do something, everybody just shows their work in one period. I don't know. And then I've heard, well, we'll just discuss the books. You're always going to have one kid, two kids, a lot of kids that interpret a book a different way than everybody else does. Are they going to speak up? Probably not. They're embarrassed. And you're always going to have two or three kids that are going to run the discussion, and everybody else is going to be quiet. Okay, so if you just want to talk about something, I want to learn how to play the piano. Are you going to sit in front of me and just talk about the piano, and that's how I'm going to get to Carnegie Hall? Are we going to tell our coaches, look, no more out in the field, no more. All we're going to do is talk about football, or we're going to talk about baseball, or we're going to talk about golf. No more practice. This is practice. If you don't practice reading, how are you ever going to get better? I'm very much against this. I am for these book reports. I don't see why we can't compromise on these. At least if our teachers don't want 4 a year, cut it down to 2 a year. I'm not for that, but I'm willing to compromise. And there's all different ways, which I read, that will show the comprehension of a book. But this 40% of our children are not reading at grade level. That's over 5,000 children in Moore County, and that's a disgrace. I'm not for getting rid of the book reports.
Yeah, thank you. This is probably the most important topic we're going to discuss today. The communication cycle has certain elements that are essential to that cycle being completed: reading and comprehending, understanding and writing the response. The result of that communication cycle being completed gave us the Declaration of Independence, and it gave us the U.S. Constitution, among many others. Every despot in the world would love for our children just to be able to be in receive mode and read and comprehend what's directed. They hate the idea of being able to competently respond in writing. I think this is seminal to the teaching process. We've used the paradigm of reading, writing, and arithmetic for 200 years or better. What makes us decide now that writing is not important? And I say it's not important because we're not prioritizing it. We're not allocating resources to it. I don't think we have a writing curriculum, do we? Or have we bought a writing curriculum?
No.
Okay. So that tells me right there how important writing is. Not very. And I don't know where this comes from. Bob Levy, in his great wisdom, saw the failings in that process because we had somehow or other, we had not directed that kids produce a coherent, purposeful document. So he said, we're gonna do that 4 times a year. I was blown away. I said, I'll be doing that every week in some form. And if not a short story and a précis, then it's certain level of development, an actual, no kidding, book report. That book report represents to the parent the culmination of all that's transpired in teaching and learning since the last report. It's the one place a parent could look and say, that's what my kid is capable of. In cursive, by the way. In cursive being a handy code to counter the counterfeits that's going on in the AI world today. All kinds of English teachers right now are scratching their heads figuring out how they're going to surmount the plagiarism going on in the AI arena, all targeted at your kids. Here's an opportunity to see really what your kid can do. Pauline mentioned last year, Bob and I were approached at a graduation by a teacher, a well-seasoned and admired teacher, by the way. And she said exactly that. I hated you guys for doing that to us. But I see now how I've worked this into my repertoire. I can track a kid over time, progressively. I can see how they're really performing. And she adopted it wholeheartedly. Pauline said also we had a principal who's adopted it because it's now part of her repertoire. I think we need to relook and decide what the priorities are for our kids in teaching and learning. Certainly reading is, we've put all kinds of energy into fixing the reading problem. I'm not so sure we've put enough energy into the reciprocal, the writing problem we have. I would not vote for losing this opportunity that we've had for the last year. I think we can mature it, make it more useful to both students, parents, and teachers. Let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater here. Our kids have got to be able to write and write coherently and transmit what they believe in writing. Thank you.
Okay. I agree wholeheartedly with everything you guys have said. Mr. Levy, his concept was good, and we need to build on that. But now's the time, I believe. I'm very interested in the revolution writing, and the fact that we don't have. I want to be reminded on what revolution writing is and why it's not in why we're not using it as a writing curriculum. Where we got off course, I believe, was several years back when Common Core came into the public school arena, and we focused on reading, and we did not focus on writing so much. We need to get better at facilitating a writing curriculum. That's what my goal would be, is if we're going to get rid of this policy, we need to replace it with something else that's better, that the teachers can work with more easily and not give them the added burden of what they've already got to do, but work it in with a curriculum. Part of the problem, Ken, I believe that we have is we have a concept that these parents are getting these reports back and they're seeing the progress, but I haven't seen any reports for my own child, and I've reached out to different teachers, and it's not, papers don't come home like they used to, but if we have a curriculum, if we have a book that they can open up and that has consumables that we can send home with parents on a weekly basis or whatnot, that's more tangible to me, and we can see the growth and see all the things that as the teacher at Blended, wasn't it, that we need her on the team to help us facilitate how we can move forward in a better direction. I never liked from the beginning the policy, the way that it was written, with the graded scale. Y'all have to forgive my voice, I'm so sorry.
Before we drop the policy, let's put in place its replacement and have it functioning, and then we'll drop the policy.
I'm okay with, I would be perfectly fine with that, but we need to get the ball rolling over the summer.
Wow.
Over the summer.
I'd like to chime
Go ahead.
in. So
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, no problem. First of all, I just want to express, as a kindergarten and second grade teacher, here in Moore County Schools, I am a huge proponent of writing in the classroom, writing books, finding different ways, reading and then expressing different ways, the ways that Pauline is mentioning, how you can express and your comprehension of a book that you've read in all these different ways. I think that is outstanding, and that's high quality teaching. This policy was not written to that. So my major problems with the policy, and I am going to stand firm personally that I think it should be repealed, because I think it can be replaced with a much more effective means of teaching writing and beefing up our writing process here in the county. My own kind of personal reasons, the reason that I think that I have some problems with this is because I'm a huge believer of local control. The closer you get to the problem, the better chance you have of creatively solving it. That is a huge piece of what I believe in our educational system, and I believe that this policy just wasn't written with that. There just wasn't the kind of feedback from the field, from the teachers. What are the gaps we're seeing? What are the effective means of doing that? Book reports, I shouldn't admit this out loud, but as a kid, I found all kinds of ways to get around book reports so that it was a very rote task. And I believe that if you don't develop something from the ground up with the people, the frontline folks that are actually doing the work, then you're going to get bad outcomes from it. Second thing is I really feel like governing boards should work to reduce regulations and reduce mandates whenever they can. I feel like teachers have a lot on their plate, and anytime we talk about adding something to their plate, I've always long believed that you need to have a conversation about what are you taking away. You know, if we're going to add this, then let's have that open conversation about what are we going to take away from your plate so that you can do this effectively. Because I don't think if you keep adding things in, then you're going to get a lot of breadth and no depth. So that's another reason why I kind of think through this. Another thing that I've seen just through doing change throughout the years and helping schools and different systems to work through change, the only way that you get sustainable and successful long-term change is if it's co-created by the people that are doing it. If the people in the room that are going to be executing this policy or curriculum or whatever, I mean, we're talking about one thing today, but anything, if they're involved with co-creating it, as they're co-creating it, they're buying into what they're about to do, and then they can then lead the way in the buildings. I've seen a lot of places that try to put something out, mostly the state, you know, sometimes we'll get something to roll out from the state, they push it down, and you wonder why teachers aren't grabbing onto it and really doing it effectively. It's because they had no say in that process. And so that was my own philosophical reasons. And then finally, I actually believe that doing it in this manner will increase our outcomes. I don't believe that if we take away this policy that it will lower our standards or lower our outcomes. But if we redo it and do it the right way, I believe it can increase our outcomes, and it would. So my personal preference would be to repeal and then go back to the teachers and get feedback on writing curriculum, what is most effective, and then go from there and see how we can support that effort as a board to make sure that it's implemented well. So those are
Can
my
I say
feelings.
something? I totally agree with you. I think that it needs to come from the field. Nobody knows their kids better than the teachers. Absolutely nobody. And I agree 100% that they should have had input into this. I don't want to get rid of the policy because you know what'll happen? The can will be kicked down the road and we'll never have it again. Even though it's well-meaning, that's what'll happen. But I do agree, and I think that we can tweak this to make everybody happy. Just so the most important thing to me is that our kids read. That's all I'm interested in. I don't care about anything else. I want them to read and I want them to write. Otherwise, you're going nowhere in this world. Absolutely nowhere. So That is my concern.
You know, I think Bob Levy's effort was to put writing back on the radar screen. That was his major effort, and we have to thank him for that, because otherwise it would have no priority. It would not have a priority. We need to make it part of the priority. And once that happens, now you get the resourcing, now you get the time provided to do it right. So let's work this into something that profits our students. Thank you.
I just want to, excuse me, I got a bad voice too. I just want to, congratulate everybody and thank you for your passion. Thank you for putting our students first. I agree with a lot of the conversation today. One thing I do want to share is that we are teaching writing. We are definitely teaching writing. I want to read to you a standard because we're following the state curriculum. Use a combination of drawing, dictating, and writing to compose opinion pieces in which they tell a reader the topic or the name of the book they are writing about and state an opinion or preference about the topic or book. We are teaching this in our classrooms right now. Does anybody want to take a guess at what grade level that was? Kindergarten. And that is just kindergarten. And I have to say that I have seen that with my own granddaughter, who is in a kindergarten class in Moore County Schools. And she writes on her own. And I promise you, this is not Robin helping her on the side. This is her kindergarten teacher and her learning in that classroom. And then I also want to share that I witnessed one of the debates. I got to judge the middle school debates. The writing that they did at that middle school debate competition was incredible. And then I've heard a junior share a debate piece that was so incredible, I told her she needs to publish it. I recommended that she publish it. So I just want to say that we are teaching writing. This is incredibly important, and it's part of our literacy work. And yes, we do have a lot of room to improve because I want every single child to pass this EOC, this EOG test. But we've got to remember that community involvement. It's got to be bigger than us. It's got to be involving everybody. And I really appreciate what Mr. Johnson shared about it's got to come from the field because that's where we get the buy-in. I appreciate the policy and its intent in the beginning, but I think it is, we need to do it in a different way to make sure we're getting the writing and the reading and the literacy. So I'll be quiet at that. Thank you for listening.
Hopefully I can do this in some order that it makes sense. I will start in the middle. So my first statement is a question. What are the state writing standards, and are we required? Well, are we required by the state to have a writing curriculum? That's a yes or no question.
We do have standards. I just read one of them.
No,
the
but
kindergarten.
are we
But
required by the
it is-
state to have a writing curriculum?
No, the teachers and the curriculum staff, the team, Donna Gephardt, all the way down. But I know that they have summer workshops and they look at the data and then they come together.
Okay,
and
so the answer
professionalize
is Moore County Schools
We can decide.
believes that we are not required to have a writing curriculum.
Well, we decide if we have one or not. Dr. Metcalf, I'll turn it back
Yeah,
to you.
and I would say that our writing curriculum, we teach the standards, and there's standards for writing that are intertwined at every grade level and everything that we do. And I would say that the reading programs that we have also teach writing. So they're intertwined. So magnetic reader, for example, which is in grades 3 through 5, that has writing within it.
I'm not asking what we're doing. My question is, are we required by the state of North Carolina to have a writing curriculum?
We're required to teach the standards. Local control.
Okay. Well, okay, but I understand local control, but are we required to have a writing curriculum, whether we control it or they dictate it?
There's no requirement for, excuse me, a separate writing curriculum. Writing is infused throughout the state standards.
Okay.
And at the state level, we have the standards. At the local level, there's local control over the curriculum.
Understand, thank you. Okay, so, and it's our contention that we do have a writing curriculum, and it's infused throughout many activities that our students do, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I'm going to jump around a bit just because I took notes as people were speaking. So some stuff's just going to be out of order. Mr. Benway made the comment is if we're going to have a replacement writing curriculum, it needs to be put in place before we remove this. I agree with that, assuming that we don't have a writing curriculum, but we may because it's infused throughout. I can't answer that question, but if we don't, I agree with that.
Well, is the definition of a writing curriculum something that's prepared and purchased and implemented, or is it something we cobble together ourselves? What is a curriculum, I guess?
Well, I mean, I think it could be either one. I would not call book report assignment a curriculum. I would call that a
Right.
singular
I'm talking about
assignment.
writing.
And so I'm not sure you're replacing the book report with a curriculum. Our writing curriculum is intertwined with the standards throughout. And that's a part of our magnetic reading program. It's part of our core phonics that we do in kindergarten, first and second grade. It's a part of our middle school and our high school novel approach, which they're required to do, where they read a novel and then they do writings around that, analysis, report backs. It's required in our English 2 classes where they do in-depth writing on a number of topics, where they, to take a point of view and then they have to defend it. That is all intertwined, based around the standards, and the teacher brings that to the table. Is there a separate book that we use for writing, separate from our reading book or our social studies book or our math book? In some cases, perhaps. I think there are schools that are working some of that, but in many cases, it's because we're focusing on the standards. Part of the issue, and I think we come back to the time around the assignment, writing book reports is not a curriculum. That is an assignment that we do quarterly, and I see value in it, but part of the issue with that from the teacher's perspective that we heard from that group is the time that it takes away from focusing on the writing standards, the standards assessment, which is what this assessment is. And you're right, Ms. Bruno, it's unfortunate what our scores are on the end of year, end of course assessment. But that's a standard. That's assessing the standards. It's not assessing whether a student can read or not read. We're not doing well on it. They're not meeting the standards. And from the teacher's perspective, from some teachers' perspective, not all, this is a sampling, right? This is feedback from the field. Some saw some glows, some saw some grows, is that this assignment of the book reports takes away time to focus on the standards that they are being assessed on at the end of the year in that end of course, end of year assessment.
Wouldn't a book report be inherent in the curriculum for writing? Wouldn't that be a standard piece of the?
I was going to say, they do it, and that's, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry, Dr. Metcalf, but the evening that we voted on this, Donna Gephardt presented to us for, 15 minutes of all the things that we were doing. She showed pictures of the kids and writing that they're already doing. And that's another reason I voted against it initially, is because it's something that we already do in concept. It didn't need to be dictated by the school board in addition to what they're already doing. But no, they write reports, they write short essays often. And I do want to reiterate or go back a little bit on what I said. Elementary teachers often send home their work, but I find that in middle and high school, it just doesn't come home like it does for the elementary level. So parents might not be seeing what
I think one of the great values of this book report is that in one snapshot, how much that child has learned since the last one. So it's a great level of understanding what's going on. If we have another way to do that's great. That's fine. But I think for up until we had this policy, a parent had no way to know really what their kid could do, in writing, in handwriting. So I'm just saying that
Can I get back to my points, please?
Yep. Can I go real quick and then?
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, let's have a discussion.
Sorry.
By
Yeah.
all
So
means, if it flows,
no,
go.
it's all good. It's all good. I kind of wish we could sit around a table and
No,
you
it's
know
just
have a drink
conversation's
and
good. Well,
of water.
how-
But I will say as a parent, one thing that has been extremely apparent to me as a parent throughout all my years of these daughters going through these schools, is that writing is done in a lot of different ways. And so I do see my kids writing. In fact, my middle schooler, the writing standards are not just secluded to writing time in the elementary position or English language arts. It's not contained to just English language arts. My daughter last year at West Pine Middle, pages and pages of writing and notes around social studies. That is a huge part of her social studies assignment, is the social studies notebook. It was incredibly dense. And I just want to make the point that saying that there's no book report policy does not preclude teachers from doing book reports for their kids. These teachers that have found value in it, run with it. If they've crafted put a part of their craft and they've built it in their curriculum effectively, run with it. Absolutely, 100%. I used to love to do that with my kids, or my students as well. I call them my kids. But the pieces of writing, I'll also mention that in math, our skills in reading have to be much better now in math because of all the word-based problems. The way that my daughters have had to address their solutions that they're doing in math, my daughters have to write complete sentences in math explaining how they arrived at solutions. And so when you talk about writing and the writing standards, I just think it's important to know that it's not contained to 30 minutes a day, but it does bleed into all these other areas. With that being said, I would like personally a much bigger focus on the writing process in our schools. I just think that it's so important to take it from beginning to end, to have a product that you have. I think that's just best practice, and I would love to explore more about how teachers could do that more effectively with their kids. So I'll shut up. I'm sorry. But I am passionate about this.
That's fine.
Because I love writing, so.
I just want to make sure I finish this before I wet my pants. I know the truth of the matter. Bladder diplomacy. So anyway, continuing with my random stuff. You know, what really got me interested in this was when Mr. Lamb reported back in May, I think, he quoted Ms. Gephardt as saying, that book reports involve simple recall, and there are more valuable ways, like in-class discussion, to have students apply what they've read. We need our students to be able to write down what they want to say, not just express it verbally. Those are two different skills. You know, Edgar Allan Poe wrote to that. You know, never had a thought that I could not write down better than I conceived it. Man, I can't do that. I can conceive thoughts better than I can write them down. But we need students who can put their thoughts in writing, and we all see it. It's a problem, and maybe it came from Common Core, but you know, employers, I mean, we get students that can't even fill out a resume. You know, it looks like a text message. They cannot write a memorandum. They can't write a paragraph, right? So there's a writing problem in our society. I mean, we've lost the ability to write for whatever reason. So it's not just being able to verbalize what you've read. And, you know, the other points that Pauline made about doing this in groups, some people don't participate. Well, everybody participates in doing a book report if it's required. You know, there's no sitting in the corner and just not saying anything. So it's very important that our students be able to write down their thoughts in an organized manner. Dr. Metcalf mentioned self-selection of books. You know, many of them select books that they've already read. Okay, you know, good on them, but that's not the point, is to read the book. The point is to summarize the book in a coherent, argument and state it succinctly or make your argument or whatever. Problems with grading, Steve brought that up. Where's the time? How do we have time to do this? And what are we going to replace it with? Well, we used to do book reports. We took the book reports away. What did we replace that time with? Where did the time go where teachers used to grade book reports? You know, we used to do book reports every week or so. Okay, where'd that time go? I don't know, filling out IEPs, doing administrative burdens, my guess, but I have no idea. You know, just random thought, why is this difficult? Why can't we do what was once routine? You know, used to be weekly book reports or monthly book reports, but now all of a sudden, gosh, we can't possibly do 4 book reports a year. When I was growing up, I think we did 2 or 3 a month, maybe. But so why can't we do what we once did well and frequently? Again, these are just random thoughts. Steve mentioned closer to the problem. I 100% agree with, you know, that people are better, closer to the problem to solve it, give them the latitude. But here's the fact. Fact of the matter is, this board mandates every curriculum. I mean, we mandated this curriculum, the math curriculum, the read to write, and then we changed the curriculum on them. I mean, how many different curriculums has the Moore County School Board mandated and changed over the last 10 years? Let's see, there was what was the reading thing you mentioned?
Revolution Writing.
No.
The letters
No,
program.
right before that, the Common Core, right?
Common Core.
So there was Common Core, then there was this, and then there was that. But the point is, it's mandated all the
North
time.
Carolina.
And then we turn around and mandate. So it's not unusual that we mandate, or at least we put a left and right lateral limit on it. The other thing I would say, observation as far as it coming from the field, is I find it interesting that every year, you know, we get together, or not we, but, you know, the central office hosts curriculum development, and people work hard to do that. And they take, hey, what worked last year, what worked this year, how are we going to change it? And then they change their curriculum, or they come back with recommendations, and we have to approve this. But rather than take this and you apply the same process that we do in every other curriculum area, where they come in the summer, they assess it, how'd it do, and then they change it. It's like, oh, got to cut it off. Why is this treated different than any other curriculum that we've mandated, where they revisit it and they change it, or they come back with recommendations? So it seems odd that it's just a binary. We either do it or we don't, because that's not the normal process we follow with curriculum. And then, you know, I think the big thing is and Mr. Benway, he nibbled all around the edge of this, but he never quite articulated it. Book reports are a capstone course that synthesizes many different skills. It synthesizes and demonstrates the ability to, you know, read something and summarize it. Yes, you could do that verbally, right? But, and it, you know, organize your thoughts. But it also, you demonstrate the ability to put that down in paper. And like I said, being able to write something out is 100%, well, it's not 100%, but it's a much different skill than saying it verbally. I suffer from that. And secondly, it displays that you've mastered cursive, which is also another state standard. So we should really view this not as an assignment, but as a capstone course, you know, as a capstone. And maybe it's not appropriate for every grade. You know, this comes back to the compromise thing. You know, this is currently mandated 2nd through 12th, right? You know, maybe it's really important in some grades and not important in other grades. And, you know, maybe it's quarterly for some grades. Maybe it's twice a year as kind of a capstone thing in other grades. And maybe it's not required at all in other grades, right? Seems maybe kind of silly for a senior to be doing a book report when they're doing a major thesis level stuff, right? So I would say that rather than get rid of this, it should be revisited and recommendations come back on how to improve it, like, you know, we kind of do our other curriculums. And, well, anyway, that's it. Thank you.
And a correction, it's only through 10th grade, not 12th, but thank you.
I'm sorry to have arrived in this way. This is something I care about. I infer we're discussing the policy. So would this be a good time for me to share my opinion? Okay. I had concerns about this policy when it was passed over the recommendation of the superintendent. And imposed on the school system in a way that did not engage any input or ownership from the people in the system. I think that I felt at the time, and I know a lot of other teachers felt at the time, that it was insulting to teachers to have people who are not educators making up curricular requirements. It seemed to imply that what the teachers were doing otherwise was not of value. However, that's water over the dam. Right now, we have this policy, and I still feel this policy is wrong, but for a different reason. We did not get to be a top 10 in the state district with, I would say, bottom 10 in the state funding by spending class time on unproven strategies. We are data-driven. We evaluate our classroom and curricular strategies as they are applied, and we analyze the results. If something is not working, we change it. Every other strategy applied at the department, school, or district level is supported by evidence, connecting it with the outcomes we're looking for. And we engage in ongoing data collection to assess whether it is working as intended and whether we can take it farther, or whether it needs to be improved or corrected or replaced. In the short time I've been on this board, we have reviewed curriculum materials with feedback from schools and data, and we've had recommendations to the next step. A lot of the time they've been piloted to get additional data before adopting them district-wide, ensuring that they do work in this setting with our kids and produce good results. But there's no evidence connecting the prescriptions in Policy 5525, book reports to be completed as specified, with any desired outcomes. I was listening to the tape on my way over, and Mr. Benway was talking about defining the problem. It seems that we should start by defining the problem and then evaluate what is the most effective way to address it, not just grab something ad hoc that has no basis in evidence. So the policy committee set out to bring this policy into alignment with our district's critical evaluation of all other curriculum. We asked for data. We received it. The evidence is overwhelming that fidelity is poor, and the book reports are reducing the time available to teach the required standards. Some of you know that I am not a fan of standardized tests, but our top 10 in the state standing is of value to us because, among other things, it attracts qualified teachers. They figure we must be doing something right, and they want to be part of this. And qualified teachers are the most important thing, the most important factor in student success. So when respondents gave figures, I'm talking about the data now, I presume you've heard that. They said the time spent on the state standards was reduced by over 20%. English language arts standards make up a big part of our school report cards. We are not going to maintain that top 10 in the state status by chopping 20% or more off the time that we spend teaching them. So we put in our strategic plan, we want to improve our standing to top 5 in the state. It is not consistent with what we put in our strategic plan to take away more than 20% of time spent on ELA standards. So just to be clear, we have not yet seen the effect of book reports on ELA scores. That will show up in the fall. We cannot wait. 2 years of undermining ELA standards will put all of our students behind in ELA, that's English language arts, and the deficit will likely persist until they graduate. But let's look more closely at the fidelity issue. Teachers believe children are choosing books that are also movies and using the movie, not the book, as a source. They think children are using books they read in the past. ChatGPT will do a book report for you in seconds. I tried it out. Then you just copy it longhand. In my campaign, I heard from parents who were writing the reports for their children, and they told me that other parents they knew from their child's class were doing the same. So not only are many of our students getting no benefit from this policy because they're not reading the books, we are teaching them a very bad lesson. We are setting them up to think the task before them is too hard and their best strategy is to cheat. And not once, but over and over and over and over again, 4 times every year from 2nd to 10th grade. What we do, especially what we repeat again and again, is what we learn to do. Is this what the board wants to teach students in our schools? That hard tasks are best avoided and cheating is their best strategy? We want our students to develop grit or persistence. We want our students to develop self-efficacy, so their response to an unfamiliar task is to think, I can do this. We want them to develop integrity. We all responded to these qualities in the Navy JROTC cadets from Union Pines. We, who are adults, know how those character qualities contribute to a fulfilling and successful life. The protocol established in Policy 5525 takes students in the opposite direction. It doesn't teach them to read because they're not reading. If anything, it reinforces avoidance of reading. And it's not consistent with our strategic plan goals of high test scores and improved literacy. So let's restore respect for our educators, and let's let our educators and our curriculum specialists be the ones to decide how best to improve literacy in our students. Thank you.
I jotted down a few notes while Amy was speaking. So first of all, Steve brought up the notion that getting input for something gets buy-in and you have much larger success. That is 100% true. Additionally, and I've done lots of computer programs and IT things I've implemented, the most important thing you can do to get a successful implementation is ensure everybody at every level gets value out of what you implement. Because if somebody gets value out of it, whether or not they had input into it, input helps you design it, but making sure people get value out of it is what gets buy-in. Because if you don't get value out of it, you're going to be much less enthusiastic. So that's been my experience. Ms. Dahl made the point. First of all, Ms. Dahl must
point of order. So Robert's rules provide for not naming other members of the assembly, certainly not mistitling and misaddressing them. And my colleague has misaddressed me 3 times in a row now.
Okay, I'll say again, Ms. Dahl.
Point of order. Robert's rules provides for not using the names of our fellow board members in discussion.
Okay, the lady, 2 people to my left, made the point. First of all, the lady, 2 people to my left must...
Point of order. Obvious attempts to abide by the spirit or the letter of the rules while obviously violating the spirit of the rules is not very impressive. I don't know if that's specifically mentioned in Robert's rules, but I would ask Madam Chair to call the member to order, please.
So, Madam Chair, there was no disrespect by calling. I call you Miss Calcutt. I call Dr. Metcalf, I call Dr. Metcalf Mr. Metcalf. I do that interchangeably, and there's no objection from those people. But let me say this. I'm a retired major in the United States Marine Corps. If she calls me Major Hensley, I will be more than happy. Major Hensley, MS, for my master MBA. Major Hensley, MBA, I will be more than happy to call her Dr. Dahl. She's the one who brought it up. I don't understand the anger. I really don't understand the anger.
To be in order, with respect,
Major
and
Hensley,
civility.
MBA is my exact title. That's my educational credentials, and that's my title as a retired military officer. Major Hensley, MBA.
Could we maybe get clarification of that rule from our parliamentarian?
So, Madam Chair, I request a recess. I have to use the restroom.
Yeah, I agree. Let's take a 30-minute recess. We're going to take 30 minutes. We'll come back at 5 after 1. Thank you.
calling the Board of Education back in from recess. We were at item number 3J, the first reading of new and revised policy, and discussion was going on in regards to policy 5525, reading requirements for promotion. And at the time of recess, Mr. Hensley, I believe, had the floor. I would just remind everybody, we've had a good, healthy conversation already. So if we'll go ahead and wrap up our conversation from this and move on to the next item as quickly as possible.
Yep, I'm going to abbreviate most of the stuff I wrote down, but I do have two important things that I think the central office needs to take a look at in light of points that were made earlier. The point was made, we need to be evidence-based. Okay, great. So, did we develop a metric, and did we get data, and did we collect information as to the effectiveness of this book report policy? So I would like to know that at next week's meeting. And I'd also like to know, speaking of evidence-based, have our reading scores gone up or down since we implemented this book report? So if everything we do needs to be evidence-based, and let's look at the evidence of effectiveness of these book reports. So I'd like to know at the next meeting what metrics were collected to assess the effectiveness of these book reports, and what data was in those metrics, if any. And two, has our English performance as measured by standardized tests gone up or down since we implemented the book report? So if we're going to be evidence-based, let's look at the evidence of the effectiveness or non-effectiveness of these book reports. Thank you.
Since I had mentioned evidence and standardized scores, I want to point out that because of the time frame, students, we do not have any score results for students who have spent a year doing book reports. Those students would be taking their finals now, and those scores would be expected to come out in the fall. That was what I was suggesting that we not wait for, in the light of what, the evidence that was collected suggests is an ineffective strategy in English language arts.
So just a quick response to that. So we don't know yet whether or not this program was effective. So to make sure that it is effective and get evidence-based, it needs to run at least a year. She just made my point.
All right. So, Dr. I was
I
going
was
to say,
just for
you need to
clarification, I was just
respond.
going to
Yes,
say
sir.
that this was implemented the 23-24 school year, correct, Dr. Metcalf?
Yes, sir.
So this would be the second year we've implemented this policy. There were no metrics set up specifically to effectiveness or lack thereof of the book report policy, and if you extrapolated that this had an impact, our grade level proficiency did increase after the 23-24 school year, but there's no specific metrics that we set up to measure
Sure, and
the effectiveness of the book
I
report.
would say, not being a statistician, but I think it's awful difficult to suggest that any increase or decrease is solely due to the book report. There are other initiatives and different things that affect the outcome.
Sure.
obviously.
Yeah, but test scores didn't go down. So what we're led to believe is that implementing the book reports takes away 20% of the time so that we can teach to the test. But the evidence doesn't bear that out, because we implemented the book report and our end of grade reading tests went up. So that would be an evidence-based indicator that the book reports helped increase reading scores. So we can bring this up next week, but if we're going to discuss evidence-based, then let's talk evidence-based. Let's not pull 20% figures out with no evidence, and let's look at the evidence of the effects of our total reading program. And based upon what I just heard, the evidence supports that the book reports are contributing to the success of our language arts programs.
All right, thank you. So this, will move to action for next week. Of course, it'll be met with some more healthy discussion. I do believe that, some points that all of us made is we need feedback from our teachers. We want our children writing more, not less. And the more that we can serve our teachers and our students in that, the better off we'll be. So thank you for that. We'll be moving on to letter K, endorsement of the memorandum of understanding between Moore County Board of Education and Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Thank you, Dr. Patterson. Yes, this next item is the endorsement of our MOUs with Sand Hills Community College. We've had this MOU and the first piece of this in place, I believe, since 2015. Dr. Metcalf, it has been renewed over time, and this is for the next 3-year renewal. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Metcalf to review that with you briefly. The new addition to this, addendum to this, is the MOU that involves our More Innovative High School that's on the campus there at Sand Hills Community College that will operate temporarily out of Van Dusen Hall. Had their first student event over the weekend. That was just fantastic. Incredible positive energy and pride with those students and staff, and it was just a great, awesome event with those kids coming in and meeting the teachers and Mr. Coney, parents. Just overall great celebration of what's to come there at with our More Innovative High School. Great turnout. So this MOU addendum has to do with that, a working relationship with the Innovative High School. So I'm going to let Dr. Metcalf walk through both, and this does come with my recommendation for approval. Dr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear, and I'll just hit a couple of very quick highlights. The memorandum between us and the community college in terms of the Career and College Promise program, really it's been a successful relationship. I think when we started that out, it was just over 600 students who participated in that, and we're well over 1,200 with over 3,000 courses being taken this past year. So it's been a very great relationship. There are no real substantive changes from what the board has agreed to in the past. One change is we went from a 5-year term to a 3-year term. We did that to be on the same track with the More Innovative High School, so both would come up at the same time. Felt like we wanted a little less time between bringing that to the board, so we're going for a 5 to a 3-year. It does maintain, as it has for some time, our obligation for $60,000 for textbooks. That is something that the next deputy superintendent, as this throughout the next 3 years, will need to work with the college on, because I think the bill from them actually came in what they're paying well over $100,000. So we're getting the good end of that deal in terms of the textbooks, but they're probably going to want to renegotiate that at some point, and that came up in conversations. They were not ready to renegotiate that, didn't want to at this point, but it works to our benefit that it caps at $60,000, although the actual cost for the textbooks for our students is greater than that, but a substantial amount. So again, no substantive changes with that. The second one that we'll bring to the board is in terms of the More Innovative High School. Again, a 3-year term. Exhibit A, if you hit Exhibit A, we'll show you where we'll be located in Van Dusen and the space that they're given. Exciting times for us. The signage for the campus is up. Very excited about it. One note that you may notice that you might want to pull out and take note is the college employee. This is the full-time college liaison. We're required as a cooperative innovative high school to have a liaison, a full-time employee with the college. That's a college employee that will work closely with our team, get our students into the right courses, help advise that, make that connection between the two. The first 2 years of that employee, college employee, but the first 2 years prior to the students entering Sand Hills Community College, so this is when the students are freshmen and sophomores and only have the 2 cohorts of students, we'll pay the salary for that employee. We'll pay for that out of the state supplemental funds, 055, that we get $180,000 of Cooperative Innovative High School. So we'll pick up the tab of that salary for the first 2 years. But once our students matriculate into college classes from 2027 on, they'll pick up the salary for that and ongoing. So it's just for those 2 years when they're not receiving any funds from the state. To cover that employee, we'll cover it for 2 years, Moore County Schools, and then hand it over to the college. That's fairly common practice, although there are districts out there where it's 50-50. This really works to our benefit, though. Pick it up for the first 2 years, have them work very closely with our students, start developing the program, work closely with our principals, and then have the college pick up that salary moving into year 3 and on beyond that. We've worked very closely, Dr. Stewart has worked very closely with as has Ms. Sakuni, with the college, and identifying that person, be a part of that process, and working on the job description, because we want them to be very ingrained in the innovative high school, and more innovative high school, be a part of that faculty, although they are a college employee. So that's, just wanted to note that. And happy to try to answer any questions you may have about the 2 MOUs.
Where, that employee, is that listed on the MOU on a certain page?
2.6, I think, Dr. Stewart, in my ear.
And the more innovative MOU?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
D, 2.6D.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you.
Johnson.
Thank you. Okay. Well, the only note I had was just, and this is the first time I've seen, I was just thankful to see the, and this might have been happening for the last 20 years, but the background checks being performed on the employees, I think that's really,
That's a requirement.
really
Yes.
great requirement to have in there, that any employee of Sandhills that has any kind of contact with students have full background checks.
Yes.
So, thank you.
I have detailed input on both of them. So if we could pull up the Sandhills Promise one first, please. First of all, let me say this. These MOUs have not yet been presented to the Sandhills Board of Trustees, and historically, the Sandhills Board of Trustees has given minimal review of these, minimal if any review of these. I think you'll find that the board will be more interested in these this time. So I would suspect by the time they get done with them, they will be less generous. Just FYI, I can talk to that here in a minute. But anyway, if we go to page 4 and paragraph G, and second, this paragraph I had to read it a couple times because it was a bit confusing. I would recommend on the second line of paragraph G is inserting, well, let me just read it. Moore County school students will be subject to the Moore County Board of Education, to the Moore County Student Code of Conduct at all times while participating in the Sandhills Promise program and the Sandhills Student Code of Conduct while in a Sandhills class. I think that's ambiguous. I think if you insert the words while participating in the CCP program and, comma, in addition, the Sandhills Student Code of Conduct while in the Sandhills class. Because I assume that this means that 100% of the time they're subject to the Moore County Schools Code of Conduct, but when they're in their class, additionally, they're subject to the Sandhills. It's more clear if you say in addition to, because when I first read it, I thought it changed, and then I realized that wasn't the intent.
I would just note, not to interrupt, but I'll lean on Rich because his firm did review these for us. So,
Sure, yeah,
on how we do that.
All of this is subject to legal review, but I think it clarifies it.
We can reword that to make it more clear.
The termination clause. Let me say this, 90 days with the termination actually happened at the end of the semester. That's fine with the Sandhills Promise, but we cannot have a 90-day termination clause with it become in effect at the end of that academic year for the innovative high school. That doesn't work Because, let's say they did terminate it on us and they enforced that. It would take us more than a semester to find a home for 400 students, right? So anyway, I'll talk about that when I get to the innovative high school. The background checks that Steve brought up. So if you could bring it up, Charlie, it's on the bottom of page 8. I don't think this is stringent enough, and I think that the Sandhills Board is going to have issues with this too, for 2 reasons. So first of all, we want to protect our students, and we want to protect our students from predators, right? And it says, as Steve pointed out, that any Sandhills employee who pursuant to this MOU will have regular unsupervised contact with MCS students. Such checks, it says they'll have a background check on all employees who will have regular unsupervised contact with Moore County School students. Well, the people who are not checked are still loitering around the campus. See, on our campuses, we check everyone and there's nobody loitering around. Unless they have a guest pass and they log in, there's no loiterers who haven't had a background check. Well, according to this, there will be loiterers on campus who have not had background checks. So I think it's prudent that all Sandhills Community College employees need to have background checks, because loiterers could be sexual predators and they would be in a position to be on campus because they're authorized and perhaps attack one of our students. See my point?
I don't understand who you're referring to as all employees are required. I don't understand who.
Not all employees. Only the employees that have regular contact with our students are required to have a background check. So let's say that's 25% of the employees at Sandhills Community College. Well, the other 75% of the employees are loitering around the campus. They have access to everything. They're in Van Dusen Hall. They're in the dining facility, and they're in a position to potentially sexually attack or molest one of our students, even though they don't have regular access to the students. The point is they have access to the facility. And in our schools, everyone has a background check or they don't have access to the facility unless they have a guest pass.
This provision prohibits any employee who has a misdemeanor conviction that would demonstrate that they pose a threat, or anybody who's on a sex offender registry, or any independent contractor included in that requirement, would not have any direct interaction with Moore County School students.
No, that's my point, though, is we say they won't have access, but they have access to Van Dusen Hall, and they have unsupervised access to Van Dusen Hall because they have a badge. They can get in there. They can go to the cafeteria. They're there. They have the opportunity to sexually molest one of our students, and they don't have a background check.
Scroll down a little bit, Charlie. Just a little bit.
Let me continue, though, because the next paragraph is even worse. If you go down to that first paragraph right there, is this right here. If you read this paragraph in its totality, and I'll give you everyone a minute to read it.
Would my colleague consider letting me ask a couple clarifying questions?
Well, let me finish this one point. No, but the More Innovative High School reads the same. This is the Sandhills Promise, but the More Innovative High School has the exact same provision in it.
Scroll down a little bit, Charlie, so we can get the page number, please, sir.
Well,
page
9. It's page 9 of the. Yeah, it's page 9, but it has the same. Anyway, so this one's interesting because, and I didn't bring my highlighter, but it says that they'll do it states that they'll check the state sex offender database, the state sexually violent predator registration program, the National Sex Offender Registry every year, and ensure that no employee who has direct interaction with Moore County students is listed on any of these registries. Well, wait a minute. There shouldn't be any Sandhills Community College employees that are on the State Sex Offender and Public Protection Registration Program, the State Sexually Violent Predator Registration Program, and the National Sex Offenders Registry. This paragraph knowingly allows Sandhills Community College to hire people who are on the sexually offended registry as long as they don't have regular contact with our student, but they can still be hanging out in Van Dusen Hall, and they can still be hanging out in the bathrooms, and they can still be hanging out in the cafeteria with our students because they have access to Van Dusen Hall and the rest of the campus. This is not good. They're literally saying we might have employees who are sexual predators, and that's okay as long as they don't have regular access. Well, they'll have access because they got a badge and they can get. So this needs to be rethought out, and I don't know why this board would find this acceptable. Vis-a-vis the protection of our students.
If you look at the last sentence, it says individuals on these registries are prohibited from having any interaction with Moore County School students.
Sure, until they hide in the bathroom and rape one. Or they're in the cafeteria and they drag one in, or they're, in a gym late one night and they're a janitor and they don't have regular access, but there that student is, and they drag them under the bleachers and rape them.
I think that we should, what I understand that you're saying is that you're concerned that Sandhills may hire people that work in different areas. They're only saying that we won't have contact with Moore County School students. I don't want to assume that Sandhills doesn't have their own policy that dictates. I seriously doubt that they hire at all on their campus for anyone who is on those
This right here
registries.
says
I know
it
it doesn't
acknowledges
say
that they might.
This is a memorandum of understanding for Moore County school students, but
It's
I think
to protect
that
our students.
Sure.
It's to protect our interests and our students.
Would you be satisfied if Dr. Metcalf got a statement from them saying that they do not hire across the board?
I don't know what the solution is, but I find it unacceptable that people who will have regular access to the buildings and the grounds and the bathrooms and the cafeteria that our students wander around and attend have not had the same degree of scrutiny as Moore County School employees and as required by state law. I believe it's required. And then further, so that's the first paragraph, and that alarmed me. Then I got to the second paragraph that kind of said, well, okay, we might have these sexual predators and sex offenders and child pedophiles on our campus, but it's okay as long as we keep them, as long as they don't have regular access. Well, that doesn't mean that they're not in the parking lot waiting for the student. That doesn't mean they're not in the gym. It doesn't mean they're not in the bathroom. It doesn't mean they're not in the cafeteria. It doesn't mean that it means that those people very well could be on campus and have the opportunity to rape or sexually molest our students. That's what I'm saying, because that's what those two paragraphs say. I don't know the solution. I'm just pointing out the problem.
I think there needs to be some positive controls injected here.
Well, I don't know what the solution is,
Well,
but
I feel like the wording on our end seems as clear as it can be, but the curiosity is, what is the Sandhills?
What is Sandhills'
what
own
is there,
personal
which
policy? What
we
is
would
their?
need to look at to
Sure.
see what their hiring processes are, because I agree. I mean, obviously, 100%. That if there are individuals that are knowingly hired on registry lists, we certainly don't want our children anywhere near that kind of thing. But I would have no authority to know that that's happening without we actually engaging with them. So maybe the next step
Right.
would be
To
engaging
reach
with
out to
Sandhills. And,
Sandhills.
I mean, I have no idea. I can't imagine, reading that.
I don't think
On
that
our
they're-
end, it looks very airtight, but I don't know what their end looks like.
well,
I'd like
it's
to
not
know-
airtight because has a built-in loophole. Oh, well, they won't have regular access. Oh, okay. Won't see them in the bathroom, won't see them in the gym, won't see them on the ball field, won't see them in the, anyway.
We can confirm the human resource personnel policy of Sandhills Community College and have that as part of the presentation Monday. To answer that question, we can all make assumptions I'm pretty positive that they have high standards like we do, because they're working with young folks and young adults, and I'm pretty sure they have high standards. So we'll verify that, and we'll bring that back.
Well,
Or
look,
send an email
yeah.
out verifying.
Let me say this, their standards are different both in law and practice because they, by definition, are adults, 18 and up. We, by definition, are dealing with minors. So they have a separately, we have a more stringent legal requirement than they do. I think everyone reckons, anyway.
Could
so-
we also ask for some information on their badge system? For example, my colleague mentioned a couple of times every employee having access to Van Dusen Hall. We don't know, if they have electronic badges, if the electronic badges only give them access to buildings where they have business, and we also don't know if the badges track where they go. So if they don't, we know that for a fact that they don't.
We do. Our employees will be given a badge, but they're not electronic. That limits access, and they're not tracked at this time.
And I only bring up my observation for the protection of our students, and it at least needs to be looked at and thought about. Again, I don't know what this resolution is. Okay, moving on to the Innovative High School. Very generous of them to. Well, first of all, paragraph C, the last sentence is a fragment. Right here on page 2, paragraph C. The last sentence in paragraph C is it's a meaningless fragment. Equipment and office classroom furnishings for more innovative high school.
I think it should be a comma after college and lowercase equipment.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a sentence fragment. But more importantly, paragraph D. Very generous of Sand Hills Community College to give us free parking passes for our students when they charge their students for passes. I would suspect the Sand Hills Board to take a dim view of that. But assuming this survives their review, are we going to charge students to park at the Innovative High School like we charge our students to park at other high schools?
There's no plan to do that this time.
Okay, good. Because I don't think it'd be allowed, because I think you can only charge to offset the parking program, right? And they're doing it. Okay, I just want to make sure that was being. Okay, moving on to page 3, paragraph 2.3, food services. Actually, if you look at paragraph B, I'm going to start there. Item 2 under paragraph B, Moore County Schools, that's us, will make sure there's no confusion, will make good faith efforts to make such food service facilities available for use by the school on or before the first instructional calendar day for students. So this right here says we may not be feeding our students. And I thought most of these students came from we may not be feeding our students on day one. And I thought a lot of these students came from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. But then if you move up to 2.3, where it states high school students will have access to the food services in More Innovative High School, I assume that means once it's built. So I guess my point is, what's the food plan? And is it going to be available on day one? Because this doesn't require it.
Food will be available on day one. It'll be trucked in, if you will, from Pinecrest High School, even though Pinecrest starts after this, our day one. The calendars don't necessarily align.
Okay.
We will be offering food every day school is in session.
Okay. Awesome. Good. Thank you. I just, when I read that, I'm like, what do you mean we might? Okay, we'll bring in some Chick-fil-A or something. Okay, paragraph 4. Page 4, paragraph C. Thank you. Page 4, paragraph C. This is much like the first thing I pointed out on the other one. Need to insert, I think, also between will also adhere to and be disciplined along the student code of Moore County Schools. It just makes sure, it needs to be clear they're overlapping, not replacing. Thank you. And then I had highlighted that salary thing. We already talked about the insurance. That's, circling back when we did the insurance discussion. And then, page 6.
The point you were making on page 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I was looking at Mr. Metcalf.
Page 4, item 2.6C.
Yeah,
I
we'll
think
also
I think
adhere.
it's fine the way it is. I don't think we,
Oh, okay, you're right. It does. It does.
Okay.
It's written differently than the other one. You're right. That's fine.
okay.
Page 5, the liability insurance, we talked about that when we were talking about the insurance review. Page 6, a 90-day written notice for termination, which would take effect at the end of the semester during which the termination notice was given. That's not, I mean, this, obviously a termination is a worst case scenario, but that's why you plan for it. But, we would not be able to adjust, I don't believe, reassigning 400 students, if we got 90 days notice. It seems like there needs to be a longer divorce period to give us time to adjust. I'm fine with it on the Sandhills Promise, because okay, well, that's bad, but you can adjust. But we would not be able to adjust in a semester.
It does say that it's separate apart from the 90 days notice, regardless of the date of notice, termination will only take effect at the end of the semester.
In which notice is given,
Mm-hmm.
which is going to be about 90 days, because that's about how long a semester is given.
Mr. Schwartz, does that mean whichever is longer? Because the way I read it, it sounds like
Could
if
be
the notice was given on the second last day of the semester,
Right.
it would take effect on the last day of the semester.
It should be, that should be rewritten to protect us better.
Yes. Well, and it needs to have a 1-year terminate. It needs to have a full academic year termination, because realistically, and again, this is a worst case scenario. You got to assume amicable divorce. We couldn't adjust. Could we reassign 400 kids? And
It would be a
2 months?
challenge, but I would recommend, I understand the need to reword that or the desire to reword that, but Mr. Schwartz, we may want to look at the Oriented High School legislation, because I think there's a process in there for mediation, if it's a breakdown, and there may be a time frame as well.
Yeah.
So I would recommend, if we're going there, that we look at that legislation again.
And then, if you scroll down a bit, paragraph 7, background checks. This is the same objection I have to the Sandhills Promise. It's essentially the same language. It just provides a loophole that there could be actually it kind of acknowledges that there might be sexual predators loitering around that are authorized to be on campus, and that doesn't seem to be a good thing. And that's all I got.
As far as who's on campus, I think the public can get onto that campus. There's nothing restricting any of us from going over there, is there? So inside buildings, I can certainly see needing to have some control, but
Well, and when I say the fact is, if they're an employee, they'll be inside the buildings.
I will say this, not that this changes the desire to look at that information. We're spending a great deal of time looking at safety and security for our students. We're installing cameras. We have a meeting closely relationship with their campus police, with our school resource officers. We have a safety team. Ms. Ciccone has taken that very seriously. There are apps that'll be on every teacher's phone to be able to contact police very quickly if there's an issue. So that safety and security is something we're giving a lot of attention to.
Any further discussion? All right, thank you, both of you. Now we'll be moving on to letter L, the approval of advanced teaching roles contract with Public Impact. Ms. Sinan.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. and Ms. Simon and Dr. Stewart with us to talk about the advanced teaching roles and their recommendation to renew our contract again with Public Impact to continue to offer the training and support as we continue to roll the advanced teaching roles out in our school district. Dr. Stewart and Ms. Simon are doing a little more of a in-depth presentation on this one, just because we have new members of the board who weren't seated at the board when we approved this contract last year. So wanted to give a little context, background information about the grant that was awarded and our plans as we move forward to not only how we might spend the remaining funds, but also how we're going to evaluate the effectiveness of the program. So I'll turn it right over to Ms. Simon and then Dr. Stewart.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So ditto to what Dr. Locklear just said. So starting off with Regulation North Carolina General Assembly in Session Law 2020-78, Section 2.6.A, establish a program to develop advanced teaching roles and organizational models that link teacher performance and professional growth to salary increases for classroom teachers in selected schools or local school administrative units. So Heather and I are going to talk today about how we're doing that. So to start off, just looking at what the purpose is of ATR. And when we say ATR, we're talking about those advanced teacher roles. We want to allow highly effective classroom teachers to extend their reach. So what we're looking at is for them to be able to work with more students, extend their reach to those students. We want to make sure that we're recognizing our teacher leaders, and this gives them an opportunity to go through a career ladder and follow a career ladder without leaving the classroom, and also provides those leadership roles for them. We provide these developing teachers with embedded ongoing coaching and professional support. So Heather's going to talk a little bit about the number of residency teachers and the number of beginning teachers in schools across North Carolina, and this really helps to provide an additional layer of support for those teachers in the classroom. And then increase the recruitment and retention of highly qualified educators to Moore County schools through advanced teaching roles and through those opportunities where they can have higher compensation, where they can, go up a career ladder and also have leadership opportunities. That is a way for us to be able to recruit some highly effective teachers either back into Moore County or into Moore County.
That's Okay, so I'm going to talk about our why again, the case for change, and why we began this endeavor around advanced teaching roles and applied for the grant and are looking at implementing this model. And I'm going to talk a lot about some data points right now that are really interesting, okay? So the teacher pipeline in North Carolina, just taking a look at this data right here, I'm going to talk about some of the highlights here. The teacher pipeline in North Carolina, as far as what's happening in teaching, has been very different over the last few years. I'm going to talk about a lot of data points. One of the things you'll see is that the attrition rate for teachers leaving the profession or leaving North Carolina has gone up to 11%. You'll see that some of the data points show that last year, 25% of beginning teachers who only had 1 year of experience left the profession. A fourth left the profession entirely of beginning teachers. I think that's fascinating, just a fascinating data point to understand while we're thinking about advanced teaching roles.
Let me interrupt here for a second. I like to think our attrition rate is lower. Do we happen to know our attrition rate for first year teachers?
Wouldn't offhand, no, sir.
I would like to think ours is not 26%.
I couldn't.
Yeah.
Our attrition rate has been kind of middle of the pack for the region. And, we're not the lowest in the region, we're not the highest. We've kind of been around the middle of the pack for the Sand Hills region.
Okay, thank you.
It does speak to what's happening with the teaching profession in North Carolina as far as collectively in the context. And so that is informed by the teaching prep program, salaries, support, those kinds of things. So in whole, the attrition rate is much higher than it used to be, and 26.5% of beginning teachers left the profession. We also are looking at, this is a little bit older data, they don't have anything new, they're working on that. It goes up to 2021, but the teacher pipeline in North Carolina as far as enrollment into teacher prep programs. So in the UNC school system, so you'll see just in the graph there. We've got App State, ECU, the UNC schools as far as enrollment. And the 2012 is in blue, and 2021, which is our most recent data points, shows the enrollment rate. So you can see overall that we are understanding what's happening, that there's not as many teachers who are enrolling in preparation programs. Along with that, there is an increase of lateral entry or alternative entry programs, right? We call that the residency program. You'll see that starting in 2015, that the EPP, that's the educational prep programs, is what they call them, right? So that most beginning teachers came from educational prep programs. And now, as we're looking to 2023, you'll see that the highest percentage, which is 41% of beginning teachers, are coming from lateral entry or residency programs. So these are folks that have a bachelor's degree in something else and that are entering into the teaching profession. Yay, we love that. We want them to come. They are professionals and they have a degree, and we want them to come into the teaching profession. However, they don't have a preparation program yet. They are teaching while going to school. In Moore County, we know that about 60% of our beginning teachers are from these alternative entry programs.
I would like to interject something here
Yeah.
real quick, if we could go back. The most troubling thing on that slide is the increase over the last 8 years of, nicely put, visiting international faculty. That's another way of saying the educational equivalent of H-1B visas, which is effectively outsourcing our education to foreign visa holders, just like they did the nursing profession, just like they did the IT profession. And this is a march towards outsourcing our teachers to foreign H-1B equivalent holders. We stopped, I mean, some of those may be doing international programs or special purpose, but once, we have stopped 3 attempts to outsource our teachers, either to remote teachers, and in one case to foreign H-1B visa holders. Because if this is allowed to go unchecked, it's going to take jobs from native-born Americans and, our homegrown teachers as academia continues to outsource teaching to visa holders. And this illustrates the point that I made a year and a half ago when I intentionally torpedoed that whole program.
I would argue that the market forces are going to dictate whether teaching in the United States is a whole lot more attractive to qualified candidates from overseas than it is to domestic candidates. And it's not our responsibility to put our own students' well-being secondary to our tiny contribution to the overall market.
Mr. Redway.
Yeah, in terms of our alternative entry folks, do we have a boot camp that kind of spins them up?
Absolutely, sir. This
Okay.
is still Moore County. We have our Moore County Way, and we have a fabulous induction program and support processes in place. I'm not discounting any of that. In fact, all I'm saying is with the data, this is what we know about the teacher pipeline and the shifting, of that. And it's important for us to understand that. And we have been looking at this for years, which is why years ago we applied for the advanced teaching roles and why we've revamped our induction program and poured some funds into our mentoring program, and we look at our professional development plans within our school improvement plans. Absolutely. These are things that we're looking at. And so we understand that there are more teachers coming from lateral entry and fewer going into teacher prep programs, which is just an overall issue with the state profession. And the reason why that's important, if I continue on, is with growth data. When you think about growth data, and this is just coming from Friday Institute and DPI, that when we look at beginning teachers, of course it makes sense that they don't grow students as much as some of our veteran teachers, our more experienced teachers, our excellent teachers, right, who have more experience. So our early career teachers don't grow them as much. But when you look at on whole, residency license teachers actually have a larger gap there, where there's 23% do not meet growth as compared to the other entry points, because they're in their prep program at the same time as teaching. It's a little bit harder. And so that's why it's important to know that if the percentages of lateral entry residency licensed teachers go up, it's also impacting that growth data because they're learning as they're doing. Again, not a bad program. I'm not saying anything about that. And we absolutely want some awesome professionals to come here. We want to recruit the best. It's just something to note around how do we support them while they're in the classroom. Continually, so then thinking about that, on average, beginning teachers, like we said, because of prep and experience, are less effective than our more experienced peers, right? That just makes sense. And beginning teachers are more likely to leave the profession, right? It said 26.5% last year. And then the turnover costs, when we lose a teacher, costs the district approximately $13,000 because of time, paperwork, training that we've poured in that we've now lost, right? And it results in then probably hiring, looking at the teacher pipeline, more beginning teachers, more early career teachers that we hire as a replacement. It's just the cost of that. And then since beginning teachers are more likely to work in high need schools, obviously student access to experienced teachers is less. And that's because obviously there's a myriad of reasons why low performing schools have a higher turnover rate. But therefore, they're more likely to recruit early career teachers or beginning teachers with the existing structures for hiring and pay that exists in North Carolina. And there's the challenge for many of our teachers is that they often work alone. They lack embedded professional support, especially for our early career teachers. While we have a fabulous induction program and we have a lot of professional development in place, and when you talk to Donna Gephardt and her team about what they do with curriculum and instruction, right? We've got a lot of things in Moore County, but in general, I'm talking about in general, that novice teachers don't have as much embedded professional support. Excellent teachers have limited options to have greater impact. They have one class, those many students, right? So they have limited options to extend their reach. Experienced teachers don't have as much career advancement unless they want to become an administrator. We're talking about increasing pay. We lose excellent teachers to other jobs, other careers, and other districts that can increase their pay. Not all students then experience consistent, excellent teachers with the turnover that might be happening. It depends on the turnover data. Each school is unique, each district is unique. I'm talking about general terms. The one teacher, one classroom model does restrict student access to effective educators because you've got your one teacher. A teacher leadership program allows more co-planning and more small group instruction. So that's what I mean by access and that consistent access to small group instruction. Again, Moore County way, we have targeted intervention. We look at data. We're trying to maximize what that looks like by thinking about teacher leadership. We always say more people, more time, right? And the research on early intervention and literacy, for example, Ms. Bruno, for literacy is 30 to 45 minutes per day to intervene early in K2. And if that's the research, we need more time, more people, right? And so, and then principals are often stretched. And we want to look at distributive leadership and how we can increase teacher leadership because we know that collective efficacy has that 1.57 effect size, and that's from Hattie. And we've talked about those effect sizes before. And so those are the challenges and why we need to be prepared and keep an eye on all of the data so that we can think about our solutions.
This is primarily an elementary school issue, yes?
I wouldn't say that it's primarily an elementary school issue. I think that there are issues in the elementary as well as middle grades and secondary that teacher leadership absolutely can work through. So,
But the preponderance of teachers in this category would go to elementary school, to starters, yes?
That's a great question. When we look at some of the teacher pipeline and looking at some of the data and who are actually coming out, there's a lot more elementary teachers that are graduating and EC teachers that are graduating than middle grades and secondary.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Stewart, sort of relevant to my colleague's question, I've understood that it's been the case for a long time that a lot of high school teachers used to be lateral entry, now residency licensed because of the need to be specialists in a field. Is that a long-term, like stable long-term for high school?
I'll have to go and get the data for you on that specifically, and then what we're trying to accomplish with the teacher leadership for maybe at a secondary level, right? So they know their content and they can learn the standards, but we're also looking at professional learning teams, data-driven decision-making, classroom management, all of those other pieces that are around being an effective teacher. So one of the solutions would be the advanced teaching roles. The legislation allows us to create advancement for positions for teachers who can reach more students with excellent teachers, right? Pay teachers more for extending their reach, fund within regular budgets, and provide in-house professional development. We're looking at that job-embedded support for our early career teachers and all teachers. We're looking at our Moore County way, but we're also trying to think about multiple approaches to supporting teacher effectiveness. We really do have a comprehensive induction program and a mentoring program, but we're looking at ways in which we can plan ahead and think about the individual needs of our schools. So it is in addition to what we're already doing. So what is advanced teaching roles? Let's go back to the context of the House Bill Appropriations Act for funding to offer stipends for multi-classroom leaders. So multi-classroom leaders, or MCL, is also adult leaders, or those teacher leaders that we're talking about. And so they have, there's this bill that is allowing for that, which is providing funding. So you'll see the advanced teaching role schools receive $10,000 per adult leadership teacher, or multi-classroom leader. That's up to 15% of the school's total teaching staff. So to give you context, an Aberdeen Elementary School that has a large staff would get 4 multi-classroom leaders, or 4 adult leaders that the state would pay for. Beyond that, we would use our own funds. The adult leadership criteria works in a classroom providing instruction for 30% of the time. So that's direct instruction to students. They lead a team of teachers, up to 3 to 8 teachers. They share performance responsibility for their own students or the teachers on the team. They share performance data, performance responsibility, and it is not a school administrator. That's that criteria for the adult teacher leader. The other funding that comes from the House bill is looking at the classroom excellence teacher, or the team reach teacher, which provides a supplement of $3,000. A school can have 5% of their teaching staff be a classroom excellence teacher. Again, in a large classroom, or large school like Aberdeen Elementary, that's 1 to 2 teachers. 2 teachers is 5% of the whole staff. The criteria for that is a teacher in an advanced teaching role, right? They're still a teacher leader. They assume or maintain responsibility for at least 20% additional students compared to their most previous years. That's about 4 or 5 students. They're taking on 4 or 5 extra students in their classroom. They are a member of an adult leader team. So they have a MCL who is supporting them. We are, I think, very critical about that role. We use data to determine that. We don't have any at this time. But a good example of what that might look like, just so that you think about that team reach teacher, a good example of that would be a team of 4, say in 3rd grade. You've got a multi-classroom leader who is supporting those teachers with educator effectiveness, right? And co-planning, co-teaching. You've got an early career beginning teacher, 1st year in a residency program. And then you've got this veteran teacher who's exceeded growth. taking 4 or 5 kids from the beginning teacher classroom and sticking them in the veteran teacher, paying them that $3,000 supplement in order to increase their class size to lighten the load of a beginning teacher. That's a model that we would consider, because you think about lightening the load for a beginning teacher around classroom management and learning the curriculum, first year, residency license. That would be an example of what we would consider it. We don't have these Team Reach teachers at this time. It would be an individual decision based on each school and their principal looking at their model and their needs. So that's just an example I wanted to make sure that I provided. Some other common terms, just want to make sure that we're aware. The NCDPI, right, DPI's terminology is adult leader. We also say multi-classroom leader. Classroom excellence teacher or Team Reach teacher, they're synonymous. And then Reach associate, which is a teacher assistant or a Team Reach associate. Those are those teacher assistants that are more prepared to provide extra support and small group instruction. We pay them a little bit more to be highly qualified. There are 2 types of adult leaders, those adult leaders or multi-classroom leaders. There's a full release MCL or a partial release MCL. A full release MCL does not have a class of record. They are supporting teachers on their teams, but they don't have their own class. They push in, do co-teaching, co-planning, and small group instruction. They still provide 30% of instruction, direct instruction, whether that's whole group and small group within those classrooms that they're supporting. A partial release MCL has their own class and then releases out to go support teachers on their team. And that's during professional learning teams, during their planning time, before and after school, and sometimes when their students are able to work in stations or independently and have support from a Reach associate where they can go then push in other classrooms to provide small group instruction. So those are the 2 types of MCLs that we look at with our model.
Heather,
Yes, ma'am.
would you tell me what an opportunity culture school is?
Oh, thank you for asking. So the company with which later on in the presentation that we that we partner with, that provides our design support for advanced teaching roles, calls it opportunity culture. Advanced teaching roles model, opportunity culture. It's a culture of opportunity for growth. Great question. This is our advanced teaching roles career ladder in Moore County. It does depend on the school and the needs for the type of role that might be in that school. But this is our career ladder for Moore County. So starting at the bottom, we have our Team Reach associate, which is the teacher assistant who is highly trained and will provide some small group instruction or release time possibly for a partial release MCL. We pay them more to be highly trained and provide a lot of support for them. The team teacher, that's just defined as somebody who is on an MCL team. We want to monitor who those teachers are and monitor the performance and their growth. And so we do note who a team teacher is. The Team Reach teacher, those are those classroom excellent teachers that takes on more students, up to 20% more, which is about 4 or 5 students. There's a salary differential of $3,000. We don't have any at this time, but it is part of the model. Then we have multi-classroom leaders. There's a MCL 1, MCL 2, MCL 3. Depending on the number of teachers that they are supported. If they are supporting 3 to 4, they get the base salary differential of $10,000, which comes from the State Board of Education allotment. And then we have multi-classroom leader 2, which supports 5 to 7 teachers. They get the $10,000 that we receive from NCDPI, and then $2,000 more for serving more teachers. That comes within their school budget. Then the last one, MCL 3, 8 to 9 teachers. And this is really more of a secondary, if you think about a secondary level in a middle or high school where they're serving more teachers. They could get up to $14,000. That $4,000 comes from the school budget. The $10,000 comes from the state.
So just a
Quick
comment.
question? Oh.
Yep.
This becomes a mentor building program here.
It does.
Yeah, great. Yeah, right.
Absolutely, that's what we're hoping. They're working with those team teachers, building the capacity of those. They might become multi-classroom leaders in training, and then eventually become multi-classroom leaders. Absolutely, building the excellence of our staff.
Quick question. And you said this, and I'm not sure I got it right. Did you say that this is a Moore County Schools structure? What we're looking at right now?
It is.
Okay.
It is typical of
Not a
advanced
state.
teaching roles across the state where they have a career ladder similar.
Mhm.
Some pay less with their MCLs and maybe start at $8,000, and some pay more depending on the number of teachers that they're serving. In some districts, they're able to pay, up to $25,000 for that MCL3. This is our salary ladder.
And is this the differential that the school makes up? The school improvement team discusses that and recommends for anyone that's going to get level 2 or 3 above the 10,000, or
The number of teachers they serve then is how much they'll get. So if they serve 5 to 7 teachers, they'll get the $12,000. How it's determined of who is being served is based on data, based on the design team and the school improvement team together, looking at our data and where the needs are and what content areas, and then who gets served and how many.
but also available funds too, like.
Correct, if you
to
have the extra $2,000
Right.
or if you have the extra $4,000 within your school funds. And there are
Gotcha.
multiple ways in which you can do that.
Okay.
I did want to touch upon the duties and protected time. Again, you want to working with the principal to ensure that they can fulfill the needs and extend their reach and increase teacher effectiveness. That's what we're looking at, increase overall educator effectiveness and providing that extended reach to small group instruction. A lot of their time is spent with small group instructions, extending that reach of direct instruction and whole group, their own and in others, as well as providing small group instruction in other classrooms and their own. But they also have regular scheduled planning where they're working with multiple teams, their own, as well as the teams that they're serving. They lead common planning time. We're looking at co-planning, especially. Think about a residency licensed teacher who hasn't unpacked the standards yet and don't know the lesson flow. So we're co-planning and doing that with the teacher, step by step, or for them initially while we hand over responsibility. That's what that looks like. Team leadership responsibilities. They will work with the whole team on how to maximize small group instruction, not just as the MCL on how they are effective, but how you can improve your effectiveness on my team and what that looks like. Let's look at the data. Let's make those lesson plans. Let's make those intervention plans. Bi-weekly, weekly support with the teachers that they're working with for co-teaching, all of the how to be a teacher. What does this really look like? And guide and direct those teacher assistants that are working with those small groups of students and within their classroom. They serve on instructional leadership teams. They serve on MTSS teams and SIT teams. Our great teachers do that already, so they'll continue to do that. And they'll work with the principal to problem solve and monitor the implementation of their model. And so those are just some of the duties and protected time that they have. We do have a hiring process and evaluation process for Moore County. It's listed on the Moore County Schools website. We have postings right now for MCLs in our elementaries and middle schools. The qualifications are, they need 5 or more years of experience. They need exceptional, accomplished ratings on their North Carolina Educator Evaluation Summary. Their EVA scores, they have to be meeting or exceeding growth within the positive. And then we have a district screening process where we do the interviews at the district level before recommending down to schools that this might be an appropriate candidate. For evaluating our multi-classroom leaders, we look at the EVAS ratings, the NESIS ratings for themselves and for their teachers. We're hoping to improve that for the teachers that they're working with. We look at the EVAS scores for themselves if they work with students, as well as the teachers that they're working with over time. Is that improving? The team teacher growth, we use a variety of data points for that. It might be iReady data. It might be classroom management data and discipline data. So a variety of data points for looking at that. And a renewal process after 2 years, after every year, evaluating and doing some self-assessment around the effectiveness of that multi-classroom leader and renewing every year or every 2 years and what that looks like. We are in the process of designing that a little bit more effectively, and we give you more information about that later. But we definitely are keeping our high expectations for these teacher leaders. We expect them to be educational influencers, and so we have high expectations for the work that they're doing. For the Advanced Teaching Roles Grant, which is a part of this whole model, we applied for that grant and got it, as you know. Currently, there are 35 districts that have received or working within the grant. They have grant funds. There are 21 districts that have partnered with Public Impact, that are currently partnered with Public Impact to help design advanced teaching roles. 35 currently have the grant, and 21 are partnering. There are some that are small and only partnered with their initial year because they received so many funds and have already weaned off their partnership. And there are others who renewed their grant, and so they partnered earlier and aren't partnering now because they've already taken on the ownership of implementing the design and implementation of advanced teaching roles, which is what we're working toward as well. The Friday Institute has started to collect some data about the effectiveness of advanced teaching roles in North Carolina. Last year was the first report. This year there should be a report coming up maybe later in June. There's a sharing session coming up later in June. But the initial report shows that advanced teaching roles had a significant impact on academic growth in math. There was an impact on growth, EVOS growth, for those districts that were implementing advanced teaching roles. You'll see they had fewer percentage that did not meet growth. And then overall increased satisfaction of the teachers, leaders themselves, and those who are working with those MCLs. There's an increase in satisfaction, which really is very important when you think about recruitment and retention.
Okay. I need to turn my mic on. So the ATR grant, Moore County Schools, we had an initial request for $500,000 for the ATR grant. North Carolina Department of Public Instruction provided additional funding for us to spend $150,000 for the implementation plan for 2024-2025. This was like a fast track design for us so that we could start earlier. We actually started in March of 2024 with implementation and the designing those practices with Aberdeen Elementary, Southern Middle School, and Pinecrest High School. The funding, the $500,000 was spread out over a period of 4 years so that we could build the sustainable district model. So what does that timeline look like? For 23-24, $150,000, that was that initial part to go ahead and start designing for those 3 schools. 24-25, and then throughout to 2027, it's $166,666.66. So how are we using those grant funds? So they're awarded to local school administrative units and can be used for any of the following reasons. So we've got that bulleted there. Those are the things that we can use the grant funds for. We cannot use them for the bonuses or the teacher salary. We cannot use the grant funds for that. So when Heather was sharing the pieces where it was $10,000, $12,000, $14,000, that cannot be the grant funds that we get for this. We cannot use for that. We use this for the development of the advanced teaching role plans. So as we are planning and as we are implementing and as we are designing, we want to make sure that we have those effective plans in place. We also include professional development courses for our teachers. So those teachers who are part of the advanced teaching roles get targeted professional development based on their role. It's also used for contracting, which is what we're asking for with Public Impact. And what they do is they help us with those processes and procedures, getting those in place. So Heather talked about this a little bit. This is the State Board of Education funded salary differentials. Again, for the adult leadership teacher, or the MCL, that is $10,000 supplement. When you looked at the career ladder that Dr. Stewart had shared earlier with the $12,000 and the $14,000, the schools will make up the difference there, but we are only getting $10,000 per teacher. And again, that's 15% of the school's total teaching staff. That's the only amount that they'll award to us. And then the classroom excellence teacher is $3,000. Again, this is the teacher that would take on some additional students. Again, we're not doing that at this point. And Dr. Stewart shared some reasons why we would do that. When we look at the funding that we have for advanced teaching roles, it all falls under PRC 022 funds, but we've got two buckets there. So one bucket is the grant funds, which is what I was just talking about. That's that $500,000. That's distributed through the grant through DPI. It's for a 3-year term, but we can apply for a second term. And then the funds are used again to contract with the consultants, professional development, and any other transition costs that we may have. For the salary pieces, that is State Board of Education salary supplements. That state funding is provided through Session Law 2023-134. It's ongoing based on the number of participants we have. We have a spreadsheet that we do with finance that says who those teachers are and how much they should be getting paid for those pieces. And then increased funding proposed. So there's increased funding proposed from the state as well. So what we have in place currently, our first cohort year, 24-25, Aberdeen Elementary, Southern Middle, and Pinecrest High School. So that's what we've had this year. For next year, we have Sandhills Farm Life Elementary, Southern Pines Elementary, and Cranes Creek Middle School will be implementing. So they've spent this year designing what their program would look like for ATR within their schools. And then they will start implementing in 25-26. Currently, we have 7 multi-classroom leaders, and that's from cohort 1 from those 3 schools. We're planning on 5 to 7 more in cohort 2. Cohort 2 with those 3 schools, Sandhills Farm Life, Southern Pines, and Cranes Creek Middle. Those are currently posted, and we are in process for interviewing for those. And then we're also at this time recruiting for cohort 3. And I'll talk about that in just a minute. So from the field, these are just some quotes that we got from some of our teachers and principals around the ATR model and what they think of it, how they feel about it from this year. Overall, the feedback has been very positive. One of the things that has kind of come through with each one of these is that leadership role without leaving the classroom. We have some amazing teachers in our buildings that have leadership potential but do not want to be an assistant principal, do not want to be a principal. So this gives them the opportunity to have that leadership and share their best practices and coach other teachers that need that additional assistance. And it allows them to reach more students. The last one there, you'll see one area that could be strengthened is providing additional training specifically for MCLs. So looking at what that role is for a multi-classroom leader and how we can continue to build them in their coaching capacity. And that's something that as we move forward, we have lots of plans for that with the professional development. All of the professional development, all of the pieces that we have are going along with the Moore County Schools way. With our professional development, it is focused on those initiatives that we have in Moore County Schools. We are not doing something completely different. We are looking at professional development so that we can make sure that our advanced teaching roles teachers, our teacher assistants, are looking at their school-specific needs, but also taking those initiatives that we have in Moore County, those pieces of the Moore County Schools way, all of those things that we feel are important so they can continue to coach our new teachers in those areas. Ongoing support. We have direct coaching and collaboration within district departments. So there's a very clear partnership between our advanced teaching roles teachers and our curriculum instruction department. They support both the MCLs and the administrators. We have our monthly virtual meetings. where we look at problem solving. You know, if there are certain things going on that we need to have, you know, a problem of practice and look through it. How are we handling this issue? What are some things that we can do a little bit differently? What's going really well? And sharing those best practices across schools. If there's something that's really working at Southern Middle, we want to make sure that the other schools are aware of that so that they can continue those practices as well. Not just virtual meetings, but making sure that we're face-to-face as well. We have in-person sessions with all of our MCLs. And then deep dives into the instructional leadership, the impact, the accountability. So just looking at all of those things to make sure that what we're doing is impacting instruction, impacting our students in a positive way. And then site-based classroom walks. So as we go in and we're doing instructional rounds, we're looking at what is happening in those classrooms. How are small groups going? What type of coaching is happening with those teachers? And then also feedback and strategy refinement. So making sure that we're going through those coaching cycles and we're giving that really good feedback to our teachers and our administrators about how it's being implemented within their schools. So the design and implementation timeline you'll see there. We are looking at, as we continue on, the reduction of services from public impact and opportunity culture, because it's something that we want to make sure that we are doing on our own. We are building the capacity of our district team, of our principals, of our teachers, so that we can go ahead and take that on, and we're not having to, you know, continue with that contract. We still have work to do, and so we still want to continue that work with public impact and opportunity culture. But as we build that team, looking at 25-26, which is next school year, we will have 6 schools that are implementing. So the 3 schools that implemented this year, 3 schools that are implementing next year. And then we're also looking to add 6 additional schools for designing. Those schools have yet to be determined, and we will continue to recruit and see who is interested in doing that. So with our ATR cohort design, we are looking at that district and school design assistance with that public impact opportunity culture contract. Recruitment and selection support. As Dr. Stewart shared, there is a specific process and framework that's followed for recruiting and retaining our MCLs. It's not just, hey, Jamie Sinan's interested, let's do it. We're looking at that teacher's data. We're looking at the impact that they've had, because we want to make sure that we have our strongest teachers in those roles. Selected professional learning, all aligned to the Moore County Schools way and all aligned to the initiatives that we have in place in Moore County Schools. Opportunity Culture School Excellence Portal, which is it's a bank of online resources that we have available to us for all of these things. And then our deliverables throughout is that ongoing consultation. So we can pick up the phone and we can call those folks and they'll help us out if we need some assistance with something. The school design series, virtual optimizing and scaling, summer professional learning, and then the school year launch. So just making sure that we have that support provided from the experts on how to make sure that we're implementing and designing appropriately. This is the scope of the work for the contract. You'll see there that it's the total is $122,520. I'm struggling this afternoon. $122,520. You'll see in there the things that we just talked about: the ongoing consultation, the assistance with the co-designing, and then the virtual professional learning for our newly hired opportunity culture roles. And so the request is to contract again with Public Impact to provide the technical assistance, the professional learning, so that we can continue to design and implement advanced teaching roles. It'll be effective upon board approval until the conclusion of the cohort design services, which will end July 31st, 2026, which is the end of the year next year. And we will
Is that date
answer any
the
questions.
end of the 4 years of the original contract? That would be 1 year remaining. Okay.
Third year.
But we got a grant that covered 3 years plus an additional 1 year, right?
So this is just the contract for contracting with Public Impact. It is not the advanced teaching roles grant. We still have more time with that.
Right. I was just trying to get straight how those two mesh with each other. So thank you.
There was,
Slide 23.
There's the grant to implement it, which is
microphone.
Yep.
there's the grant to implement it, and that's limited in duration. Then there's the money to fund the advanced teaching roles, and that's in effect, that's at the will of the General Assembly with a, they want to continue it.
Yes, they've been very
Yes.
supportive and actually
Right.
are looking to increase funding for this
Right.
going into the next
Yeah,
budget.
there was a slide that explained
Yes,
that.
sir.
So I kind of misspoke. So just to summarize, there's a grant to limited duration for the implementation. That's paying the public impact part. Then there's the ongoing funding of the salary increases, which is in perpetuity or at the will of the General Assembly.
Yes, sir, and correct, with the extra money was to do startup quicker. This year one, in a normal grant cycle would be planning for implementing this coming up year, but they gave us an additional 150 to fast track it and actually implement it this year for the first school. So that's why that fourth piece got added in. And so you're correct. So we're in the first year and we have 2 years after this year of the grant.
Is that good?
Okay.
That's it, yeah.
Question.
Any other?
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Benaway.
Oops, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying, I was going to ask if there, anybody had comments or questions.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
referring to slide 28, what was your criteria for selection of the schools in each of those cohorts?
Do you want to talk about that?
Yep. Thank you for asking that. So the initial year, fast track, right? We only had a few months to do that. We chose Aberdeen Elementary, Southern Pines Middle School, and Pinecrest High School. 1, because they're feeder. 2, because Mr. Kransicki and Miss Phillips had already participated in looking at advanced teaching roles, participating in looking at the sharing sessions, and had done a great deal of learning around that. Mr. Poole, who had been at Aberdeen Elementary, had also been a part of that, and so they were on deck. And then Miss Kelly came on board when we chose the cohort for that to pilot the pilot year. The second cohort, we looked at a variety of factors. One thing you'll notice is some similar characteristics. We thought about, who has a large early career teacher population, who's had a large turnover rate, but also who has some school leadership that's been in place that knows a little bit about advanced teaching roles. And so some of those principals that participated in the sharing sessions and learning more about it, or who've partnered with the existing principals. And so not going to a principal who just started, possibly, right? So we look at all of that criteria. I will say that for Sandhills Farm Life, they're a wonderful little school that has a really stable teaching population. However, they've also been there a really long time, and when they retire, they might retire all at once, and then they're going to look at such a new early career teaching force. And so, in preparation of, right, a lot of interest around what might that look like. And so, Ms. McPherson really wanted to be a part of this process.
Okay, great, thank you.
So while we're on slide 28, I have a question on this one, if I could. Since we're hiring consultants to implement this, why so slowly? Why don't we just do 12 schools next year? I mean, is there a bandwidth limitation on our part, or the consultant's part, or?
No, the cost of how many that they will help you design and how many then they provide that follow-up coaching support. The cost obviously
I
is
understand,
different.
but we could pull forward 26, 27 funds and just do 6 schools next year. Why are we only doing 3 at a time? Because it'll take us 6 years to do it.
I think part of that, and I don't know, I'm trying to answer for you, Dr. Stewart, but I think a big part of that for us is we want to do it right. We want to do it in such a way that's sustainable, such a way that we're able to sustain past the grant. And so that's why we've tried to do it in a very intentional way, try to do it in a way that we can wrap our arms around it as a district. You mentioned the word bandwidth. That's part of that. We want to make sure we do it with fidelity and that it's sustainable. Sustainable not just in funds from the state legislature, but sustainable in leadership and practices. So I think that's a big reason why we've done it this way. And districts that have done it successfully, I think they've looked at it in that way.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's what I was
Well,
going
I
to
had
say.
a similar question. So, 15% of the teachers, let me get the slide so we can get the number right here. So this would be slide.
You can go to slide 25.
Sorry. Yeah, slide 25. So 50% of the school's total teaching staff. So that's
That is eligible for the funding from the State Board of Education.
Right.
You are correct that it doesn't mean that we couldn't create a model or a design in a school that would be above the 15%. There is no reason why you couldn't have half of your staff being a teacher leader. However, it is not supported with additional funding for the supplement, and we would have to use our local funds to do so and our allotments to do so.
And actually, had something different, but so the 15%, is that certified teaching, classroom teacher staff? It's not instructional support certified people?
Correct.
All right, so we have 7 currently, which would be, if I'm doing my math right in my head, that's less than 15% of our, is there a reason? Is it because of certain staff members that we're not, I'm trying to ask, are we leaving any money on the table? If we have more opportunity to include more teachers,
Right.
what would be the limitations of doing that? Why would we?
Or paying for that pocket.
Right, so the number of MCLs, meaning in cohort 1, how many were at each school, correct? So-
Right.
Right.
So 7 of the first cohort, 7 total.
Absolutely,
Okay.
it was designed based on data and the needs of the school, and while you could get up to 4, that doesn't mean that that's an appropriate model initially in the pilot year, without having enough support around what does this look like, how do we support them. We need to increase their capacity to learn how to be instructional coaches. They're fabulous teachers, but there's a lot of professional learning that goes with that. Plus looking at data. If we're recruiting from outside, they might come from someplace else, so they have to learn the Moore County way. They need to learn about our core phonics, about our Eureka program, about some of the professional development that we have. So it's really looking at the needs of the school, the needs of each grade level, and the teachers that they have.
The other thing I want to share too is that the state is only providing the salary differential. They're not providing the allotment. So we're using those teacher allotments for those positions as well. So they're just giving us the $10,000. They're not giving us the whole allotment for that teacher.
Gotcha. But would it be safe to say that?
I didn't understand that.
So that basically they're not providing more teachers. They're putting the $10,000 is on top of the current teachers that we currently have, which makes sense.
Are we recruiting additional people? Or are these just roles that are being modified or amplified into multi-classroom leaders?
We're utilizing the allotments that we have, the teacher allotments that we have. And then if we have, it may be some folks that are coming in that we're recruiting from other places. It could be that they're our own teachers that are here within the district. But we're using whatever teacher allotments we get from the state. They don't provide additional allotments or additional teachers for this. It's just the salary differential.
And I was just going to say that I'm sure the goal over time would be to get to that 15%, that you're building it up so that we're taking advantage of all the state is giving us for allotments. So like at Aberdeen, where there's 30 classrooms, your goal would be to get to 4 or 5, I would assume.
Well, I would say the goal is to design it and keep designing it and putting it in each school based on the needs and based on what works at that school.
Right.
15% of the Pinecrest High School teaching staff is a
11.
pretty large number. I don't want to do it off the top of my head.
It's 11.
It's 11, thank you. But right now, Ms. Phillips and then the future principal at Pinecrest, they'll have to grow that based on what they can manage, based on creative scheduling, again, because you got to use your existing workforce and give that stipend. And so we're doing it in such a way to be sustainable. So that puts some guardrails on what you would be able to do. But yes, it's awesome to be able to think about how can we grow this and implement it across every school in our district based on what's needed at that school and what we can creatively do. It's more challenging probably at a High Falls that has a small teaching staff or an Elise versus a Pinecrest or a Southern Bend. Again, this team's been in the weeds doing the work. But I think that's kind of a big picture of what we're looking at. I don't think I've misspoke. I'm looking at the team to see if I stepped in,
Right.
but I don't think I did.
Well, no, I think it's great. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think it's a great opportunity for retention of our teacher leaders, and I think it's also everything you described as far as helping younger teachers and these other licensed teachers to come up to speed and to be supported, and especially not by an admin, because admins have so much on their plate as well. I think it's fantastic, and so my excitement is around, whenever the state gives you a chance to pay for more, once you can grow it and get there, I'd be excited to see more. So
I just want to throw in that, I'm listening to this as possibly the only former lateral entry licensed teacher, beginning teacher in the group. And I understand that 26.5% leaving. I understand that very well. It's brutal. So I love this. I would have liked to have that kind of support.
Back to our request on slide 32. Again, we're hoping that what we're doing with this partnership with Public Impact is they're teaching us how to design advanced teaching roles in the way that the research supports what this is like, a career ladder, the interview process, the support process, how you design that within the allotments and the monies that you have. They've been teaching us, and we have a design team that meets now monthly to go through what they've given us and what this looks like in Moore County. Our hope is that we're utilizing them for all of their knowledge, and then we will be releasing them away and build our own capacity so we continue to develop the model and utilize any grant funds for our own professional development plan for our teacher leader roles as well as our principals, and use those monies instead for our purposes.
On this slide. So, yeah, according to this slide, we've got 2 more years of Public Impact, and they will get us half of the schools implemented. Then we're going to self-implement the other half of the schools. That's the takeaway from that slide. Okay, so I am for I am for advanced teaching roles. I mean, when I first got in on the school board, I was shocked at the flat command structure org chart of schools. I mean, a principal of Pinecrest, everybody reports to her. There's there's little hierarchical structure, and that's just not that's a very poor way to run an organization. So this is implementing a chain of command and a organizational chart with leaders. And, the other thing I'd say is, the reason, they're developing a staff non-commissioned officer corps, junior officers, and, delegating to junior officers and NCOs is why the U.S. military wins wars, because other militaries don't do that. So anything that delegates down, empowers people, and makes a more hierarchical structure is better. I do have a couple points, though, a couple statements to make. Yes, sir.
Microphone.
They're building a bench, and in building that bench, you're building good candidates.
Yeah, right.
For principal,
You're building a
et cetera, et
pipeline,
cetera.
too.
I think that's a good professional development pyramid.
Sure.
You got working.
There's nothing, and look, fundamentally, I mean, I've been asking us to look at a performance-based pay program, and that's what this is. Finally, government, academia is shipping to performance-based pay, which is what we should do. Pay your better performers more. Okay, slide 13. I do want to point one thing out, though, actually a couple things on slide 13. If you look on the right, a teacher, classroom excellence teacher, they're going to get paid 5% more to teach 20% more children. That is a bad deal for them. That's a great deal for us, because we are getting someone to teach 20% more, and we're paying them 5% more. Just food for thought. But the problem with that is that in order to do that, they have to grow their classroom size 20%. So over here, Steve and Amy were kind of nibbling around the edge like, wait, what's this? How are they paying for this? And how are we going to pay for this? Well, it's right here on this slide, right? The person on the left gets $10,000 more, and they're teaching 70% less, right? At least 30% of the instructional day. So the people on the left are going to teach, say, 60% less because they have this leadership role. And we've already decided, or just a while ago, that we're not going to hire more teachers. And teachers are neither created nor destroyed. They're, moved from one position to another. So you ask, how are we going to take a teacher out of the classroom and they teach 60% less? Who's going to teach those students? Well, if you look at the right side of the chart, we're paying 3 teachers 5% more to take up 20% of that slack each. That's how this is being funded. That's how it's being funded, is they're going to grow classroom size. And I don't know that the board or the public wants increased class size. And it's not that they might grow classroom size. The grant mandates it. It says right there, to be eligible for $3,000 more for that teacher, which, by the way, is only 5% of their pay, they've got to take on 20% more students. So this whole program assumes a 20% growth in classroom size for people, minimum 20% growth, if I'm understanding this correct, for any classroom that participates in the advanced teaching role.
I
and again,
would like to correct some of those numbers, if I may.
I'm sorry, please let me finish my sentence. I would add that I'm not sure that, oh, by the way, this advanced teaching role also comes with a waiver from the state for the mandatory class size. So we weren't happy with classrooms of 30 students, not going to be not going to be more happy with classrooms of 36 students. And that's how this is being funded. I'm sorry, Amy, go ahead.
Okay, I think your numbers could use a little tweaking. But one thing to note is that we do not currently have any of these classroom excellence teachers. Okay, another thing to note is looking under the left-hand column, the red column, the adult leadership teacher is providing instruction for at least 30% of the instructional day. It doesn't say no more than 30%. So they could be providing instruction for the same percent of the instructional day as they do now. It does not have to be down to 30%. And even if it was 30%, even now teachers have planning time, so they are not at 100%. So the reduction, if there is a reduction, would be a little less than you say. And then the last thing is that the $3,000, if it was given, would be a bit more than 5% for most of our teachers. That's 5% of $60,000, and
which is 5%.
Which is a lot more than most teachers are making.
Well, it's 5%. $3,000 of $60,000 is 5%.
Right. What I'm saying is the percentage is actually bigger than that because the salaries are lower than $60,000.
Mm-hmm. No, the average pay is about $60,000 per teacher. Average. It was $54,000.
Do we know, Dr. Locklear, what the average classroom teacher salary is in Moore County?
4 years ago, it was $54,000 according to the North Carolina DPI. I don't know how much it's grown over the last 4 years.
I thought that was a state value.
Nope, Moore
I
County.
think it's 42.
Yeah, it's lower.
I don't want to definitely answer that.
Oh, I can definitively
42.
say 4 years ago it was 54.
Sure, there's data. There's a
Right.
dashboard on DPI website, but I couldn't, without going and researching that or having Ms. Evans take a look.
So about 7% then.
Okay.
Anyway, I was making my points and Ms. Dahl started speaking, so I gave her the floor if I could get back. So anyway, in response to Ms. Dahl, she stated that we don't yet have classroom excellent teachers. Okay, great. So when we have them next semester, their classrooms will be 20% larger. And it's not, will they do that? It's mandated by state law. It says it right there. To get the $3,000 per student classroom teacher, they have to teach at least 20% more students than what they taught the previous year. That's a 20% increase in class size. Also, well, that's my 2 points. Getting back to my other thing, if we could go to slide 15, please, Charlie. By the way, while he's going to that, I have a question. Talking about teachers' time, if they're going to teach 20% more, is there an expectation that they're working more hours? And does the fact that we're paying them a bonus make them salary exempt?
They'd work the same hours, the same.
So
teacher
they're going to have 20% more students and make more money and not expected to work any more hours than their contractual hours. So their contract doesn't change.
Their contract would not change. They would receive that stipend. Our teachers are expected to work, their normal work day, and obviously, if you've got 5 more kids in a class, that's going to, require some additional planning and work that you're going to have to put in effort to do that.
I think teachers are salary exempt anyway, if I remember correctly.
They are.
They're contracted for days, but within that, they're salary. Okay, thank you. Okay, this slide right here. Let me see. So teachers, 3%, or I'm sorry, $3,000 salary differential. Teaching assistants, right? The bottom one is a teaching assistant. They're also getting $3,000. So let's say, what's the average pay for a teacher assistant? And let's go with the number that a teacher is $54,000 a year, and let's say a teacher assistant is $35,000 a year. Shouldn't their differentials be proportional with their pay?
I would just note this is a state-driven by general statute.
The school-funded portion is
that one's designed by us, isn't it?
Right,
Sorry.
right. That's kind of my point.
But the others are driven by the state. Yeah.
Well, it's a minimum driven by the state, and then we can pay more because we're paying more for. The top 2 we're chipping in more, right? Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah.
So we can pay more. So anyway. You can make the argument that lower paid people need proportionally more. I would accept that argument, but I would also think that, these were arbitrarily set by Moore County Schools, right? The bottom part for the teacher's assistant.
We worked in cohorts with other districts who were designing advanced teaching roles as well. And so we looked at what everyone was providing for these Team Reach associates or the teacher assistants that are highly trained. And we looked at what everyone else was doing. And this was basically the average for the additional supplement that they were giving Reach associates.
Yeah, okay.
So
My only observation is it's not proportional with their pay rates. And, that could be good, it could be bad. Which leads me to my next question on this slide. Who approved these? Have these been implemented, and who's approved them? Because I think the school board has to vote on this.
They would be on the personnel report for stipends, so the board would see them when we're bringing them forward.
Okay, so that's where we would approve them.
Yes, sir.
Then. Okay, all right, thank you. Because I just remember voting on the classified staff pay scale. Even though individually none of those were under 50,000, but collectively it was over 50,000. So my mind went back to that. Okay. So my concerns, and you guys know I'm going to say this, is public impact. And Charlotte-Mecklenburg and a couple other school districts lost they lost all or part of their advanced teaching role funding. It was taken away by the Trump administration because the Trump administration found that it had too much DEI and CRT in it. So Charlotte-Mecklenburg and a couple other school districts, boom, advanced teaching role funding yanked by the federal government. I do not have complete information on that. I just know what I read in the paper. I do not know whether the funding that was yanked was coming via the state like ours, or if they had a supplementary grant directly from the Department of Education. I think they had a supplementary.
Grant.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
sir.
what I thought.
It was a federal grant.
Okay, so they had an additional federal grant. But public impact is the people who were implementing their program that the federal government found not in line with current regulations, right?
I don't believe so, no, sir. And Dr. Stewart knows more about it. She's
Charlotte?
more in the weeds than I am.
It was NC SIP, and Public Impact was not found to be implementing anything. They went back and worked through all of their documents to align to the North Carolina State Board of Education rules around that. So they took out all that language that you're referring to.
Who's they, Charlotte Mecklenburg or Public Impact?
Public Impact.
Yeah, and that is the next. So anyway, so let me wrap that up. That leads me to my next point. So I just wanted to make sure that we had looked into the other districts losing their funding and make sure that we weren't being led down that same thing. The second thing is I did notice that Public Impact's website, and you can go back to the archive, the Wayback Machine. A year ago when we talked about this, Public Impact's website and their mission statement and their core values, they talked about their core values, and it was the principles of DEI. It was the principles of critical race theory. And that's okay as a company, a private company. If they want to believe that and they want to make that their culture, that's fine. The problem with Public Impact is, and this is no longer on their website since I pointed it out, in their mission statement, they said that one of their tenets of their mission was to take their values and incorporate it at client sites. Let me say that again. Part of their mission statement, one plank of their mission statement was they took their values, which Moore County Schools rejected, and their mission statement was to inject their values at client sites. Now, when I pointed that out, Dr. Locklear, Dr. Metcalf, reassured us that they stripped that out. So I'm just reminding everybody that, this is an organization who, regardless of whether it's on their website or they've cleansed it, to be compliant with, the new sheriff in town, my suspicion is they still have those core values. So, but anyway, I love the program. I just don't like the implementer.
I would like to put out there, and Mr. Johnson may have an opinion on this too, that my understanding is that the federal government canceled all education grants, just kind of cold turkey. They did that to the ones at our school, which certainly, did not have DEI anywhere. That is the school where I teach, not in Moore County Schools.
We have not. We didn't have any additional federal grants out there that were supporting programs. We have the block grants of Title I, II, III, IV that support us in IDEA, the special education grant. Those are block grants that all school districts receive. So that hasn't been impacted yet, but we're continuing to monitor for the 26-27 fiscal year would be where we could potentially see some impacts.
And I'll just chime in. I don't know definitively, 100%, 80%, what the percentage of the grants that were terminated. But I know, like, for example, at National Science Foundation, they weren't blanketly canceled. It was more targeted than other things, in my experience.
All right. If no further discussion, I will move on to letter M, the school board meeting agenda for June 9th, 2025. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
All right. All right, looking at the back at the agenda, we have renewal for retainer agreement for board attorney. Will that be for action or consent? Gentlemen, the renewal for retainer, back up to letter A for our meeting for next week. Thank you. Recommendation for exceptional children's contracts. Out-of-state field trips. How about just if anybody has an action, we'll say action, please. Letter E, restart school calendar. Consent. Risk management coverage plans. Consent. Amended fiscal year 2024-2025 budget resolution. Thank you. Child nutrition. Child nutrition consent, cookies and cream. Architectural design services. Thank you. First reading of new and action. Endorsement of the memorandum of understanding between Moore County Board of Education and Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees. Okay. Okay, thank you. And the last one, the approval for the advanced teaching roles contract with public impact. Action. Thank you. All right. Should we take a break? Yes. Let's take a 5-minute recess and see you back in just a minute. Calling the Board of Education back into order. Thank you. At this point in time, I believe we have an overview of North Carolina teacher licensing processes as requested by Board Member Benway.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Davis and Dr. Patterson has put together a presentation to give us an overview as best possible, give a little context. So we heard a little bit of that from the Advanced Teaching Roles presentation. I think you hear some of the same information, and also sharing overall of our roughly 900 teachers, what's the percentages of licensure for those is kind of how Dr. Patterson ends this. But I appreciate Dr. Patterson putting this together. Appreciate Mr. Benway asking, because this is change and is a ever-changing deal. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Patterson.
So Dr. Locklear always encourages us to get fired up when we're talking about certain things. We'll see how this goes today. But licensure it's fluid, it changes constantly. There's a lot of weeds that I'll try not to get into and may not know answers to. If you have questions, I'll be glad to write them down. If I don't know the answer, I don't want to tell you any untruths. And we'll go from there. So we'll start out with this slide. Actually, I presented this in our recruitment retention team meeting back in the fall, and I've added to it. The one at the top was as of the date as of spring of 2024. And of course, it goes from light blue to dark blue of the number of teaching vacancies in the states throughout the U.S. So obviously, teacher shortages are a problem in other places other than North Carolina. In 2025, the data, you can see that below. The gray states are ones that just didn't report. And and I put a link the slides to the data in case you want to dig in deeper at another time. But those, there's not really been a lot of effort to do comprehensive teacher shortages. And so some of the data is spotty. A lot of this data comes from Title II, where they send out Title II, teacher quality, and they send out surveys for federal programs folks to do. I remember I had to do a couple of those in my previous position. So looking at the top there in North Carolina, 22-23, it's kind of hard to see, but there was 3,619 teaching vacancies. And at the bottom, in 24-25, that's now 5,242. And that's specifically for North Carolina. No, it's increased. Yep. Yes. This slide shows the teacher preparation programs and the traditional versus alternative versus non-IHE based. And you'll notice that traditional, and this goes back to 2012, we don't have any data past 2022. This is something they have not reported on or provided or asked for data, and this is Title II reporting. You'll notice it's gone from over 5,800 in 2012 to just a little over 3,000. And these are completion rates. The students entering a teacher prep program the traditional way, the way I happen to do it, that you can see the steady decline across those number of years. The alternative IHE based, that's going to be like your residency, what was lateral entry, now we call residency license. You notice it has gone up because we obviously know that we have more folks coming in under that license. And then the alternative, not IHE based, I didn't know what clue that was. We had to dig into that. But there are some districts that provide their own coursework or pathway for licensure. They're usually really big districts like Charlotte Meck and Wake, I believe, ones that can afford to have their own program. So that's what those are based on. Notice the numbers are kind of small. That's for the whole state. And this one is a little bit hard to see. And again, I encourage you, if you're really interested in this is only the UNC system that keeps up with this data, not your private schools. These are private colleges. But you can actually go in, and when I did the presentation, Shannon probably remembers, I went through each. Yeah, I did UNCW, UNC Chapel Hill, Western. I did the individual colleges, but for this presentation and not to drag it on, I just kind of did it as a whole for the state. And so this shows 21, 22 to 22, 23, 23, 24, and it goes kind of through those areas of licensure. So I want to point out math, of course, which we have a lot of trouble with. There were 39 a few years ago, 26, and now 20 as of 23, 24 for the entire state, of North Carolina. And we know math is the issue. You can see even with elementary, and elementary used to be, an area we never had to worry about finding teachers, and that's becoming less and less as well. That number is down to 743 in 23, 24. I mean, that's a couple years old, down from 923 completers the year before. I'll just let you look through that and see if you have any questions for just a few seconds.
I just want to make sure, is this saying that there are 19 total science teacher education degrees
Yes.
across all UNC system
That's correct.
graduates?
That's correct. And I know that because I'm a science ed major. So I know about how many of those actually graduate.
So let me since you asked.
Most are coming in with a 4-year degree in biology or some type of.
That is insane.
Mhm.
I did not realize it was that low.
Since you asked if we had input on this slide,
Yes, that's
No,
true.
that's
It's
all
been like that for 10+ years or more. Mostly our high school folks, a lot of them are lateral entry. And they come in content-based, like you mentioned earlier. That's not necessarily a bad thing.
not only should we take our local fund, I want to revisit locality pay, and I want to revisit locality pay for a couple years, and the board has not taken up revisiting locality pay in the last couple years. But when we do take up locality pay, and I'm hopeful that we take it up as part of the strategic plan, we really need to look at having a proficiency pay component and a pay based upon your skill set. Because the fact of the matter is, if you have 115 school districts chasing after 18 science teachers versus 115 school districts chasing after, 100 or 872 general education majors, I just, characterize elementary education. If you want to get one of those 18, you have to pay more. That's just what you do. So, at some point, we're going to have to face reality, and we're going to have both proficiency pay to pay our higher performing teachers more, and skill-based pay that reflects the scarcity of their skill and the scarcity and value of their skills. Thank you.
We do have competing districts who do pay extra. I think the hardest to staff areas are EC and math. And I'm not sure Wake and Orange, I think both gives, substantial supplements for both of those.
We did look into that on the with the recruitment retention team. We dove into it because that was one of the recommendations, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but I believe it was about $1.5 million a year, and obviously at the time that was not sustainable.
Which areas were you looking at?
We were looking at EC and math.
Yeah, hopefully we'll look at that in the coming year or two, and we'll come up with a number, and it either gets funded or it doesn't. But we need to give it a good old American try.
Well, and another piece of this too is a lot of these folks where they student teach is where they end up staying.
Yes.
And so, especially if you're at NC State or Carolina actually only has an elementary ed program. We were really kind of shocked over there. That's the only education that they put out. But at NC State, if they're in Wake County and they're teaching, they often stay there.
Yeah, they snag them. Sounds like we need to have a teacher licensing program at Sandhills.
Well, we do, with K Elementary.
Well, good.
Yes.
Hopefully they'll
Elementary, that's actually a fairly new program. That's correct. It's very difficult to do areas like math and biology, secondary level at a community college because you just don't have enough to sustain in that program. I know in Richmond we tried that with UNCP and RCC, and you get 1 or 2 folks, and that's just not enough to sustain that program. So it's usually elementary. So pathways to licensure. This gets interesting. So we start with the alternative routes, and there are 3 of those. There's the permit to teach, the emergency license, and we've spoken multiple times today about residency. Permit to teach, you can note there that the individual needs a bachelor's degree. It is a 1-year, non-renewable, called a terminating contract. They are not, at the end of that, June 13th, whatever that year is, that contract's over with. They cannot renew a permit to teach. That's only a 1-year license. The emergency license, they have to have a bachelor's degree and 18 semester hours of relevant coursework. Again, 1 year, non-renewable, cannot be renewed. The idea is for them to go, across here to the right and get into a residency program, which is 1 year, but it can be renewed twice in a 3-year period. There's 24 required semester hours, and you have to enroll in an EPP. That was mentioned earlier by Heather.
Is that our expectation or the state's?
That's state. This
That's
is
what
all
I figured.
state.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. And you'll notice I did a green arrow. You can go from left to right, but you can never go backwards. So if someone has an emergency license because they have 18 hours of relevant coursework, they can't do a permit to teach the next year. They couldn't, not for the same degree. I mean, for the same permit license. That's 1 year. Doesn't matter if it's this year or 10 years. Yes, that's correct. And then this was kind of on the last slide, but this is the license requirements for a residency license. As we mentioned, you have to have a bachelor degree, 24 hours of coursework in that licensure area, be enrolled in an EPP, maintain at least a 2.7 GPA, and meet all the other requirements established by the State Board of Education, like at TPA. It's one of those that's required. They do those at the college where they're enrolled. So this is a little bit small, but we talk a lot about out-of-state versus our in-state folks, and we get a lot of out-of-state, primarily due to military. So let me skip over there. This first slide are out-of-state licensure with 3+ years of experience. So if they come to us with 3+ years of experience, and they've passed exams in that state that's similar to the North Carolina exams, they go straight to a continuing license. So there's not a huge barrier there. If they come in and they don't have the comparable exams, they get an initial license, and then after 3 years of experience and passing exams, then they can go on to a continuing license, and that's the goal here. CPL is the goal for all licensed areas. That's for elementary. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned at the top, elementary and EC. It's the top. At the bottom's all other subject areas. And you'll see there 3+ years teaching experience out of state, comparable exams, just like up top, goes to CPL. 3+ years teaching experience out of state, plus if they have national board certification, they can go to a CPL. And then basically the same situation, 3+ years teaching out of state, no comparable exams, they go to initial, and then they go through the process of being licensed by the state of North Carolina, which means passing the exams. Less than 3 years experience coming from out of state is just a little bit more difficult. All of those will go into an initial licensing phase at first. Once they have 3 years of experience and they've completed all the other requirements, testing of the beginning teacher support program, then they can obtain a CPL, a continuing license. My slide did not look like that when I created it. I'm just going to tell you. Things like that just send me right over the edge. So a limited license is beyond what we've talked about up to this point. So if an individual holds a residency license or initial license, and they can have that for 3 years. If at the end of 3 years they have not been able to pass their exams, they can be awarded a 3-year limited license. And you can see, I know that we've filled some of these out, and the board chair has had to sign these in the past. But that's the provision to keep them going forward and keep encouraging them, supporting them to pass the test and get their continuing license. So this is all state related, by the way. These are not Moore County policies. It is because it's state policy. This is fairly recent, where you can now renew a limited license. So back here's a limited license, right? 3 years. So at the end of that 3 years, if they still have not passed the appropriate testing, a 3-year license can be renewed noticing I've highlighted there, but the teacher has to be effective. And that's usually based on EVOS data. And again, continue to pursue a CPL. So this is our data for Moore County Schools. You'll notice that almost 71% of our, these are all of our teachers altogether, have a continuing license. About 10% have initial license, which means they could be an individual from a teacher ed program that went through the traditional process, but they haven't passed their exams yet. They may be listed in there as initial, or it could be those that are fully licensed. They have to have a 3-year, they have to have initial license 3 years before it can be converted over to the CPL. So you can also see the other areas. We have 18 that are on a permit to teach currently, 16 emergency. Then you have the limited, which was the renewed after 3 years they hadn't passed their test. We have our folks up in Robbins, and we have 4 restart teachers. The provisional up there says 32. Those are referring to fully licensed teachers that are actually teaching something out of their field. Let's say they were science certified in middle school and they're adding math. They're teaching a math class and they're adding that provision onto their license. That's where they drop there in that bucket until that full license has occurred. And some of our district level, first I want to do a shout out to the schools, because honestly, having been a principal at 4 different locations, the school is where the retention piece lies. You know, and principals do a great job at doing things for teachers to, you know, to build capacity, to make them feel like leaders, to provide incentives, you know, for them. And so I want to shout that out first, because the district, you know, we don't touch them every single day. But some of the things that we do at the district level is we do course reimbursements. That's through Title II. We also reimburse for Praxis 2 and Pearson, the Pearson examinations, the tests they have to pass to be fully licensed. We started this first year front-loading supplements for new teachers, so all teachers new to Moore County Schools get their supplement up front, either half or all. That ends as soon as the school's calendar year begins. We don't let them keep, you know, people coming over in October, November, December. This is only at the beginning of the year. We've talked about in the recruitment retention about daycare and pre-K. You know, I think one of the things was discussed about when we start new schools, look at them and see if you could, you know, provide daycares in those areas. Our beginning teacher support program has completely been overhauled by Rachel Burr. She's excellent in that program. We do have Grow Your Own. We've had 14 TAs to become teachers this year. That's a really great pipeline. And you all know about the Grow More Teacher Scholarship with Moore County Schools, Sand Hills, and UNCP. One young lady was awarded that this year, and we hope to continue to grow that. And then, of course, our Teacher of the Year, Principal of the Year, retirement celebrations, that's kind of falls under HR, and we've tried to really make those really special so that folks, you know, feel like they're, you know, feel good about being here. We did overhaul our Teacher of the Year program last year as far as selection process, and I think I'm kind of proud of that. In the past, prior to me coming to Moore County, they would use outside Teacher of the Years to come in and pick our person, and I wasn't accustomed to that. I came from a district where the district teams pick those, the people that know the Moore County way, and they know what type of teaching is supposed to be going on in the classroom and those types of things. So that we overhauled that, and it's really been positive. And then, of course, we do our marketing. And I wanted to mention this one because this was a big one this year that we completely redid the Moore County Schools Job Fair. Previously, my first year here, it was at Sand Hills, kind of on the backside of Sand Hills in the, is that like the, thank you. And we had, if you see at the bottom, we had a total of 10 that actually showed up. And that was on a Saturday morning. So we, this year, we rode around, tried to find different venues, try to have it somewhere else. And we chose the Tyson Sinclair Ballroom, which is down here in Carthage, which makes it central pretty much to the whole county. We ran it from 4 to 6:30. I believe it was a Wednesday evening. And you can see over to the left, we had 28 certified, oh, by the way, I messed up, forgot one thing. The previous job fair was only for certified positions, and this year we decided we wanted to make it for all positions. All positions are important. So we opened it up to classified folks as well. We had 28 certified, 40 classified, a total of 68 to attend. Dr. Locklear had talked to us about doing pre-offer letters at the district level. So we offered 4 of those that evening, an elementary, kindergarten, EC, science, and a counselor, and all 4 of those have been hired. So we were a little skeptical, to be honest. I think everybody thought it would probably crash and burn, but it did not. It was really good. It turned out really well. So we're proud of that. And that's all I got. Questions?
Ken, you have any questions? Mm-hmm.
Is there a time period, like from somebody moving in from out of the state that has the experience and has passed the praxis? Is there a time period?
Like a probation period or?
Yes.
No, not.
Okay.
Ma'am.
I just had a couple, so if you go back to slide 2, that was interesting to me. I don't know that I have a question about this, but I thought it was interesting that, one more. That this is just straight up numbers.
Yes, vacancies.
Yeah, so like California and Texas that are way more populous.
Yes.
Have much less turnover.
Right.
I assume that has a lot to do with
I mean,
salary and other things, but that's an interesting thing to note.
I also think the data skews the data some when we're looking at numbers instead of percentages.
Yeah, I think when you look at the Great Plains states, you can't compare them with us because they have a lower population, but look at Georgia.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Did they raise salaries or something?
In our region, I think they're pretty high. Anyway, that was just an observation. But I did have, that was good information. I did not realize about the paying the supplements up front. So that's for new hires.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that we advertise and?
Yes.
Because I think that could be a really good tool.
It is.
And do a lot of districts do that? I'm not familiar
Not
with
that I know of. We had talked about trying to do a sign-on bonus, and because we couldn't really afford to do that, this is what we came up with the team.
Well, I think that's a great idea.
And
and that's something that people should know that, because as a beginning teacher, especially, that is the time of the year that you need the money the most.
That's right.
And they have a choice of taking half or full.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Cool. The only other note I had was that TA, the teacher pipeline. I just think that's so important to keep after that. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Question. I'm seeing a kind of a hierarchy of qualification here, certifications. Do we have any instances of particular schools that have a preponderance of the lower of these qualifications?
I don't have that data right here, but I can pull that for
No,
you.
I'm just curious if they settle some.
Is that on the school report cards? Is that something that's reported, the licensure status of individual schools?
It has been. They keep changing what's reported.
Okay.
Dr. Locklear, didn't you say something about the proportion of beginning teachers at the different schools? Or was that in the previous presentation on the advanced teaching roles? Ms. Sinan, do you remember?
I think Dr. Stewart was referring to how many of our new teachers are not coming from traditional paths. And I think the estimate was around 60% of our new teachers from perspective of supporting them, if I remembered correctly. Okay.
Thank you.
I had one quick question. And I've said this before, but I want to say it again. Great job on the job fair. But the limited license can be renewed for 3 years, or it can be initially 3 years or renewed for 3 years. But the hope with a limited license, obviously, is that it will get converted. Does the licensee have the option to convert it before the 3 years is up?
As soon as they pass the test.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, if there's no more discussion, we'll move to item B, addressing the
Thank you,
distract.
Dr. Patterson.
Yes, thank you. Who's doing that for us?
Ms. Purvis will
Ms.
be our
Purvis.
staff.
For addressing the distracted driving epidemic?
Yep.
Has
So, I did not do my slides for this, so I'm going to talk to this very briefly. We can discuss it, but I'm going to have this on the agenda for the next work session because this is important. You know, just this morning there was a single car crash, plummeted off the road somewhere up North County, ran into a tree, 2 people medevaced out, right? Single car accident off the road into a tree. And I can remember when I was growing up, I grew up in the south side of Oklahoma City, and I can remember like one fatal accident, like the entire time I was in, like, say, 5th grade to graduating high school, like one fatality of where a student was killed and like the whole community mourned. And that was, based upon my recollection, a 6-year period in a city, south side, maybe 100,000 people, right? Maybe more. Fast forward to now, cars are safer, cars have impact areas, cars have airbags, and, you know, we're losing 2 or 3 students a year just in Moore County schools to accidents. And 3 years, when I first got on the school board, if we had a single fatal accident, it was, oh my God, I think it was the 2nd year I was here. Now we're having 2 or 3 a year. And if you look out in town, and this isn't just Moore County, by the way, but if you look out in town, there's these horrible accidents. And, you know, there's different causes, but most of it is inattentive or distracted driving. Not all of it, as unfortunately we've recently learned. But elected officials are supposed to lead. And we're elected officials. And we need to be part of the solution, and we need to proactively address this. So, with, you know, our most recent student fatalities, it wasn't caused by distracted driving, but I was bothered by it. And what we need to do, and this needs to be part of a plan, we also have problems with people running school bus stop arms, just zooming by, nothing happens to them, right? We also have problems with enforcing school zones at the beginning of the year. So my suggestion, and I'll do this in writing, and I'll have a little so everyone can see it, is we need to put a task force together of people who can influence this. Everybody has a different part, right? Moore County schools, we educate, and we should have the education piece, and we have the young people somewhat undivided attention, right? So we need to play a piece. The Moore County Sheriff and law enforcement needs to play a piece in enforcement. And the district attorney needs to play a piece. And everyone knows the deal. You get a speeding ticket, you know, you distracted driving, you pay an attorney a couple $100 and, you know, it gets settled for an equipment violation. You know, we need, you know, the district attorney needs to let it be known that, look, if you run a school bus stop arm or you know, you're caught distracted driving, there's no pleading that down. You're going to court with a recommendation from the district attorney to the judge of maximum punishment, 0 exceptions, right? And then we need to work with our legislatures to get legislation introduced to make the penalties for distracted driving on par with DUI, because the fact of the matter is, right now in 2025, my assessment is distracted driving is killing more people than DUI. And I hearken back to, you know, when I grew up, no one wore a seatbelt. And then in the 80s, there was a big drive to get people to wear seatbelts. And the military was a big part of that. You know, they'd have assemblies and, you know, PFC Hensley was sitting there and State Trooper so-and-so was sitting up there and they gave a, you know, I never unbuckled a live person from a traffic accident. I'm sorry, I never unbuckled a dead person from a. So what we as leaders, we need to proactively become part of the solution and lead the way for the rest of the county, because it's important and it's the lives of our children, it's the lives of our citizens, and we can, if we plan, if we coordinate with the local law enforcement, the district attorney, different people. We come up with a coordinated plan and execute. And hopefully we can do this before the beginning of the next school year. Because if somebody runs a school bus stop arm, I want them cited and I want them convicted to the utmost of the law, 0 exceptions. And we have to address the scourge. We as a society and us as elected officials need to lead the way. We have to lead the way in addressing the scourge of distracted driving. So I will have a neat little 4 or 5 page brief next work session.
I have something to say. The commissioners in the sheriff's office, Deputy Sheriff Conway, they've put together a presentation on safe driving for the Moore County students, and because we lose students every year for this. But the commissioners have told me that you have told them that we have no time for this presentation.
That's not totally correct. I spoke with Commissioner Jim Von Cannon about it
Okay.
because he's very passionate about this topic, and he had reached out to Ms. Purvis and also our driver ed director, Ms. Ambrose, and I gave him a call to discuss, his thoughts. And when Mr. Hensley and I also had a good discussion about this and wanting to do some partnership and work to develop this and move it forward. So what I expressed to Mr. Hensley and also to Mr. Von Cannon, it would be very difficult for us to pull off an assembly for the end of this school year. We're right in the midst of testing, right in the midst of ending our year. That would be a very difficult thing to do. What I did discuss with Mr. Von Cannon and Mr. Hensley is we've already reached out to Mr. Chief Deputy Conway. Ms. Ambrose, also our driver's ed coordinator, was told by, I believe, Chief Deputy Conway, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Purvis, that the State Highway Patrol are really the ones that have that presentation, and I believe it's Sergeant Smith who's over that in our area.
Sergeant Chris Smith.
Yes, and she's already reached out to him, working with him, going to get that presentation to preview it and see what that's about. And so we're wide open to partnering with the State Highway Patrol and integrating their programming in our driver's ed instruction, integrating into potentially going down the road of student assemblies and parent nights. We have parent summits twice a year, certainly wide open to that being a topic. Bless you, Dr. Metcalf. A topic at one of our future parent summits is to have the State Highway Patrol there to present to our parents and present that topic. Anyway, we can use them in our, like I said, driver's ed classrooms. It's similar to what we've done partnering with the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation on online safety for our students. And we have student assemblies and we have parent nights, and they were a topic at a parent summit this year. So we're wide open of doing that and partnering with them. So by no means are we not wanting to do that or wanting or look for the opportunity to do it. So yes, ma'am, we're wide open to doing it moving forward.
I'm just telling you that they told me that you said there was no time.
I said we were unable to do it at the end of this school year because we're where we are.
This document
Yeah.
right here, where is it? Oh, the Moore County School Strategic Plan mentions the word safe 3 times. So if we're going to be safe, we need to be safe.
Yes, ma'am. And I also note, it was in the board update, Ms. Ambrose also took advantage of updating our driver's ed curriculum, which is going to be more timely, is going to really hit on these topics hard. And so, yes, ma'am, you're exactly correct. We should prioritize the safety of our students and the well-being of our students in multiple ways, and I'm proud to say that we're certainly going to continue to do that.
Okay, so when do you plan on allowing them to do these presentations?
Have no idea. We got to partner with them. We got to work with the sergeant. We got to have discussions about what the presentation is and what format it's done. So I would imagine we'd be incorporating and partnering with them moving in the next school year. But I don't really have I can't say September 4th we're going to do a student assembly, but I can say that we are going to partner. We are going to see what the resources are, and we welcome being able to partner with outside agencies that can provide that extra bandwidth in what we're doing with our kids and our families.
2 months ago, I requested the briefing, a defensive driving briefing be given in our high schools. My understanding that took place.
The defensive
Yes.
driving in the classrooms, and we also did at spring break, we did a week-long
campaign
Right.
of defensive driving.
Right.
As you know, cell phones have brought a whole new component to student driving.
So there is a precedent here. We've already started to do this. We
And
just need
not
to-
only did we do it spring break week, but Ms. Amorose has sent out those announcements about defensive driving, about texting and driving and distracted driving, for principals to go through that again before students go home for
Right,
the summer.
right.
Unfortunately, when we all think of assemblies, we think about our whole school going into one spot and having an assembly. We have Union Pines and Pinecrest, and it takes about 3 or 4 assemblies. At Pinecrest, it might be 5 to get the whole school through something like that. So when we thought, when we think about trying to get this in the last couple of weeks of school, that's the issue, is that it would take 4 or 5 assemblies. It wouldn't just be one and done. And what happens is, assemblies happen by homeroom. You know that in the high schools, because that's how we monitor. Unfortunately, when you pull by homeroom, that pulls 2 or 3 kids from this class and 2 or 3 kids from this class. And that means you have potentially 2 or 3 school days right before exams where you have not all your kids in the classroom. Does that make sense? Yes. And so for that reason, it's very hard to get an assembly put together right here the last 2 weeks of school. If it were just, hey, let's pull them all in today, it's an hour-long assembly, that would be a little simpler, but it's just not that simple. But what we are doing that we can do right now is partnering with them. He's going to be coming to share that presentation with us because he wanted us to be able to take a look at it just so that we're not shocked if there are any things there. I know there's some dead bodies there. He wants us just to look at this presentation and know what we're showing our students before we do that. So Ms. Amorose has reached out. She's going to get us 2 or 3 dates over the summer that we could preview that. She's also talking to him about potentially coming to those, as Dr. Locklear shared, those parent nights, these parent-student nights that we have at the schools. Each principal, has those. And as well as coming to some of our driver's ed classes. But the good thing about this updated curriculum is that it brings into play distracted driving because of cell phones. And it really hits that hard. It has some gaming that will show them how quickly you look at something and boom, you've had an accident. There are presentations, there's interactive videos. And so it's a little more in alignment with what students, how they learn today. Our older driver's ed curriculum was state approved and had been around for a little while, but this that we paid to add to our curriculum just has a little more involved in terms of distracted driving and especially use of cell phones.
Is there also some emphasis on speed, the danger associated with speed? Because it seems that some of the accidents involving our children have involved going off the road at excessive speeds.
There's emphasis not only on speed, but on reaction time and how that reaction time is altered based on the speed that you're going.
Great.
It's just one thing a little bit outside the box here, but, this is clear and present in my house. I mean, I've got a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old. And we purchased, which I'm sure many do, Life 360, which tracks the driving. It shows you when they're using their phones. And I don't know, this, again, kind of outside the box, but I don't know, there are some parents I'm sure that can't afford that. I wonder if there'd be any kind of partnerships that we could do in the community to potentially fund parents that can't afford that kind of service, that they could track that kind of data.
Life 360, and I say this, just my children are older, but my younger 2 children who are still in their 20s off at college, I do like to know where they're at. Life 360 has a free component. I don't have to pay for Life 360 unless I want the upgraded features. So I can see what their location is. I can see how many incidents of what would be unsafe, which means they're using a cell phone usually, and I can see their speed. So that is a free app, and it will give the basic information. Now you can get lots of other features if you're paying. You can get exact routes and things like that.
But that certainly may be a recommendation that we could share with parents at those parent nights. Just make sure that they're aware of the Life 360, show them that app and how to do that. That's certainly something that we could implement.
And I'll just add that I think the other part that is paid in the paid version is if there is a wreck, it'll automatically contact
Correct.
authorities and things like
Correct.
that. But yeah.
Yep.
So here's my recommended way forward. I've already contacted, obviously, the sheriff and county commissioners and our legislative delegation, and all of them want to participate in this. So what I'll do between now and the next work session, because we don't have much time, because the next work session is July, and then the summer's boom, almost over. So what I'll do is I will talk with our legislators, because there's a legislative component. I'll talk with the sheriffs. I'll talk with each of the stakeholders, and I'll find out just notionally what they think is prudent and what they want to do. And then when I come back, I'll have 3 or 4 slides kind of laying out a thumbnail sketch of what everyone else is willing to do, kind of the way the pieces could come together. And then we as a group can talk about the role that Moore County Schools will play. Does that sound like a plan? Okay, good. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, it is very. All right, this time we have board committee reports and updates. And policy committee, we already did ours. Yeah.
Let's discuss what board members may want to see the policy committee bring up.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I have 2 things, and I think I notified you finally when you asked a few weeks ago, and I was going to give it to you, but I would like to see, and for reasons I've already provided, the policy, the 6-day requirement policy be revisited for the reasons I've previously stated. And the second policy I'd like to see revisited is the restricting citizens' ability to challenge media. I would like to see the policy committee revisit those. I've provided my input as to why. And then, hopefully we can discuss it next time, we have a policy.
Okay, that'd
report.
probably be in August.
Yep.
14th is sometime in mid-August. But yes, sir, that's fine.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Did you, yes, go ahead.
Okay. We got the reading efforts over the summertime coming up at at 3 different locations. Is that correct?
RTA camps, the Read to Chief
sir.
camps.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We have those locations determined. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but
Yeah.
we do have those. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I would, since we've been on the reading discussion line here, I would encourage everybody to visit one of these reading efforts during the summer. I think it'd be very enlightening. Lots of folks do a lot of good work on those. With reference to the foundation committee, we'll be holding our next meeting on the 23rd of June from 2 to 3:30, this location. And along those lines, especially at the beginning of this foundation building effort, there's going to be some significant just NUG work, staff work, developing kinds of positions and to offer to the actual committees, at the actual committee meetings. Right now, we've got 3 voting members on the committee. That requires that if 2 of us wanted to get together and just work out no decisions, no policy, but just work out stuff to be presented, we require, it causes us to be a forum, the way we're set up. What I've talked to Dr. Calcutt, and she's in general agreement. I'd like to get 2 volunteers to be added to this committee so that over the course of time, 2 of us can get together to do some of the work in between committees without having to have a public event associated with it.
It is absolutely impossible to do work when 2 people can't get, like, I can't call Steve and say, hey, Steve, why don't we take a look at this? Because all of a sudden that's an improper quorum.
So
2 people can't talk.
That's right.
It's like an absolute barrier to getting stuff done.
Absolutely.
Right.
So what I'm recommending is we have 5 people on this committee so that we can get some work done and not have the quorum issue. It's an artificial barrier to progress. It's an unfortunate barrier to progress, but that's the way that the law works.
Well, I would
No.
suggest you retract the statement of a 5-person committee, first of all.
The three-person committee, 2 volunteers.
Right.
Two,
And count me in, by the way.
well, in order to, okay, all right, we won't go into the details, but if we could do that, that would help a great deal, I think, as we proceed. Now, my understanding, those 2 volunteers are gonna have to be voting members.
I don't know, Mr. Benner. We'd have to work with our attorney and Dr. Calcutt on exactly how that got set up, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay. So whatever it takes to be able to cause 2 people to come together to do the necessary work in preparation for the next meeting, that's the solution we want. Okay. I'd like to join Dr. Locklear in congratulating the innovative high school team for their efforts Saturday. It was a great time there. Good, simple operation, good enthusiasm, totally engaged parents and kids, and the opportunity to talk to their first teachers. Great stuff. Thank you. That's all I have.
I would like to be on your contact list for one of those volunteers. I don't feel like the foundation committee's work is necessarily what I'm good at, but I find myself wondering all the time, what's its scope, what can it do, what are they working on? So
Sure, and those are the things we've got to sort out in the process here. That's great.
All right, Mr. Hensley,
Well,
construction and maintenance. Oh,
I-
I'm sorry.
Well, no, I was
Go
just going to
ahead.
say his is going to be the lengthier one. So I was just going to mention very similar about the budget committee. We've got a meeting with, I got a meeting with Dr. Locklear and Tina to kind of start mapping out what the budget committee timeline and overall goals will be. And then I'll bring that to the budget committee, and then we'll, of course, come back and forth with the full board after that. Just want to give everyone a heads up. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
So construction committee, Ms. Purvis is going to give a brief for the part of the committee report, and then I have an addendum to it.
All right, thank you, sir. So Charlie, would you pull up the presentation, please? I know that the board received the draft minutes of the last construction committee meeting, and it had our presentation that was shared during that meeting. So I won't go word for word with you over it, but we'll just review it for our whole board. So when we take a look, Charlie, if you'd click on that perfect, thank you. When we take a look at our presentation, the first thing that we talked about were the updates on Carthage Elementary, which are very exciting. We're working on identifying acceptable parcels. We are getting much closer. If you'll just stay on that slide. There you go, Charlie. We're getting much closer to identifying some. We're taking a look at particular parcels. We met with and chose Pinnacle, as we shared with you today during the work session. We took them to view that school. We thought it was very important, even though it was unanimous, that the school knows, hey, if we bring this school as a product back to your community, are you going to be happy with it? Because we've never used them in our district before, so we just wanted them to see it, touch it, feel it, ask questions about it, so that if we had questions saying, hey, is this going to be the same kind of school we've built for others before? Is it going to be more? Is it going to be less? That they, as the school team, could say, hey, we saw it, we loved it, we're going to be happy if we get a school that's exactly like this, which is exactly what they said. So it was the recommendation that we move on with Pinnacle. As we shared, we'll be moving forward with that prototype, and we'll be moving forward looking at parcels. The next steps will be for us to work extensively to design and develop that wing that will have the preschool area, the daycare area, and the EC. You know, Carthage had daycare before we had COVID, and then it kind of fizzled out, but it is a real need, and so we want to make sure that we have space there when we open that school. While we were on the topic of Carthage, it was not in our presentation, but it did come up in discussion about the Carthage water. And so I wanted to just make sure that I shared a little bit about that today, because we discussed that within our committee meeting. Now, Cindy, will you pass these out for me, honey? Thank you. So I know we have new board members, which is why I thought I would just review where we are at with it, because we have 3 new board members. If you'll remember, when we initially started talking about building a new Carthage, we went out to take a look there, and we had an article in the paper about us touring the school, and Miss Warren had said in that article that the water was brown or dingy. And so at that time, I had a couple of calls about it. I reached out to Carthage, the town of Carthage, just to say, hey, can you make sure, tell me, and ensure us that this water is safe? So I sent the board on April of last year, 2024, just an email letting you know that I'd had some calls about the water being dingy, and that the water we've been told that water is safe, that the water is great, to drink, and that we had installed filters. And so we do know that that water from time to time has turbidity when the hydrant is bled, that sediment acts up. We do change those filters, but we've been told it's coming from a municipal source and it's safe. We did test the water, and that water, when we think about it, it's coming from the municipal source. It gets tested every time. But when we think about the Clean Classrooms for Kids, I wanted to be sure and just circle back. I had some folks ask, well, wait a minute, what is that testing for? And I sent you guys on December 9th an email just really outlining specifically what Clean Classrooms for Kids was testing for. And so in that December 9th email, I wanted you to understand, because you guys were waiting on my information from Clean Classrooms for Kids, and I said Clean Classrooms for Kids, required by state law, test all water sources used for drinking and cooking for lead. And you guys, I wanted to share that with you. It was for lead. So then when I brought that to you at the last work session and shared it with you, we were looking at the parts per million and billion for lead. And then I sent you those directions, which clearly said click on lead. So that is all that was tested in that Clean Classrooms for Kids. Last handout that I gave you is just the most recent. I had a board member say, well, can you, since we know there's turbidity, since we know there's sediment, could we just make sure that the water is safe inside the school? And so what I did was I reached out to the town and I said, hey, could you please go out to the school? Could you test from the water fountain the water that is coming out of the fountain, and do the same test that you do at the municipal source, so that we know when it leaves you, goes through our school and comes out the water fountain, it's still good. And so that last is a copy of the water analysis sheet that I most recently got on 5/19 from the town of Carthage. And you'll see that they tested it at 7 a.m., which is important because school starts at 7:30, which means they're getting a first draw in the morning. It did test for a little low in chlorine, but they said it all looks good and they were going to flush the line. Although it was a little low in chlorine, it was within the range. And you guys know that we don't here control the chlorine. That's controlled at the town level, and so they were going to make that right. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys, and especially the 3 board members who were not with us, were just knowledgeable of this whole process of Carthage Water. So, at this point, I think that, we can all feel certain that the water at Carthage is safe, even though there might be some turbidity, there might be some dinge to the water. It is safe for drinking purposes. So I just wanted to share that. As we move on, I wanted us to talk about, and we talked about in committee, the need for our current IT building. If you've walked through that IT building, you know that we are short on space, and we also have lots of needs there in terms of the server room, as well as storage space and office space. For us to be able to renovate that building, we would have to do to it exactly what we did to Pinckney, which is abate all of the asbestos before we redo the building, which is a major undertaking. It would cost us at least $1.2 million, and we still would have a building that doesn't have adequate space. The IT building currently doesn't house everything there. They have an older building at Vast Lakeview that they use as their warehouse, and they go back and forth in between. So I think at this point, we really need to consider putting a new IT building on the same parcel that we secure for Carthage Elementary. Now, this IT building could be completed through a design build process. And you remember, a design build means that we're not hiring an architect and then bidding it out, getting a design and then bidding it out. A design build means that we hire one group. That group designs it and they carry out the construction. This would be a much simpler build than a school. You're looking at probably a metal building, and we'd make sure the face of it certainly matched the school, but it would be a much simpler structure. We could then make sure that we have enough office space, we could have enough loading space, storage space, and that we have a server room that's adequate that we don't have to worry about. So as the committee met, the committee approved, not really approved, but endorsed us moving forward with an RFQ. I'm currently working on an RFQ to put out for a design build, because without someone telling us, hey, this is approximately the cost, we really don't know how to move forward with that. We need to know, what would the cost of a 13,000 square foot building of a design build nature look like? So when we put this RFQ out, what we'll be able to do is get an idea of how much would this building cost us. And that will allow us to then know what would the timeline on us being able to make this happen look like. But what we do want to ensure is that when we're purchasing a parcel, that we could put this on a parcel that we put Carthage Elementary. Now, it wouldn't be up close, but on one corner we'd have this, and on another spot, Carthage Elementary. And it wouldn't take that many acres. With 2 or 3 acres, we could put this IT building. Mr. Hensley, do you want to say anything about that?
First of all, I assume there's no objection to doing a no obligation RFQ just to get an estimate of price. But assuming that it comes back a reasonable price, which we would expect, this just needs to get done.
Yeah, there's just too many renovations that would have to happen to the old building, and we'd still have a building that's not adequate in space. So I'll be bringing more information back to the committee as we get responses from the RFQ, and then we'll bring that forward to you guys. And then next, our committee took a look at the options for the high schools moving forward. There were 4 options that were presented as possible pathways. Option 1 was to create, expand, and modernize both Pinecrest and Union Pines to include expanding the core. In other words, not a new school, but let's make both of those schools big enough to hold all the students we need it to hold. That would mean the core of Pinecrest would need to expand to 2,600. The core of Union Pines would need to expand to 1,750, giving us a total seats of 4,350. I'll just go down. There's some pros and cons listed there. I'm sure you looked at those already. But the estimated cost of doing this was $300 to $325 million. And I put a plus there because you can't be precise with that until you take an assessment of what those core expansions would look like. That changes the footprint of the campus. And one of the largest cons there is that, you still have issues with traffic and queuing. There's just not enough land there for us to queue 2,600, no matter how you shake it. So that was one of the larger cons. However, a pro is you wouldn't have to redistrict. Sure.
First of all, this is very expensive, right? Secondly, the 4th bullet there is a big issue because if you added another, I think it's 800. Well, first of all, if you add capacity for 800 more students, then you've gained no capacity because that's how overcrowded it is. But you're just going to add to the traffic problem down there by shoving more students in there.
And I think another thing that we discussed in the committee was that these costs are construction estimates and do not include the cost of accommodating the students in the classrooms and the teaching during the time construction is going on. Isn't that correct?
Correct. So if you're taking a look at expanding all of those cores on those campuses and building out, we'd have to have a swing space for both of those schools. So we'd have to figure out, how do we do that? Where do we put these kids while we're expanding the cores and while we're adding on classrooms? Now, we can certainly add classrooms, but the core is where the issue comes in, because that's where our kids are, the libraries, the cafeterias. And so we'd have to come up with what we do as an alternate plan while this was taking place.
Yeah, you'd have to find a place to stash 700 students at a time, 600, 700 students, a third, right? Maybe a fourth?
At least somewhere to feed the students, somewhere, yeah. I mean, we'd have to decide on alternate spaces, which would be additional money, which is another reason that plus is there.
Well, I mean, it would essentially be an entire elementary school, right? 1,800 students and a third, so you have to find a home for, we don't have a home for 600 students. I mean, let's just start with that.
But we'd also have to have a place to feed the entire 2,600.
We would, if we're redoing that cafeteria, and that would probably look like some pick up and grab and go and take it to a classroom, but it still requires additional area, which is why I just wanted the committee to be aware of that that's not included in this 300 to 325 million. There are things that we'd have to do to even be able to get to the point of ability to do this. We'd have to have some planning. When we take a look at the rest of the options, I'll point out that these options and the total that you see here does not include the land acquisition. So these numbers do not include purchasing the land, because, you know, we don't know how much it would cost to purchase the land. That's yet to be seen. But option 2 is a 1,700 seat high school. We would modernize and renovate only at Pinecrest and modernize and renovate only at Union Pines. That means we would take Pinecrest back to its original intended core enrollment of 1,650. We would take Union Pines back to core enrollment of 1,068. This would give us a total number of seats of 4,418. Now, I will remind you that this probably wouldn't happen, taking them down to that core number overnight, because redistricting would happen, and certainly that would probably be in phases. But we would get there, and it would take them back to those original numbers. So we would not need to expand the cores of those schools. We would just need to be able to renovate and modernize it. The new high school would be 170 to 80 million. Renovations and modernizations would be about 75 million at Pinecrest, 50 million at UP. Total cost is 295 to 305 there. And when we say renovations and modernizations, this is very different than just putting paint and putting new flooring. We have lots of classrooms at Pinecrest especially, and there are some at Union Pines as well, several, that are undersized. And so when we think about renovations and modernizations, you're thinking about some large projects. You're thinking about creating an area for the band, for the ROTC, things that currently have classrooms that are put in areas that are very undersized. So when you look at this large price tag, this includes some initial building as well. So when you think about renovations, modernizations, it's not just putting new flooring, putting new paint. We'll be moving walls and adding some structures. So, for example, place for a band, place for ROTC. So those are things that add up for those modernization, renovation price tags. But the total cost would be $295 to $305 for a 1,700 school, and doing those renovations and modernizations at each of our schools. Now, what would happen here is that when we would go ahead and finish that 1,700 student high school, finish it, move some students into it. When we move students into it, that allows us some space at Pinecrest and Union Pines to then swing students into while we work on a wing. Swing them into another spot while we work on a wing. So we're not at that point having to pay to find or set up swing spaces. So this would not all be done at the same time. We'd finish the high school. Once the high school was finished, then we'd start on Union Pines and Pinecrest, because that would allow us the swing space to do so. When we take a look at, yes, sir.
I'm sorry. And again, the problem with the first course of action is you're going to have to stash approximately 600 students somewhere while the renovation of Pinecrest happened, And we don't have I mean, there just isn't a facility anywhere in Moore County that could house 600 students. So you kind of have to build a new high school before you can start renovating the existing ones, because the existing ones are so overcrowded, you can't do it.
And that would, I mean, it's likely that would tie in naturally with a redistricting phasing anyway. Yeah, no, they're. Right,
That's right.
yeah.
Option 3 is still a new high school, but with the change that we would only build it out to 1,400 seats in the beginning, and that we would add those 300 seats later on. So we're still taking it down to the same cores. It's just that we build it out to 1,400 in the beginning. A student addition would need to be added within 5 or 6 years. Same pros and cons. If you take a look at the cost, that total cost then goes, Charlie, scroll up. Well, I've got it right here. That total cost is, the initial cost is $275 to $285. The classroom addition is about $20 million expected, probably more by the time of the build. So you're looking at $295 to $305. And honestly, when we think about that classroom addition in 5 to 6 years, we have to know that we can't really predict. This is a prediction of today, how much we think it would cost to add that on, but you're still coming up with the same product. It's just delaying that $20 million and delaying the addition of those classrooms.
I have one thing to add. Option 2 and option 3 are really the same option. It's just a sub-decision. Do you want to build it out to its core capacity or not? They're identical. It's just, do you want to pay the extra $20 million now or $30 million later, or whatever the math is?
Yes. And then option 4 is a little different. Option 4 is just a 1,400 seat high school. It would stay at a 1,400 seat high school. At Pinecrest, we would just renovate and modernize. We'd keep their capacity at 1,650, which was the original core. At Union Pines, we would increase that core, and we would modernize and renovate to increase the enrollment capacity to 1,500. So their core is currently for 1,068. We'd move that core out to accommodate 1,500. Union Pines is situated, their cafeteria and their library, in such a manner that it is a little bit easier to expand the core there. The pro of this is that it would relieve the overcrowding, and it would align the high schools in ADM a little closer. So we would have a 14, a 1650, and a 15. So they'd just be aligned a little closer. And then as we look at this, the new high school would be 150 to 160. That Union Pines addition and renovation would be $92 million at this point, because we'd have to expand those cores. So that's where that additional money comes in. $75 million would still be the renovation at Pinecrest, because we'd be leaving it at its current core, but the cost would be $317 to $327. So this is, one of the most expensive as we're looking at it. And then we still think about one of the cons, although we'd be taking down the traffic at Pinecrest, you'd be adding to that traffic, because you're adding to the ADM at Union Pines. And so that congestion on Union Church Road is already there from Union Pines and New Century. So we'd just be adding a little bit more to that. If you think about the land that is available at Union Pines, there's only so much you can do with queuing, because you know how much land is there to be able to queue. When you get behind Forest Creek, that's the large mobile unit that's behind. That topography there kind of drops off. So extending that campus back that way and doing queuing is very difficult. So, certainly I think, could queuing be improved if we were to totally redo that? Certainly, but there's not a lot of land available to redo queuing along with parking. And then again, sure.
Right. So let's discuss these courses of action a bit. I'd like some discussion on them, but let me say this before we start discussion. The road ahead is, we're gonna spiff up the brief a little bit so that it's maybe there's gonna be a summary slide that provides an overview of all the, like a comparison chart of the COAs, and then provide a little more background for people who may not know the background like we do, right? So, there won't be anything added that you guys haven't seen that we haven't agreed upon. But the road ahead is we're gonna spiff up the brief to make it more clear and comprehensive. Then the plan is sometime over the summer to present it to the county commissioners or a subset of the county commissioners. Then in the fall, once school starts again, to have one or more public hearings with the public on this, so we get their input into the options, right? And although we're all in a hurry to do this, it doesn't make sense to have a public hearing over the summer because, no one's here. So then in the fall, sometime after school starts, we'll have one or more public hearings to get input. Then the committee will get the input from the board, right, that we discuss, from the county commissioners and from the public. We'll go back and we'll refine the courses of action, and then we will come back and we will present them to the board. And depending upon where we're at and how we feel, we may ask you to approve them, or we may go back to the public and the county commissioners. But the idea is certainly by Christmas to have a reviewed, at least one iterative through the stakeholders, and then finally by December to have a approved course of action. Doesn't mean we'll have plans or an architect or funding, but we definitely want to decide which way we want to go, and then we can start working on, funding and whatnot. You agree with that? That's pretty much what we talked about. Any issues with that road ahead?
No, but I have a new question that I didn't think of in committee. Thinking about options 2A and 2B, or whatever we want to call them,
Sure.
versus the last one, which is to expand Union Pines, I think. What does the feeder system look like for Union Pines? Is it pretty much what we want a feeder system to be, or is it one that splits up cohorts and so forth? I guess Cranes Creek is part of that system, and it's a bit of a mess right now.
Cranes Creek is part of Union Pines cohort. Yeah, they feed into there, part of those students.
But we've also got Vast Lakeview and Cameron and Carthage.
We've got those schools feeding into New Century and Cranes Creek feeding into Union Pines.
Right. So apart from Cranes Creek, is the feeder system mostly intact for Union
The feeder
Pines?
system is straight with the exception of Cranes Creek.
Okay. Thank you.
To be clear, the feeder system from middle schools to high schools, right, is what we're talking about.
I'm thinking elementary to middle to high.
There's other issues from elementary to middle school. There's Southern Pines Elementary and Pinehurst where you have broken cohorts. But apparently feeders into high schools, it's only Cranes Creek that's broken.
Yeah, that's what I was speaking of.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the middle school to high school pathway. But we do have some elementary schools that do split into different middle schools. But once they reach middle school, that's where they're headed. Cranes Creek is the only one that does have split before it goes to Union Pines.
Okay,
So
thank you.
The Southern Pines Elementary and Cranes Creek gets double split. Some of those students get double split on the cohorts.
I think that affects the favorability of option 4 if we have kids who, based on where their elementary school is, might be better off at one of the other high schools, and they're going into Union Pines. That would argue against maximizing capacity at Union Pines and in favor of having the capacity elsewhere. I mean, I know we don't know what the feeder system is going to look like until we know where the high school is and all that.
Well, that was,
Okay.
well, I was just going to mention that, and of course we're ahead of the game, which is good to be ahead rather than behind. But when we do get that public hearing, I can tell you the first questions will be about redistricting and where will the new school go. And so obviously by the time we get there, we'll have to be ready to have some options there and thinking about that and have some sort of idea of what could redistricting look like, because I'm sure that will be the main.
Well, I think that, in terms of where will that school go, I think that we would be premature to order a study and pay for a study right now that would tell us where that school should go. We have some general ideas because I've worked with Numerex to kind of take a preliminary look at that. But before we really decided, okay, this is where it needs to go, we need to work with NC State, ITRI there at the department to take a look at all of the things that are taking place in the county, all of the feeder patterns, all of the students, so that we knew for sure we're locating this school in the best spot. If we do that over the summer, before we get to that hearing in the fall, what we risk is having the school say it needs to go here, and we may be 5 or 6 years down the road before we need, we start building, and then we've said it goes here and it needs to change, and we'd have to pay for that again.
Right, and
So I don't
just
think
being
we'll be
able to
able-
describe that will be perfect.
Yeah.
And,
Yes, sir.
And let me give you my thoughts on that. So when I said spiff up the brief, one thing we have to do is we have to ask the question, why are we starting with the high schools? And, we throw up that chart that shows elementary schools, excess capacity across the board. Middle schools, maybe a little less, but excess capacity. High schools, highly overcrowded and badly overcrowded. So that's why we're starting here, right? So we'll have a couple slides to build the case. Then we'll go in, we'll have a summary chart of the courses of action so someone can hold a piece of paper and have like a comparison as they're looking up there, because it's hard to remember from slide to slide. Then we'll go through the courses of action, and then we'll cover things like redistricting and this and that. And some of them are going to be like redistricting. That's going to follow the data when we, first of all, the data may say put it in this area, but the land's not there, right? So to Ms. Purvis's point, we really can't do the redistricting until we know exactly where we're going to build it. But we need to tell people that. Right. And we need to say that, look, we're going to redistrict, we feel your pain, but here's our precepts of redistricting. We want to keep cohorts together. We want to do, transportation efficiency. We need to be prepared to address it. Yes, we're going to school reassignment, but here's going to be our precepts and here's going to be our priorities, and we'll all agree on that before we give the presentation.
So your next step is to wargame all of this with the criteria that you're going to apply to each option.
Correct. We're in COA wargaming is exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, and weight your outcomes.
Right.
Co-war gaming or sausage making, whichever one Mr. Benway wants to call it.
Wargaming is a little advanced, more advanced than sausage making. Not much.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Are you finished, Ms. Okay. Okay.
So I guys got a handout. Unfortunately, it didn't make the 6-day cut, so you guys can't see it. So the first thing is my red-green. The first thing is my red-green. My green, yellow, red chart. And if you look up there, Carthage Elementary, you go over. We've already done. Well, let me say this. Once we select the architect firm, we have done the option decision. I suspect that we'll present the actual design. Hey, here's the school we're looking at. What do we want to tweak it? But once we select the architect firm, in my opinion, we are changing over to detailed planning. So Monday, assuming that the board selects that architect firm, then we have moved the Carthage Elementary into the detailed planning phase. Okay. High school capacity and modernization. We're in the problem framing and stakeholder input and initial options phase, and we're going to be into that until the fall. And I just laid out the course on that. Mr. Benway, do you have a question? And then everything else is on hold. We're going to do concurrent planning, but we're going to do it one at a time within our bandwidth. Like I mentioned before, kind of put the plans on the shelf. I do want to talk about the disaster shelter. I've been talking to other elected officials, and every elected official who has authority supports the idea of Moore County Schools having an integrated and pre-planned Moore County Schools, for the reasons I previously stated, being a high-value asset, so to speak, in any disaster plan. So the county is talking to their disaster people and saying, we want this. And so, you know, we want to have a real plan that's nice. And there are elected officials looking for funding to just pay for all of this. So just like we got money for the advanced high school, I suspect in a future budget there's going to be money to pay for full generator capacity for three of our schools, and to develop and implement it so that we have a complete countywide disaster management refugee plan.
Mr. Hensley, I'll add, I was
Yes.
going to share this at our next committee meeting, but I've been working with Scott Brooks at Emergency Management, and he said that they have, if they can get transfer switches put into 3 sites, that would be Southern Middle, Cranes Creek, and it was one more site. It left me, but there are 3 schools that they would love to use for disaster relief. They have on standby folks who are willing to, in a minute, loan them the generators that they would need. All they need is for us to be able to put the switches in that they plug those generators into. And so I have my folks going out with him to take a look at these 3 sites. Oh, it was West Pine Middle. And the reason, he said, is those campuses are laid out the same pretty much, and which helps in disaster relief. So in essence, they have figured out the generator situation. If we can assist them in ensuring that those transfer switches are there to plug those generators in. So we're currently investigating that, and our folks are going out. They said they are willing to pay to have those put in. I don't know how that's funded. It may be, as you're speaking about, grants or whatnot. But once we get to that point, then they would be able to plug in their own generators that are being given to them for loan or whatever in disaster times.
So there may be different guidance coming down from other people. And one thing, anyone that's ever been in a widespread disaster or deployed, is everyone will promise you a generator until there's a disaster and until you deploy. And then you're going to find those promised generators don't show up in a disaster because, oh, we didn't know the disaster was that wide, or, oh, we had to give it to this nursing home, or First Health's generator failed. So if we don't own those generators before a disaster, there's a very low likelihood that they will show up. Anyway, there's going to be money put towards this,
Yeah,
and
I
it's
just
not going
wanted
to
to
be
brief you
transfer
guys
switches.
that was in the works,
Yeah,
because I had not briefed you guys on that yet.
And I think that the some elected officials are going to want to be in the final decision on what that looks like. Okay, so if you turn to page 2, there's why we build now. One thing you heard, Pinnacle Architect, they built the same building 4 times for Onslow County. I think they're building the 5th one, right? So we have good data. You know, of course, there's different site preparation costs, but if you guys are familiar with Onslow County, it's flat. So my guess is the site development cost in Onslow County near Camp Lejeune is pretty much the same. So setting aside site development cost differences, you'll see that when they built the first school for Onslow County in 2018, it was $168 a square foot. The exact same design 3 years later was $233 a square foot. And the one that they just are finishing up is $310 a square foot. And they're projecting $330 a square foot by the time we get around to building it in, a year or so. So this slide shows that for the exact same building from 2018 to, let's call it 2027, so a 9-year period, the cost doubled. So the point is, when's the best time to buy real estate or build something? The best time is always right now because it rarely gets less expensive. The key is to make sure you're getting value for the time during the time that you build or buy. Moving on, got the little clip from the pilot on the Carthage water situation, but I want to direct your attention to the slide on the top of page 3. Look. This is certainly nothing against Ms. Purvis, who I love, or anyone else, but look, the central office has known about this water situation at Carthage for many years, and it has transcended 3 school boards, it's transcended 2 superintendents, and at the end of the day, up until 2 weeks ago, I can't find any record where anyone tested the water coming out of the tap. The solution, oh, brown water, let's just put a filter on it and hope that solves it. So, we were relying on tests when water leaves the plant, not really knowing what the issue is. It could have been sediment. It could have been something else. So, I just took unilateral action. I made a few phone calls, and after years of inaction, for whatever reason, here's what's going to happen. The Moore County Department of Health is going to assert their authority to do annual tests with public results on every school campus in Moore County schools. Done deal, going to happen. Every school, Moore County Department of Health, test water, publish results. I assume that'll happen right before the next school year. North Carolina officials will be thoroughly testing the Carthage water system to include testing the input from the wells and the input from the plant, and it'll be thorough testing to include testing for forever chemicals commonly known as PFAS. And then legislation will be introduced in the General Assembly next year to mandate annual thorough water testing with publicly published results in all North Carolina public schools. So we can just check this one off the list, and we will know for sure that all the water in all of our schools will be safe starting fall of next year. And with a little luck, fall of next year, everybody in every public school throughout North Carolina will have the same reassurances. So that's that. Now moving on, and this is the most important, one of the most important part is what we have upcoming and what you guys would like to see. The couple things we talked about in committee is we're going to, as you guys know, none of us made the decision, but the decision was made to locate Aberdeen Elementary adjacent between 4 of the major EPA Superfund sites in North Carolina, one of which contains 12 million pounds of toxic pesticides and precursor chemicals. 12 million pounds. Probably ought to keep an eye on that. So anyway, we're going to take a look at that. We're going to look at the EPA studies. Ms. Purvis, we're exchanging documents. She's got some stuff. I've got some stuff. And hopefully within a couple months, we'll come up with some prudent courses of action, if any, for monitoring, because someone probably ought to monitor that. By the way, the one of the 4, if you want to know geographically, if you're driving out of Aberdeen Elementary, Catacorner, right across Route 5, you're sitting there at the stoplight, just looking at the pit. Catacorner right there is one of the 4 EPA Superfund sites. It, according to Google Maps, is exactly where the U.S. Golf Association's putting their driver testing range or whatever. So I wonder if they know that. I also wonder if those homes that are built adjacent to Aberdeen, not that it's our business, but I wonder if those people that are buying those homes are being notified by the developer of, the potential toxicity. But anyway, so we're going to be looking at that. To put the issue to bed once and for all, because, in the speculation, in the rumors, there's either an issue or there's not, and testing's prudent or it's not, and if testing's prudent, then, it's our fiduciary responsibility to do it. The worst thing you can do to find out there's a problem is 20 years from now when a trial lawyer is making the case via cancer rates, tumor rates, or something, and you're facing $1 billion judgment, or the county of Moores, the taxpayers are facing $1 billion judgment because we did not address it now and we did not put a monitoring system into place. I believe it's safe, but we got to make sure. And we will make sure.
Do you have any particular clear expectations of what it would take to convince you one way or another?
Well, I have a letter from the people who did the phase 1 and phase 2 study. Mm-hmm. It's a letter that I don't believe was disclosed to the board, and I don't believe it was disclosed to the public. It was sent to Mr. Barath from the people who did the phase 1 and phase 2 study, saying everything was clear. And that letter concludes by saying, although we believe this is the case, nothing but ongoing monitoring will be able to tell for sure. So the people who authored the studies that Moore County Schools relied upon to convince the public it was safe, the authors of that study had sent an email to the central office, which I do not believe was disclosed. It was found via FOIA request from a citizen, where they specifically, and I'll send it to you, they specifically stated that only ongoing monitoring and testing of that site would say for sure that it was safe.
Okay,
So-
you sent
so
me
those-
a letter, but I don't remember it saying that.
Yes, it says that very clear. It's the last sentence of the first paragraph. And those are that's not just like some random person. That's the people who authored the studies, the phase 1 and phase 2 environmental surveys that said it was safe.
Well,
So-
I'll just
All
say,
right.
as you guys dig in, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that we'll have to keep proceeding.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just responding to
Yeah,
the
no, you're
question.
right.
I mean,
Well, I'll just say
Right.
quickly that,
it's just an important
as
issue.
you guys get into the committee and you start talking about this and what that monitoring looks like and what, if that comes to the board, I'm sure you'll do this, but a full historical context of what happened when would be extremely helpful, I think, for me to get caught up to, because I just wasn't as in tune specifically at that time with all that, so. Yep.
You did send me that. You did send me that letter, and if I understand correctly, the letter was dated after the phase 1 study, but before the phase 2 study.
Okay.
So what they're referring to as not giving certainty was the phase 1 study.
Well, I would assume that would apply to look, if you want to discuss that now, then we can print it out and we can give it to all the board members and we can discuss it. My approach to this was that, again, I gave and I'm giving Ms. Purvis things that I have. She's given me stuff. We're going to study it and then we'll address it in 2 to 3 months. It wasn't my intention to discuss it or debate it today, but if you want to, I can pull out the email and we can.
We're not prepared to do that
Yeah,
today, Mr.
I don't think
Yeah.
we are.
No, but I have some relevant specialized knowledge, and I just thought maybe I could collect a sense of what people would need to see to be comfortable.
I have no idea. You know, I need someone with an authority, say the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency or a state agency, to say that is safe unconditionally and you're never going to have any issues. But even the authors of the study wouldn't say that.
Okay.
So I don't know what it'll take to satisfy me, but burying our head in the sand is not going to satisfy me in the face of evidence that it's not adequate. That's not going to satisfy me. A clean bill of health will satisfy me. And you know what? If this costs $40,000 a year or $40,000 every 2 years, then that's what it costs. But are we going to put a price on potential 30 years from now, a Love Canal or a Camp Lejeune situation? I mean, you know, look, we didn't decide to. There were protests against putting that school on that site, but those protests went unheeded, and unfortunately, the decision was made to proceed, and we have to deal with the after effects. We cannot ignore it. We cannot bury our head in the sand. We have to address it. And if it comes up, no testing is required, I'll accept that, but you got to convince me and you got to convince the rest of the board. And we have to convince the public. But if we don't address it, we haven't convinced anybody. That's where I'm at on it.
All right.
Amy, where did you see that this is from the first testing?
Okay, Ms. Burnt, I'm sorry, but now is not the appropriate time to get into the weeds with this. I think it's something we need to put on an agenda for
Could you just answer my
future.
question?
Not right now, Ms. Bruno. I'm sorry. No, we got to get our meeting closed. We were scheduled to be out of here at 3:00, and it's 4:40 now. So if Mr. Hensley wants to finish with his.
The next issue is Moore County Schools owns a 6.5 acre parcel worth approximately $4 million. That's just my guess. currently leased to the town of Southern Pines for $1 a year. Our return on investment for a $4 million piece of property is about $1 a year. And, you know, that should be returning a 15% rate of return. We should be getting $600,000 annually for that. So we're going to be looking at different things. It's under a lease. The lease option comes up in 2032. There's notification procedures. It's a horrible lease. It's amazingly one-sided towards Southern Pines. We'll go into that when we cover it. But we're going to be looking at that, and I'll be talking with the mayor of Southern Pines. Because we either need to sell it or get $600,000 a year. Otherwise, it's just doing no good. We're going to be looking at, Ms. Purvis is going to be looking at food dyes in our Moore County Schools food program. And then Ms. Dahl brought up a shooting range for the junior ROTC at Union Pines High School. Any input on any of that, or what else would you guys like to see our committee look at?
Okay. A multi-purpose building to replace the existing old building we have right now, which could include a rifle range as part of it. That would solve it.
So is the junior ROTC in a separate I've only gone to drills over there that they've done. I've never been in their building. They have a separate building?
They occupy the original principal's homestead, is my understanding. It's an old residence, kimchi together to do a minimal job for them.
Yeah.
They've run out of space.
Well, let's go out and look at it. And then, Ms. Dahl brought up a shooting range. And maybe if the answer is to do a design and build, we can look at it. I can tell you that my initial thoughts are anything we would do at this point would be in conjunction with a planned renovation.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys have heard me say this before. One of the reasons why none of the renovations happened at the high schools, this was 6 years ago, maybe 8, they came up with this big grandiose plan, and it was binary. You're going to do it all at once or nothing. When you looked at it, there's things that you could obviously do, like phase 1, phase 2, that were high value, relatively inexpensive. So I don't have a problem with, not that I make the decisions, but as long as we know the end state of what Union Pines is going to look like when we're done with the renovation, and maybe that includes a building for the junior ROTC, then as long as we know what the end state is, then we can start working within that end state to do stuff. Does that make sense? So we'll take a look at that.
I will just give you an update. I talked with Bliss about the food dyes that are in our cafeterias. She shared with me, as you know, most food dyes are found in convenience foods. And so we have 3 cereals available in the morning that are dye-free. We also have 10 or 12, I have a list of them, snacks that are dye-free for students to pick up. So we do have lots of dye-free options within that. And when we move towards more fresh foods, that means that we have lots less dye in our lunches each day because we have fresh fruit and vegetables. So that limits the amount there. But I just wanted to make you aware that we do have dye-free choices. And as you know, parents can go on the menu and see what's available each day. And we have software there that allows them to see the nutrition and whatnot. So just a little update on that.
I brought this up to the committee because more and more of the public is getting concerned about this because the Center for Disease Control is taking action on it. And, they banned petroleum-based dyes in United States foods. And that's the first time I heard we had petroleum-derived dyes in our food when they're banned in Europe, right? So literally I was 61 years old when I realized that my red food dye number 5 was derived from petroleum, and that's why they don't allow it in Europe. So anyway, this is all coming out, and the Center for Disease Control is changing the rules. And again, we should be on the bow wave of this, proactively addressing our citizens' concerns and, being ahead of the Center for Disease Control initiatives, not running behind trying to catch up. And that is it, if no one has any other thing they want the committee to look into.
All right, now it's time for board comments. I can't imagine we have anything else, much else to say, but I'll start with you, Mr. Benway. No, Ms. Good, good.
Just want to
Ms. Stahl, go
apologize
ahead.
to everyone for not being here at the beginning. It's exam week, and I was required to administer an exam this morning, and I could not get away.
Okay, thank you for that. So we need a motion to adjourn. Second by moved by Mr. Benway, seconded by Pauline Bruno, and all in favor? Aye.